In a remote wilderness area, there's a camp someone just built. A pale-faced young man crawled backwards in fear. In front of him were corpses. He said tremblingly, "Sandstorm, why is there a sandstorm here?" In front of him was a tall black shadow. He held a bloody sword with two small bells pierced. The bell rang, along with a young man's frightened groan, "Help me." In the bushes suddenly appeared a strange object. It wrapped around the young man's ankle, dragged him into the blinding dust, leaving only a pitiful cry. The next day, unfortunately, a group of 3 people gathered their heads to examine the young man's corpse. One of them spoke up, "Why did he enter the restricted area?" The girl with short hair and glasses said, "There's another victim. I guess I'll have to rewrite the report." The girl with long black hair continued, looking at the footprint, "It must have been quite a big one. If you don't want to get off work late, then get to work quickly." Suddenly the black-haired girl discovered something in the forest. 3 people are alert. Black hair pulled out a small knife. Remove the surrounding tape. Slightly cut your hand. Blood gushed out along the blade, making her moan a little. The short-haired girl wearing glasses pointed at the dark figure and shouted, "Police Kang, it's appeared. An unknown monster is heading towards the 3 people." "Let me handle it," Police Officer Kang said. The small knife in her hand turned into an ant stick. She decisively walked towards the monster. In a skyscraper building. Seoul City Level 9 Civil Service Exam Room. The judge called out, "Contestant number 12, please come in." "Yes," contestant number 12 replied. In the men's restroom, a young man sat struggling with his thoughts and died. "I don't want to go, I want to go home. I'm so stressed, I'm shaking so much, my heart wants to jump out. I can't do it." He held his head and trembled. "Splash water to wash your face." "Looks like he's calmed down. But my head is still shaking, it can't work. I have to take more medicine," he thought. He had exceeded the dose but he couldn't calm down. Suddenly he looked up through the window. A bird flew in. He stared at each other to the point of tension. "Look at what you're looking at, you're probably dead." It seemed like the bird was talking to the young man. "Damn anxiety disorder," he mentally scolded. The news was reporting something. The male editor's voice rang out. "The following is the next news. The couple camped on Ganghwa Island. Despite the TV, the young man was still very tense, telling himself, 'I can do it, I can do it, I can do it.' Let me introduce myself a bit. My name is Han Maru. 29 years old this year, a very normal young Korean man. Studied like everyone else, graduated from a normal university and is also struggling with unemployment like everyone else. Han Maru has been preparing for the Level 9 Civil Service exam for 5 years, and finally the interview round has come. At this moment, the employee opened the door and read the name, contestant number 35, Han Maru. He trembled, stood up and shouted, "Yes, it's me." The employee was also speechless, inviting him to wait his turn. Maru stood up with great determination. "Okay, this time he must pass, come on." He took each stiff step forward. The judge was already waiting for him in the room, his glasses flashing like Conan every time he appeared dangerous. Maru gulped nervously. The judge asked him what motivated him to want to become a civil servant. Maru awkwardly replied, "I want to become a civil servant to contribute to the community. But in my mind, I think differently, because of that stable life, a steady salary every month, a safe life without fluctuations." The examiner continued to ask, "So what would you do if your superiors committed misconduct?" Maru replied cunningly, "I will directly give feedback to my superiors about the incorrect points and also find a solution. Of course I will handle it flexibly." In my head I secretly thought, "Oh my gosh, just pretend like you don't know. What if you bring trouble to yourself?" "How is your social relationship?" the judge wrote and asked. Maru smiled and replied, It's extremely bad. I'm not good at communicating and maintaining social relationships is a pressure in itself. In college, my classmates whispered behind my back that I had adult-like ADHD. On the surface, I said that, but in my head, that was what Maru really thought. My friendships were very good, and I was also very close to my brothers and sisters in the upper and lower classes. The judge froze at your answer. Maru was also startled when he realized he had said the wrong thing. The judge coughed lightly for 2 hours, then the last question. "What was the most difficult moment in your life and how did you overcome it?" Maru replied with a pale face, "Actually I have never experienced anything so difficult." In his mind he thought, this is the moment, this is the moment. Just think simply, they just want to see how we solve the problem. Maru scratched his head and said, "Let me see. I just remember now. When I was a child, I once went hiking with my father. Using emotions, Maru recalls the past, in the middle of a dark sandstorm. He began to feel cold, a black shadow with red eyes swirled deep in his mind, making Maru shiver. A terrifying shadow appeared in his mind, causing him to fall back in shock and collapse. When he opened his eyes again, the examiner came in front of him and shook him. He was Maru. Maru, what's wrong? I can't hold it anymore. He covered his mouth and vomited. He didn't know where he vomited. At a residential building. Maru lay face down on the bed and said sadly, that's it. He definitely failed the interview, couldn't get a job, don't have a girlfriend, don't even have friends, can he live a normal life like everyone else? He cried and lamented. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Stop crying, Maru ran to open the door. Who was it? A tall, muscular woman stood in front of the door. Why don't you answer the phone? She asked loudly. Maru put his shoulders in his pocket and asked, what's the matter, Mom, aren't you going to work? She replied, I'll bring you food, I'll go home after I give it to you, after all you need food. Maru oozed vermicelli juice and looked at her mother expectantly asking, is the food salty, Mother? But she also poured a bucket of cold water on him. No, just kimchi and roasted black beans, Maru said sullenly. Yes, you will eat well. Look around the boys' room. Cup noodles, empty cans. She sighed and said, very good son, look at that room. I don't care, I'll clean up later. His mother continued asking, how was the interview, looking at Maru bored in the corner. Perhaps she had guessed a bit. I accidentally vomited on the interviewer's face. Hearing this, his mother was speechless. Giving her son a nudge on the back, she encouraged him to try harder next time. Don't be discouraged. Maru rubbed his back with tears in his eyes. It really hurt. She took out a paper envelope. She ran out of money. Looking at the envelope, Maru shed tears of thought. He firmly pushed it back. There's no need, I'm grown up, I also work part-time. But in less than 3 seconds as an adult, his mother had just said, listen to her words and take it. Maru reached out and said, yes, thank you Mom. She rested her chin and thought, she heard that you couldn't get an interview, so I went to see a fortune teller there. Maru was bewildered. She continued, Maru, you go to the mountains for a trip. At a coastal resort. Maru stretched and said lazily, how many years have passed, I really don't want to come here at all. He turned his eyes to the mountain in the distance. Thinking back to my mother's words, I heard that there was a very wise fortune teller, so she came to see about my job application. They said the reason I keep failing interviews is not because of ADHD or anxiety disorder. 10 years after your father left, there was still no word. The mother pointed directly at Maru and said, that teacher said that your father passed away on the mountain where you and I used to go together. His spirit is blocking your path. He also said that I must go to the mountain, offer wine and comfort my father's soul. Only by doing so can I pass the civil service exam. Maru remembered his mother's words as he climbed the mountain. He was so tired that he couldn't breathe, huffing and puffing. How long would he climb? Suddenly he realized, he found it, a small house located on the mountain. Open the old door. Maru saw a black-haired boy. The boy took one look at Maru and then ran away. Go to the white door. Opening it slightly, inside was a writhing man. The boy opened the door wide and looked inside. He grabbed the man's trouser leg. Dad, I'm hungry, Dad. The man didn't react. His mouth let out a painful moan. Maru was stunned at the scene before him. Suddenly the room was empty except for Maru's shadow. Turns out it was Maru's past memories. A pain suddenly came. Maru hugged her chest. It was so stuffy. Maru took a deep breath to calm down, quickly finish the job and then go down the mountain, he told himself. Took out the bottle of wine from the backpack. Maru poured into a paper cup. He threw his hands on the ground and said, Dad, I hope you are safe and sound in the Golden Stream. My mother asked me to come up here. I wish you always be happy, Dad, and I also want to ask the mountain god a little. Dad left me, he bowed his head and said. It's very difficult for my mother to raise her child alone, please help me find a stable job. He continued to pour wine without knowing that sand was gradually rolling in behind him. Oh, what is that, a sandstorm? Maru just realized now, there's a forest fire, it's not okay, you have to quickly get down the mountain before something bad happens, safety comes first. Suddenly a strange voice rang out, safety first. Maru turned back to confirm, it seemed like someone responded to his words. In a blinding sandstorm. A strange figure strutted forward. Hand holding a long stick. Maru squinted his eyes. It was a sharpened bamboo stick. An unusually shaped monster with a bald head with a few sparse hairs, a red mouth like Gak, a protruding belly, all the skin had been stripped off. It whispered, "Safety first." Maru tried to rub his eyes and look again. The monster had stepped in front of Maru. He was still thinking numbly, was it an illusion again? It didn't feel good at all. Turned on his heel and intended to run away. But, a thump sound rang out. The bar went through Maru's stomach. He fell to the ground. In this case it was best to run, he thought. But Maru was at his wit's end. What was that? Did he die like that? Every day he only knew how to study and work part-time, not even enjoying life. But maybe it's okay, if you die like that you won't have to worry about getting a job or paying off debt anymore. Maru gradually faded away. Life is so real, no one will be sad when I die, he thought. The image of his mother appeared again in his mind. Mom, you give Maru more motivation. He struggled to stand up. In his heart, he told himself, still, I can't die yet. He gritted his teeth. The monster moves its teeth. Opened his mouth and stuck out his long tongue. I still say, safety comes first. Opened his mouth wide and lunged at Maru. He suddenly saw a blue eye, a mouth, and eyes. Before he finished thinking, the monster climbed on top of him. Maru frantically shouted, "Oops," fell off, but the monster stuck like a leech, opened its mouth and bit into his shoulder. What is that? I'm going crazy. Reminiscing about the past, Maru's father whispered, eating. He opened his mouth, returning to reality. Maru thought to himself, cursed. His eyes were white and his mouth was full of blood. Maru bit the monster back. His eyes flashed like a wild beast. The monster's head separated from its neck. The monster cried out in pain. The eyes inside its throat open wide. The iris of the eye begins to change. The flash gradually affects the Maru. Inside him are countless monsters struggling. They screamed madly. One eye has now turned into two, wide open, staring at each monster, tearing at each other. In the endless darkness, Maru's consciousness rang out. What is it? Who is talking to me? I guess, I'm dead. I can feel the taste of something like metal. Is this the taste of death? Hey! Suddenly a voice rang out. Maru seemed to hear it. Who is calling me this time? He thought suspiciously. His eyes gradually opened, the light transmitted to his retina, the image gradually transmitted to his brain. Two people, a boy and a girl, were investigating. The boy asked, "This is a restricted area, what are you doing here?" Maru has now regained consciousness. He sat up and asked suspiciously, where is that monster, and the sandstorm, and it also disappeared. Immediately the boy approached and asked, "What? Tell me again, what did you see?" Maru wiped the blood around his mouth and recounted, "The sandstorm suddenly appeared, then a monster appeared and attacked me." The other guy was surprised. He continued, I thought I was going to die because my stomach was punctured by it." The two boys and girls looked at each other and nodded slightly. The boy said to the short-haired girl, "Yesterday when the demon alarm signal sounded and stopped right after, I thought it was broken. But it seemed like he killed it." He turned back to look at Maru touching his belly. "It couldn't be," the girl denied. "Even if you receive power from demon blood, you can't use it right away." The boy looked at Maru and called out, "Hey! Do you remember what happened yesterday?" Maru was confused. "What did you mean when you said it yesterday?" He pulled out his phone to check the date and time. "I was surprised to realize that a day had passed. I had fainted a day after being killed by that monster." Looking at Maru, who was scratching his hair, the boy said to his partner, "That guy, if he had defeated that demon then he must have received some ability, right? Besides, he is still safe after yesterday." The girl continued, "Isn't that too sudden? I think he still hasn't grasped the situation." The boy waved his hand and said, "Hey, you just need to find out what happened. We went through the same thing as you." He walked over and put his arm around Maru's shoulder. "Hey, you came at the right time, you need to participate too." "What are you participating in?" Maru asked suspiciously. "First, let's get you some clothes to change into," he said. In a densely populated area. In front of a large building. Maru numbly read the slogans on the banners: full-time officials, new employee orientation center. He changed into a floral shirt with wolf flowers. Sitting in the middle of a bunch of people wearing suits. Slowly digesting the recent events. What just happened? Why did I suddenly attend an orientation session for government officials? He thought to himself. Why was I pulled into this place? They're so strange. What's with their expressions? They look so scared. Maru gritted his teeth and thought. Every sound of high heels hitting the floor. A woman wearing a full set of red clothes walked to the podium to speak. She said, I am Yu Young Yoon, the head of the Seoul headquarters. I welcome all the new members to join the Environmental Orientation Department. Suddenly a hand rose up. It's Maru, he said hesitantly. I'm sorry, I don't think I can attend this event. The woman denied, no, I just received a notification from the Manhwa team. You have been hired as a full-time civil servant from today, congratulations. Maru sprayed some glue and thought, I was accepted as a full-time official, but I never even applied. The woman continued her speech, everyone probably knows about our official in charge of the Environment Ministry, right? As you know, we fight to protect the lives of others, so absolutely do not tell your family, relatives or other acquaintances. If you reveal it, you will be punished for violating national security laws. Maru was stunned, violating national security laws. The woman continued to say, among you here are the new recruits who receive demonic power this month. When demon blood flows inside the body, there will be a certain rate of receiving demonic power. Unable to hold back, Maru blurted out, what genre is this? I have never. Suddenly the image of him biting the monster appeared in his mind. No, wait, was I bitten by that monster? While he was thinking, the woman continued her work. She said, fortunately, demons only appeared in deserted mountains. Sandstorms will appear at the same time as demons appear. Sandstorm density ranges from level 1 to level 10. The higher the level, the stronger demons will appear, she emphasized. Then called someone's name, Uncle Sunwoo. It's me. The person named Sunwoo raised his hand and replied. She smiled and said, you have received level 7 demonic power, right? I look forward to your contributions in the future. I will do my best, Sunwoo replied, he looks so cool. Then she turned the page of the document and said, Yuhan Maru, who just got level 1 demonic power, what kind of ability did you get? Being called out, Maru could only scratch his head and reply, apparently, I still don't know about my abilities haha. The Sunwoo next to him laughed at him. Maru thought uncomfortably, what, this guy just laughed at me, right? He laughed at me just because he received level 7, and I received level 1. Ah, that's not that important, let's escape from this place first. Suddenly many screams rang out. Maru was startled and screamed, what's going on? The woman laughed and said, oh, just in time, it was a warning that a demon had just appeared. The group of people pulled together into the forest. The woman directed her new employees, this is the time for practical training to show off your abilities, hurry up and climb the mountain. What the hell am I doing here? Maru thought, I just experienced that weird thing yesterday. We need to get off the mountain now, before it gets windy, safety first. Maru said out of breath, safety first. In front of Maru was a blinding screen of wind and sand. He stammered, what is that? There it is again, that cloud of dust. In the sandstorm, a blurry figure appeared. Approaching Maru wondering, that is a human arm, is she okay? This figure was so familiar, it seemed to be a Kang police officer. She turned around, her red eyes looked at Maru, startling him. On the rock, a glowing red sword pinned the head of a giant demon. Maru looked at this scene and was too scared to stand. No way, what is that? Everyone else was also shocked at the scene just now. Why were you so tense? The woman shouted loudly, everyone paid attention. Okay, training starts now. She looked at the demon and commented, level 1 density, even if it is large, it is still the weakest demon. She went to police officer Kang and introduced, Captain Kang from the Manhwa Island team had stuck a knife into that demon's brain so you guys can rest assured that it can't move. Police Kang saw something. She looked at Maru who was scared and hiding behind someone else, thinking to herself, is that the person who personally defeated the demon yesterday? What kind of ability does he have, and how can he kill a demon with his own hands when he just got the ability? Mrs. Yu made a fighting gesture and told everyone, right now, use your abilities to fight the demon. Maru stammered, fighting, is she crazy? Looking at the savage demon in front of him, even though it was pinned on the cliff, Maru was still extremely scared. He thought, how am I going to fight that thing? Suddenly a pain came, making Maru clutch his chest in pain. He was sad, my anxiety disorder was back, my chest hurt so much, I couldn't breathe. Maru's heart is pounding every time. He said, what is this, why am I hungry now? In his mind, a demon was coming. It crawled towards Maru. Gently placed the claw on his head. He leaned close to his ear and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He whispered, "Eat it." Maru staggered. He said softly, "I want to eat." "I want to eat," he shouted, his eyes flashing. Maru seemed to be in extreme hunger and thirst, his body trembling. Mouth filled with saliva. Suddenly a finger gently poked his shoulder. Maru seemed to wake up. It was Sunwoo. He asked him, "Are you so scared that you're crying?" Maru turned around and wiped his saliva and replied, "No, it's just because I'm so hungry." But Sunwoo thought differently. It was true that he was scared. He turned away and exhaled, "What a bunch of useless people. This guy is handsome but arrogant." Maru held his stomach and wondered, "Why did I say I was hungry just now?" Mrs. Yu stood on the cliff looking down and said, "Pay attention. Before you want to survive here, I will talk about the basics for you to know. The yellow dust scattered around is caused by demons. The stronger the demons, the more sand around here. The hand holding a sharp knife makes a cut in the palm of the hand. Everyone felt a sharp pain. But the wound on the hand heals quickly," she continued. "Then we can also use part of our abilities. In the sand area our wounds also heal faster. But if I get a fatal wound," she said seriously, "I could die too, so we all need to be careful." She said loudly, "Our abilities are only maximized in this dusty screen. Outside we are no different from ordinary people." Underneath, Sunwoo yawned several times. He thought to himself, not understanding how long he had to listen to these meaningless words. Of course, the most important thing is to be able to use your abilities. "Let's see," Sunwoo said softly. He bit his lip and blood flowed out, coming into contact with the sand. Maybe he started to change, his whole body seemed to be strengthened. His eyes flashed with cold yellow light. He thought to himself, if there was a wound, and let the golden sand seep into his body through that wound. Then to see the power exerted, he put on a black glove on one hand. Where can he go, he thought to himself. Suddenly the demon seemed to burst out in power. Captain Kang immediately noticed and was careful. Dust and sand rose up blindly. The demon escaped from the blade. It roared and swung its arms straight to the ground. Everyone was shocked by the demon's power. Captain Kang took a stance and intended to rush forward. Mrs. Yu advised not to interfere there. "But it's too dangerous for new people here." Mrs. Yu reassured her, being confused couldn't be helped, it was considered something they could practice. If they couldn't get used to it, they wouldn't be able to live. Below, the monster smelled something and turned around. Through the crowd of people, he seemed to see Maru. He said in fear, "What the hell, why are you looking at me?" The monster opened his hand, and a strange mouth appeared from his palm. "Stretch and shoot straight forward." "Through someone." Captain Kang was surprised that it was Maru. The demon pierced his shoulder. He hugged his shoulder in pain. "Damn, Maru scolded me." Behind him, the demon jumped up and landed in front of Maru. One person and one ghost looked at each other. It stretched out its hand to attack. Suddenly something emerged from the ground. Countless red muscle bundles connect together to form a long strip that wraps around the body to restrain the demon. It was another monster, red, with sharp teeth and a body like a centipede. It comes from the body of a man developing strength. The two arms buried in the ground mutated into two large centipedes that entangled the demon. While it was being controlled, a figure with long hair rushed up. Swinging his hand, he slashed at the demon's body. Fighting tenaciously, demon blood dripped on his sharp claws. The demon roared in pain. "Is it over?" the two people who had just attacked the demon said happily. But at the speed visible to the naked eye. The cut quickly heals, regenerating, thanks to the surrounding sand and dust. The recovered demon chuckled. The woman was startled. It couldn't be, the wound just healed like that. The devil reached out and grabbed the centipede around his body, which was also holding the man's arm. He smiled sinisterly and waved his hand to pull the man through straight at the woman behind him. The centipede man screamed in pain. Was pulled back by the demon and strangled. "Let go of me," he groaned. The demon opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth, preparing to swallow the centipede. He cried out with tears in his eyes, "Please help me." At this moment, Sunwoo took action. He bent a gloved finger in his head and chanted a spell, and then the ghost's mouth immediately twisted to one side. It let go of the centipede's arrow. "Okay," Sunwoo said. He used the ghost of a fallen demon to cause pain to the demon. He wants to fight with Sunwoo. Without any panic, he elegantly used his mouth to pull the glove off. He held his other wrist and thought to himself, "Die. Then squeeze your wrist hard." The demon's neck immediately twisted. "Cut off immediately." Sun-woo stepped on the head. In his heart, he secretly thought that if he wanted to kill it, he would just need to cut off its head and not let it come into contact with the sand. Everyone around him was whispering, he was really too strong, he could solve that demon in just a split second. Sun-woo just said softly, it was too weak, I didn't do anything and it collapsed. Hey, Captain Kang, called Sun-woo. She pointed at his face and said, you just made a mess so the demon was awakened, right? If you do that then the new people will be in danger. Sun-woo replied, don't blame everything on me. Captain Kang grabbed Sun-woo's wrist and shouted, it's all your fault, you have to admit your mistakes, don't argue like that. At this time, Mrs. Yu clapped her hands and went to reconcile. Okay, he really has power, because the first time, many people here were scared. However, her face suddenly turned serious. A new person has disappeared, the person mentioned is Maru. He is running away for his life. Speak my mind, this is not good, I can't fight these demons. I have to hide, that's the best way for me to survive. Suddenly, Maru checked his steps. The whole body is covered by a huge shadow, what else? Over here, Mrs. Yu shook her head and said, how could he run away in the face of a demon? He doesn't have the qualifications to be a special civil servant. Captain Kang was thinking again, she thought, but what was that just now? That demon seemed to be intentionally targeting him just now. Mrs. Yu turned on her heel, she said to Captain Kang, hey Chief Kang Cha-na, you go find him. Captain Kang replied, but isn't there something strange? Her face was serious, the demon was dead but the yellow sand dust remained, if that. A large gate emitting yellow sand dust appeared in front of Maru. Why is there a gate here, he wondered. From the golden dust a tall demon stepped out. Too scared, Maru hid behind a bush, covering his mouth tightly. He thought with fear, he had already run but he encountered that thing here again. Looking out, Maru was surprised, there was none. It's gone, but without you knowing it, it appeared right in front of you. Maru thought with fear, after running away, he encountered that thing here again. I looked at Maru and was surprised, no, it was gone. But without him knowing, it appeared right in front of him. Captain Kang's subordinates called out, Captain Kang Cha-na. What's wrong Yusak? Yusak replied, there was a phone call from the office. Alarm level 3 demons appeared, Mrs. Yu was surprised, what, that's impossible, they've never appeared at the same time in the same area. Captain Kang immediately asked, where? In the restricted area. Forbidden area. A hand holding a warning sign. Pull it out and jump straight forward. That's Maru. He was injured and was running away. He shouted loudly, someone save me. Poor guy, his foot tripped on a stone. Fell straight down the cliff. Try to stand up. Maru discovered a residential house in front of him. I found a place to hide, he said, running straight towards the house. In a small room with the door closed. Maru leaned in and gasped, saying, what is that? Surely it couldn't have chased it all the way here, right? He peeked through the door. A tall demon shadow appeared with a screen of sand and dust. Maru was startled and shouted loudly, damn it, it's gone. There were some strange objects floating above the demon's head. There's something that looks like leaves on its head, Maru wondered. Suddenly the door opened, Maru glared out the door. Who is it? An old woman opened the gate and said. Why is there so much fog in the middle of the day? I can't see anything clearly. The old woman waved her hand, it was so blurry that she couldn't see clearly in front of her. The demon heard the noise and turned around, he looked at the old woman with slight excitement. The Maru in the room is extremely impatient, oh, the old woman is in danger, we must help her. But I don't have any ability, what should I do? Think, Maru mumbled. He remembered Yu's words, we can also receive the devil's ability to heal wounds when in the sand mist, that's it. He thought to himself, but in case of a fatal wound, be absolutely careful. Maru held the door handle tightly, he might die, he told himself tremblingly. Compared to dying trying to save the life of a stranger I just met for the first time, it would be better to run away, safety comes first, I must survive. While Maru was struggling with her thoughts in the room, the old woman was still trying to look into the mist. Who was it? The boy Chang Sub. The demon also imitated her words, Chang Sub kid, Chang Sub kid. The old woman stepped forward and gently scolded, really, why didn't she say anything? Now she could see clearly what was in front of her. She fell to the ground in panic, oh what is this? The boy Chang Sub, the demon imitated the old woman's words. He pointed his finger at her. The objects above its head turned to point at the old woman. It snapped its fingers, and arrows immediately shot forward. Pinned to the flesh, blood spurted out. The old woman closed her eyes, waiting for the pain. But it never came. Open my eyes. Before her eyes, Maru had lost all the arrows. He smiled and asked, Grandma, are you okay? The old woman trembled and said, I'm fine but. Young man, before he finished speaking, Maru collapsed. Grandma, run away, you're weak. Maru knelt on the ground and thought, why do I only have first-class demonic powers? I'm as ordinary as myself, no matter where I am, my abilities are important. In the end, because he has no ability, he will die, and he will not be able to save the old woman, his eyesight will gradually fade. Looking at the old woman in front of him, she trembled and reached out to him. Maru thought, I don't want to die, can any of you with the ability come save me? He let out a weak plea, please, please, anyone can save me. At this moment, golden sand converged from all directions to heal Maru's seriously injured arm. Red streaks of blood appeared on his neck, gradually spreading to his face. His heart accelerated, Maru moved slightly, he swallowed, opened his mouth, saliva flowed out like a glutton. Maru has entered a state of starvation like last time. He jumped up, opened his mouth wide and rushed towards the demon. Captain Kang is running quickly. Suddenly she heard something. Turn your head to look toward the sound source. Captain Kang pushed the gate. And saw a shocking scene. Maru hung on the demon's body, and furiously bit and tore at it, blood splattering everywhere. Rookie, what are you doing? Captain Kang asked in shock. The demon was now counterattacking. He grabbed Maru's head and pushed him to the ground. But no harm done. Maru gulped. The demon realized something. It embraces the wound. Captain Kang noticed something unusual, that demon, the place that was bitten by that rookie didn't regenerate. She was surprised, how could this be possible? No, now is not the time to think about that. Captain Kang rushed towards the demon. Flip around and attack it from the top of its head. Captain Kang grabbed an arrow flying above its head and squeezed it hard, blood gushing out. She landed on the ground with a large sword deformed from her hand. The demon roared in pain. It swung its palm at Captain Kang. A series of arrows rushed to attack her. Her eyes sparkled with brutality. Swinging his hand, he deflected the attack towards the demon, causing it to fall into a defensive position. Seizing the opportunity, Captain Kang swung his sword decisively towards the demon. A double blow. The demon did not have time to close his mouth and his body was broken into two pieces. She walked towards the old woman, supported her and asked, Grandma, are you okay? Are you awake yet? The old lady is awake. Sat up and looked around, what happened? Captain Kang calmly explained that it was nothing, it was just a wild boar coming down from the mountain and running away. The old woman angrily scolded, it's a wild boar again, these are all agricultural products. Captain Kang looked at her and thought to himself. Fortunately, when the yellow sand disappeared, the demons also disappeared, she reassured the old woman. Our civil servants will handle it, so don't worry, please go inside, the old woman replied from inside the house. So you guys have worked hard, Captain Kang's face immediately changed. But what is the status of this rookie? She said looking at Maru unconscious on the ground. I've never seen a sky-defying recovery ability like this before. Just then, the severed arm has grown back. Hey, don't you really possess first-class demonic powers? Ah, damn, what? Maru shouted. I start work tomorrow. He looked at the phone and shouted. Remembering the scary demon I had to face. Maru's soul leaves his body. I don't want to go at all, the shock of that day has made me still not recovered, but absolutely not, Maru said firmly. Although it's true that finding a job is urgent, Maru pondered. He decided to stop sleeping first and think about it later. Maru slept peacefully. He gradually sank deeper into a coma. In dreams, images of hundreds and thousands of demons crowded together. A voice said, turn around, come back here. Maru suddenly woke up, sweating profusely. He sat up, breathing heavily. What the hell? Looking at his hands, Maru wondered, why does it keep haunting me? Oh, it's already morning. He looked out the window. I looked outside and it was still dark. Oh what? Maru shouted loudly, Chungjisan Mountain is on fire. Maru looked at the huge fire and thought to herself, surely the fire won't spread here. A strange black shadow stood in the middle of a bright red fire. It was a demon as black as a rock of lava that was about to cool down. A civil servant flew into the sky, carrying water that dripped to the ground like rain. She is using the superpower of a Rakshasa demon. Raindrops fell on the demon's body as if wanting to cool down the heat on its body. Another man sucked in a lot of yellow sand dust, and he immediately sprayed back countless jets of water. The water gradually turned into ice arrows that stuck tightly to the demon's feet. Gradually the demon's whole body froze. The girl asked the boy, "Captain, the demons don't usually appear at night." The captain said impatiently, "Now let's focus on preventing forest fires." The frozen demon was trying to struggle, making a noise that attracted the attention of the two people. From the captain's hand appeared an ice scythe. He said to the girl, "This guy left it to me." Rushing straight towards the giant block of ice. At this time, the demon was also roaring, from its head shooting a ray of black light. A pair of fierce blue eyes appeared. The barbaric sound brought him here as if guiding the demon. It braced itself, all the ice surrounding its body was blown away by it. The captain also rushed forward at the right time, holding his scythe and swinging it high, preparing to attack the demon. The demon also clenched his fist, swinging it at the enemy, continuously repelling the captain. He was pinned against a tree, body exhausted and burned by heat. "Captain," the girl cried out worriedly. The demon crouched down, its back like a volcano waiting to erupt. Immediately, it tensed its body, and lava erupted from its back like a stream. The captain couldn't believe his eyes. Why? Why did it become stronger like that? At Seoul headquarters. Information is being continuously updated. Mrs. Yu asked with a serious face, "What is the current situation?" The whole room was covered in red. All screens show alarm status. Captain Kang reported that 20 raids were taking place on 20 mountains across the country. The appearance of the Rakshasa demon has completely changed. "I remember what I said before, no, that's impossible, I've never seen demons appear one after another at the same time in the same area." She seriously thought, this started last week and not why thing. An employee informed Ms. Yu, the director, that there was an emergency call from headquarters in Busan. "Press the answer button," she said, "head office in Seoul, listen, what's going on?" A man is answering the phone on the other end of the line. "Oh sister. I'm Bae Myung-sik, the person in charge of Busan headquarters now. How are you, when are you coming to Busan?" Mrs. Yu said angrily, "Enough greetings, let's get straight to the point." The man replied, "Well, on Kim Sun Mountain, Busan province, a gate has appeared. It hasn't closed for 3 days now." "What are you wearing?" Mrs. Yu said, her face changed. Director Sik continued, with a murderous groan. A bunch of demons stepped out, each shadow gliding out from the blinding yellow sand. Director Sik asked Mrs. Yu, "I don't understand why the gate doesn't disappear, do you know?" Under the demon's hood was a mouth full of blood. "The Rakshasa demons must be worried about something," the Sikh director said. At this time, the demon was opening his mouth to show off his shiny new porcelain teeth. A demon language interpreter at our butane headquarters said that. The demons were screaming. A short-haired girl standing at the demon's feet was listening to his words. She calmly repeated, "Bringing him back here." Mrs. Yu also heard it. She wondered, "Bring him back here, who is he?" The hooded demon seemed to be dancing in the moonlight, showing off its sharp body. It tiptoed to the ground. Sik told Mrs. Yu, "I don't know about that either. Anyway, I think that person should come here, those special civil servants look so small when standing before the devil." Press the shutdown button. Mrs. Yu is still in shock. A helicopter is flying over the top of the wild mountains. A man with long black hair answered the phone. "What's going on?" He said. The person on the other end of the line replied, "The situation on Kim Tin Mountain in Busan is not good right now." "Oh, I know." The black-haired guy calmly replied, "I'll deal with them and call you back later." "This guy is quite handsome, it seems like he saw the target," he whispered, "There it is." Then let go and jump from the helicopter. Like a star landing on Earth. The guy landed in a posture full of charm. His eyes and face changed when his body came into contact with the thick yellow sand and dust. Suddenly his whole body flew up again. Reversing space, he flew into the air. His feet lightly touched the roof of the gate. Landing lightly on the black tiles of the Devil's Gate, standing in the moonlight with a melancholy body, I thought it was a male version of Jenny. A female civil servant noticed the guy's appearance. "Ha, who is that? He suddenly appeared here." She waved and said, "Hello, It's very dangerous here. The red scarf demon followed the civil servant's voice and also returned. He gave a sinister smile like my best friend when he saw a handsome guy. It jumped up into the air, stretched out its legs from behind the girl and flew down. Notice something unusual. The girl immediately turned around and looked back. The demon looked like a giant ballet dancer posing right where the girl was standing just now, his sharp toes digging deep down. A pair of hands raised into the air, gently opening a black crack. The crack gradually gets bigger with traction. And opened at the back of the demon's head, a tear in space. Unbeknownst to the demon, the young man put his hand into the crack. With a jerk, blood flowed out, along with the demon's head wrapped in a red scarf. Its neck was severed. Its body collapsed, blood pouring out like a stream, while the boy still stood there, holding his head like a trophy. Everyone was surprised. The young man landed on the ground and had a hard time greeting everyone. He waved his hand and smiled and said, "From now on I will take care of this, everyone can rest, he's handsome and good-natured, who wouldn't love him?" The girl patted her captain and asked softly, "Who is that captain?" He replied pompously, she was new so she probably didn't know him. He was the first person in the Gold Dust investigation team to have super demonic powers. The guy is now starting the engine. He placed a hand on the ground, immediately the space seemed to melt, then, at the end of the day, he said, the captain was still talking endlessly about his background. That was the director Jong Ji-do, the person with the strongest superpower of Rakshasas at the present time. From Director Do's hands, countless rays of purple light shot out. Shoot quickly forward. It flashed like lightning. From a source straight up into the sky. Shoot quickly forward. It flashed like lightning. Black lightning flew straight into the sky and surrounded the mountain. Below everyone was looking up. One person asked, "What are those black cracks?" The captain replied to her, "This is the first time I've seen it, I heard he has super space powers." The girl asked further, "Is that the strongest superpower?" Director Do looked at the black cracks in front of him. He reached out and tore the crack wider. Over here at Tonkei Mountain in Seoul, the fire is still burning fiercely. Any water that touches the fire demon's body also evaporates. The captain here is exhausted. Is it really over? Behind him the girl was unconscious. "Let's run, you wake up quickly," he said. At this moment, the demon suddenly launched an attack. His brother used all his strength to create a water shield to block the attack. The demon pushed forward, his body began to crack. He was unable to stand. Shattered and the demon's fist impacted directly on the captain, sending him flying away. Damn, he thought to himself. Could it be that if he kept this oath he would die, but the punch he was afraid of did not come. Opening my eyes, a space crack appeared before me. Director Do grabbed the demon's head, pulled it back and then pushed it away. The demon gritted his teeth. The director calmly looked at it. He said, "So let's deal with the next thing now. Stretch your arms forward." The director calmly used teleportation on all cracks. At Snow Mountain Music in Gangwon-do. A civil servant is being trampled by a demon. It reached out and poked its finger straight into the civil servant's body. But soon after, the space rift opened. Pull the demon back in. These same things happened at Peerless Mountain in Gwangju. Han Noa Mountain in Jeju Island. One by one, the demons were pulled through the space crack to Director Do's place. Then these cracks gradually close and disappear. At the Seoul headquarters, the staff informed Ms. Yu, the director, that besides Busan, the golden sand in other places had disappeared. Mrs. Yu replied with a sigh of relief, "No need to worry, it shows that he has already arrived in Busan." Director Do coldly and handsomely glanced around. Dozens of demons stood in a circle around him. He took off his jacket to reveal two muscular arms, gathered here. "So let's start," he said, smiling slightly. Without saying much, the demons began to roar and attack him. Director Do is still very calm. He pointed towards one of them. "Make an incision creating a crack." The director calmly drew a circle of cracks around the demons. Immediately after, each head flew into the air. Everyone gasped in surprise. "What? I have never seen such terrible power." The remaining fire demons seemed to be frightened by the scene just now. Director Do walked over and looked closely at it. I called, "The interpreter, come here quickly." He grabbed the demon's head and said, "Why have you guys been rushing out like this for a week now?" The interpreter conveys the demon's words, "To bring him back." "Who is he?" Director Du asked. Who is it? The demon mimicked his words. The interpreter shrugged and replied, other than bringing him back, they only repeated our words. Then there is no other way, said Director Du. I just have to kill all of you. His eyes sparkled with murderous intent. The demon looked like a lump of meat. Now then, we'll deal with that gate. He walked towards the foggy gate and repeated the previous action. But this time, a large crack shot out, rushed towards the gate and swallowed it whole. The captain looked at this scene and covered his mouth in surprise and said, "What?" The employee next to him sobbed in praise. "Ah, he's so cool, it's so reassuring to have him as a leader. I heard he was around 50 years old, but looking at his appearance, he didn't look like him. Look at the gate that disappeared." Director Du closes the space rift. There is no longer a grain of golden sand in front of me. Is that a space superpower? The next morning at Seoul headquarters. Mrs. Yu opened the door and walked in. "Are you back? What's wrong with the gate?" Director Du changed into a standard executive suit. He gently tied the tie and replied, "I put it in my dark space." Ms. Yu was startled. "Oh, even if I die, I don't want to go in there." Director Du leaned back in his chair. "I'm so tired," he lamented. Mrs. Yu teased, "You're pretending again, normally you can handle everything." Director Du glanced at him and said, "I alone have my limits, running an entire organization is very difficult." Mrs. Yu pressed the remote to open the screen and said, "This is the information you requested." A series of faces appeared on the screen. Mrs. Yu asked, "But why do you need this new soldier's information?" Director Du calmly replied that the demons were looking for someone. Scroll through a series of faces. His eyes stopped on Maru's face. "I wanted to know why." The scene in Maru's dream appeared again. The demons were gathering together. They looked up to see a naked female body, a giant body. She had long black hair. Her emerald eyes opened wide. She said, "Bring him back here, I need him." At the new employee orientation center, Maru changed into a neat suit. He said, "Finally here." Recalling the image of the old mother wiping her tears and saying, her son had successfully become a government servant. "Now, even if I die, I won't have any regrets," Maru thought. "When I see my mother crying like that, I feel extremely happy. But will I be able to work here well and successfully?" The guy who called Maru unconscious the other day was the one who welcomed him. Today he was wearing a green shirt and asked Maru with his face, "Are you here yet?" "Why did you come here?" "I don't need a deserter like you to come here." Maru covered his nose. "Does it smell like alcohol?" he asked. Blue shirt waved hello. "Oh, you're here too." A person wearing a suit came. "Captain." His face was scary. "Why wasn't I assigned to Seoul headquarters but was assigned to Kangwa headquarters because of this?" The captain smiled cunningly and replied, "How could I know that? I don't think someone with a powerful demon like you would do that. And do you have any objections to that, Captain?" Sun-woo shouted angrily. The captain calmed him down. "After all, you came here and welcome you to join the group." Maru looked nervously at the door. He thought, "It's finally time. I wonder what's inside." The door opened a crack. Inside is a horrifying scene of bloody carnage. Maru was stunned. "Hey Han Maru, why don't you come in here?" Blue shirt called. Turns out it was just Maru's imagination. Inside was just a normal civil servant office. Everyone was busy doing their own work. He scratched his head and thought, it looks a lot different here than what I thought." The guy in the blue shirt lazily said, "I need to introduce myself a bit. I'm the Captain Go Deok man here." He's 41 years old and has been a special civil servant for 12 years. He pointed to the silver-haired girl wearing glasses and said that she was a civil servant UG1, 36 years old, 7 years of experience. The gentleman wearing glasses is a civil servant Kim I-park, 51 years old and 7 years of experience. The guy with blue and pink hair is a 21-year-old male civil servant, Yoo Hyuk, with 1 year of experience. Captain Go waved his hand and said to the two new recruits, "Okay, so from now on you two find out more about the situation here." Maru was stunned. He thought to himself, "What captain is so irresponsible? This is my first time working here. I don't know what work needs to be done." Maru came to his seat. He nervously looked at the opposite table and thought to himself, "It seemed like he was going to work for the first time like me." He looked quite nervous, so I thought I had a friend who had a difficult start like me. "First, we need to get acquainted so we can rely on them later." Maru waved and smiled at Sun-woo. "Hello." But Sun-woo was not happy in his heart and could not see Maru's good intentions. He said with a dark face, "What are you laughing at, bastard?" Maru sprayed glue stiffly. He thought, I didn't think he could be that crazy. Sun Wu's whole body darkly hung his head as he said, he couldn't believe how someone as good as him could be assigned to such a low base like this, while Maru was thinking, why do I have these crazy teammates? Sun Wu turned to the ombre-headed civil servant and said, let me ask you something. Why? He replied coldly. How does Kangwa-do team work? He took off his headphones. Pointing coolly and replied, our special team of civil servants came out. There are 13 headquarters in cities across the country, each team is responsible for an assigned area. Those with demonic powers of level 7 or higher are assigned to important tasks in areas with a high density of demons. In less important areas like ours where the level of demons appearing is low, people will work less and be more at ease. In general, this place is for incompetent employees, he said, turning his chair. I see, Maru replied, this is the reason why I was assigned to this place, he thought to himself. But, don't these people just sit around and have no real power at all, the ombre hair added, but hey, don't think that there are all useless people here, many people have high demon powers but they still voluntarily come here to do it. Maru was speechless and asked, voluntarily, who is that? The two people turned to look at the same time. A billion sexy bodies walked in holding a towel to dry their hair. Maru and she met each other's eyes. Civil servant G1 shouted loudly, employee Kang Cha Na, after the night shift, go home and take a shower before coming here. Captain Kang didn't pay attention and said, what's the point of going home, I'll do it here and I'll be dead tired when I get back. Look at the two people chatting opposite. She thought to herself, has that new person come here already? So after waking up, he doesn't remember anything. What? Maru shouted as if she had just heard some shocking news. In the future, you will receive a life allowance here. Maru thought to himself, if you bet your life on demons, you also need to have many guaranteed benefits. The ombre head added, of course, the life allowance for dangerous jobs like this will be 5 times the salary. Maru froze. 5 times, he thought with a blush, such a salary could be up to millions of won. Okay, it's okay to know that, it's too much and there's nothing to do. Now let's get to work, the male civil servant put on his headphones and said to Maru. Maru silently scolded him in his head, asking a few questions but it seemed like he was bothering him already. Now I just have to sit here and wait for the alarm to go off. As time passed, Maru was now sipping a cup of tea, he thought with satisfaction, he really didn't think. Working here is so comfortable, and the salary is millions of won. Captain Go stretched his arms and yawned, oh. Okay, prepare to rest. Newbie, how did you feel on your first day working here? Sun Wu still didn't feel happy in his heart, he replied with a dark face, nothing. Suddenly Maru raised her hand and said, oh, I have a question. What are demons and where do they come from? The wood captain scratched his head and said, come on, no one knows exactly about that. The male civil servant stood up to continue, simply understanding that they were rioting and we needed to destroy them. Maru thought to himself, so they don't care about their origin, but it's true that what needs to be done is to destroy and harm the people, I've thought too much. Maru looked at the people arguing in front of him and thought, many people don't know about the existence of demons but they still live and work well, I am a special civil servant who needs to do my job well first. The male civil servant urged Maru, hurry up, he thought to himself, this place is really fun. Dark night at Seoul headquarters. Mrs. Yu is taking the elevator down to a secret floor. Walking outside, Director Du was standing in front of a strange machine. What's up? He asked. The frequency of demons appearing has become more stable, Ms. Yu said. Director Du pressed his hand on the machine. Inside was yellow sand dust. He asked, have we found out the reason why they suddenly appear more often? Mrs. Yu replied with a gloomy face, isn't the reason why they appear more because that day is about to come? Behind the glass, is a body chained with all hands and feet lying, Director Du said, the situation is a bit unpredictable. But please make sure the captains in the areas are prepared, right now the situation is quite chaotic and those responsible need to pay attention to the situation and be ready to deal with any adverse developments at any time. What? Maru shouted. That day is about to come. The whole group from earlier had now settled down in the barbecue restaurant. G1 made a determined gesture and said, even if we come, we still have to enjoy life, shouldn't we worry to death? Maru turned to Go Deok Man and asked, what was that day, Captain? He chewed the meat gently and said to Maru, well, he said that when that day comes, many demons will appear and low-density areas will also need more work, people with high-level specialties have predicted that. In Maru's mind, the image of hundreds of thousands of ferocious demons rushing to attack appeared in Maru's mind. He thought nervously, does that mean that when that day comes, demons will appear in unfathomable numbers, and then he will die? Captain Go was drunk, he made a shushing gesture and said, this is a secret. G1 was also a little drunk, she raised her glass and said, okay, just drink whatever you have. Civil servant Kim silently sipped his beer. While the male civil servant looked at his phone and thought he wanted to go home to sleep, team leader Kang chewed the meat skewer and said, okay, just drink a little and go to work tomorrow. Sun Woo Guy put his face down on the table and groaned, why was I transferred here? Maru angrily shouted, Captain, I've had enough. He said impatiently, why isn't everyone worried about this place? In a remote, desolate mountain area, a ray of golden light flashed in the night sky like a star. That gate appeared again, emitting a misty miasma. 4 claws appear. Gradually, countless clawed tentacles rushed out. A head appeared. The phone rings a red alarm. Startled everyone. G1 spoke first, so the demons have already appeared, the alarm bells are already ringing, I didn't think they would appear at this time. Kang Cha-na stood up, took off his apron and said, let's leave it at night. Sun Woo blushed, not sure if it was because he was drunk or because of Captain Kang's body, he said, let me go with the senior. But Captain Kang hates it, no way. Let Han Maru come with me, make Maru choke on the water. The car rolls on the road. In the car, Maru thought, does that mean there will be a lot of demons appearing in the near future? It's true that I've just started working and I'm already in this difficult situation, I'm thinking I'll just sit back and get paid. Suddenly Captain Kang called, civil servant Han Maru, yes. Don't think about what the captain said anymore. Maru replied with a pale face, but how could I not have thought of that? Captain Kang calmly said, their superiors already have a solution for those things, there are too many good people at headquarters, they will handle it just fine. Showing off his murderous face, Captain Kang continued, we just need to work and stay here, don't think too much, just focus on killing all the demons that appear here. Looking at Kang Cha-na's aura, Maru thought to himself, it sounds right, but I'm still scared. Kang Cha-na added, you have special abilities that are different from other people, so I look forward to your performance. Being praised by his senior made Maru's face turn red, he thought, isn't that special, it's the first time I've been praised like that by someone else. Remembering when Maru attacked the demon, Kang Sr. said, I've never seen a person with demonic powers like you before. My demonic power? Maru wondered. Remembering the pot-bellied demon, he thought, so the demon I defeated before was thanks to that special demonic power. He asked Senior Kag, so what exactly is my demonic power? Captain Kang smiled lightly and replied, his demonic powers are mortal, to put it simply, he literally kills and eats demons. Maru feels terrible. Is that my demonic power? He confirmed. An ugly demon opened its mouth and screamed. A wooden stick poked straight into his mouth. Twist your tongue and shut your mouth. The person who poked the stick was Kang Cha-na. Maru pointed at the demon and said, now I will eat this one too. Kang Cha-na happily replied, that's right, if you eat them, they won't be able to recover. So you should try eating it, Maru feels cold. He thought, okay, if I can do that then it won't be recoverable, with a special ability like this I need to maximize my strengths. He reassured himself, now think of it as simply an octopus and just eat it. Maru made up his mind, okay, let's eat. Maru took a bite and immediately released it. Captain Kang looked at him speechless, hey, I told you to eat it, why did you do that? But it was too disgusting to eat. Captain Kang urged, hurry up, Maru could only say yes. The next morning at the office. Maru collapsed on the table, literally dying. Sun Woo at the opposite table stood up to talk, hey newbie, how did you feel when you went to the scene to confront the demons? You looked like you were about to die. Maru replied uncomfortably, what I do has nothing to do with you. Sun Woo is also angry with himself, yes, because of a weak person like you I'm sitting at home, someone with ability like me has to sit at home, what do you think? He pointed at Maru and said, public servant Kang, she seems to be giving you priority, that's why I'm angry, you understand. He turned on his heel and cursed, what a loser, Maru replied angrily, don't talk too much. He gritted his teeth and thought, but what he said was true, I'm quite a failure, I'm bad at everything. Suddenly the alarm bell rang. Kang's civil servant jumped up and called, Han Maru. The chair was empty. In the men's restroom. Maru held her head sadly, oh. I need to calm down, But when I think about having to eat those demons, I can't do it. I think I'm so tired. If it's like that every day, I can't stand it anymore. I walk out of the bathroom in a state of trembling. He encountered Captain Kang. She questioned, "Hey, where are you going?" Maru was startled. "Oh my god. You hid in the bathroom, right?" Maru explained, "It was because I ate too much yesterday and had indigestion. My stomach was a bit unwell." Captain Kang sighed and said, "I think this job doesn't seem to suit you. Even though they have demonic powers, many people do not become special civil servants. Those people will live like ordinary people but must be supervised by the Special Civil Servant Council." Maru was surprised. "What a supervisor, that doesn't seem right." Captain Kang crossed his arms and replied, "It's better to be fine than to be weak and die on duty. He thinks which is better, living under supervision or dying. The more important problem is that if your weakness leads to the mission failing, then many people will die because of you, not just you." Captain Kang continued, "So if you think you can't do this job, then proactively quit." She walked up to him and said, "Since you're here, I'm telling the truth. If it wasn't for you, more capable people would have been sent in." Maru was tense. He stood there stiffly after hearing Captain Kang's words. In the office, Captain Go asked loudly, "Han Maru, where are you?" Where was he running off to at work time? Looking at the empty space in front of Kang Cha-na, he was a bit thoughtful. On a bridge across the river. Han Maru was stretching. He said, "It's true that putting away that nonsense ego will lead to a peaceful life. Like she said, I just need to be supervised to be able to live my whole life. That's better than dying. Okay, now call my mom and tell me I've quit my job. Anyway, that day is coming soon. When there will be more demons, it will be difficult for me to live." His mother picked up the phone and Maru said, "Mom, I have something to tell you." "Where are you busy?" On the other side, Maru's mother replied, "I'm at Inwang Mountain." Maru scratched his head helplessly and said, "Mom, don't go to the mountains, that place is very dangerous as I told you." His mother replied with a gloomy face, "What are you talking about? The signal here is weak and can't be heard clearly." "Oh, why is there so much yellow sand and dust on this mountain?" "What?" Maru panicked. He looked at his phone, it was disconnected. He was tense. His mother said there was golden sand there. "Over here, the action team at Inwang Mountain is dividing up tasks. Be careful, there's a level 5 ghost appearing there." The captain saw an employee who was stunned. He came and patted my shoulder and asked, "How are you, newbie?" Following his vision, he saw a large figure squatting on a tree. It holds a human arm. Sharp teeth devouring the arm. It's a demon. Maru quickly ran away. "No, Mom." The new recruit trembled with fear. He said, "That's impossible." Looking at his teammates falling in front of him, he was just a level 5 demon. The demon was biting the captain's body. He secretly thought that this way, the civil servant team at Inwang Mountain would be destroyed. The team leader told him that the rescue team would be too late. "Rookie, please go call for support from Seoul headquarters. Hurry up." The captain uses an auxiliary clone to stop the demon. The rookie has to run away. "Yes, Captain, I know." Outside the restricted area. At the phone booth. While dialing the number, the employee thought, "Inside these streams of yellow sand, it is impossible to call a cell phone, so we need to use this phone booth." At Seoul headquarters. "Mrs. Yu directed, the mountain discovery team in Inwang has called us asking us to assist them." Pointing to the map, she said, "If the demons moved from the yellow code area and the money to the blue code area, civilians could be in danger. Therefore we need to quickly come to their aid, imagining the streets are inherently peaceful. Now flooded in a sea of blood." Mrs. Yu directed, "There's no more time. Everyone go there and help quickly." A taxi sped along the road. Arriving there, Maru quickly ran down and said, "Thank you" to the driver and then immediately ran inside. The road up the mountain was temporarily blocked. Many people gathered around that sign. Maru observed him and thought to himself that he didn't see his mother here. So that means Mom is still stuck in the mountain. He ran to ask the employee, "Hey, can I come over for a moment? My mother is stuck in that mountain." The staff shook their heads and waved their hands. "It's not possible. The current situation is very dangerous. No one can come here. There are dangerous wild animals here." Maru silently cursed what kind of animal there was. That monster was really dead. He ran away while people weren't paying attention. Maru climbed the mountain. He thought to himself, "Mother, please wait for me to come safely." On the misty yellow sand mountain. What should I do now? Because the yellow sand blocked the way so I couldn't see ahead, my mother Maru's companion had injured her leg. Examining your wound, she turned away. Said, okay, I can carry Yubin's mother with anything, which made Yubin's mother extremely touched. Suddenly she saw a strange figure ahead, it seemed like there was someone ahead. Looking closer, the shadow gradually revealed itself to be a hand. She was surprised, that is. Maru, you called, Mom. She was extremely worried and asked, what are you doing up there, and why did you come here? Maru picked up the phone and explained, I saw you on Facebook and then I came here. His mother asked, but how can I get down there now? Be careful when you fall there. Below the two mothers were chatting, Yubin's mother asked, is he your son who passed the civil service exam? Maru's mother proudly replied, that's right, so the job is settled, now all he needs to do is get married, but it seems he hasn't found a girl he likes. Maru shouted impatiently, Mom, be careful, now is not the time to talk about such things, Mom, quickly get down the mountain before someone appears. Suddenly Maru realized something. He looked up, the devil had come. Maru was extremely nervous, he thought to himself, what to do now? The situation is too dangerous. Before, I had never faced such an aggressive demon. How can a weak person like me save Mom? Maru was nervous. His whole body shook, his mother was extremely worried, hey, what's wrong? Be careful when you fall down. Be careful, Maru. The loud scream attracted the demon's attention. It turned around and started to attack his mother. She was still unaware. Maru was tense, he quickly rushed down. Slipping on the cliff, Maru thought to himself, oh no, it seems like it's too late. The demon opened its sharp mouth and rushed to attack his mother. Maru was so worried that blood came out of his nose. Suddenly something shot towards the demon. It was injured and fell to the ground. Maru was also surprised. Several knives appeared on its back, he silently wondered, where did the dagger appear and stick into the demon's body? His mother also suddenly asked, what is that on your head? Startled, he looked up. The knife hovered above his head for 4 years, making him panic. Why are there so many knives on my head? Suddenly Maru realized, this seems to be the ability that the demon used at that time. The back of Maru's shirt was torn. From his back grows a small horn. Maru tries to control a knife above his head. He thought to himself, how can I use that demon's ability? Remembering you biting its neck, I only knew that if I had the skill to eat monsters, they wouldn't be able to regenerate. Maybe at that time I had absorbed the demon's powers. Maru made a defensive move, he thought to himself, if I can use this ability as I want, I will defeat the demon. It seems like after being hit by a few knives it has weakened, but I don't understand why demons appear on this Inwang mountain. Outside the phone booth where the rookie was shaking, a pair of leather shoes walked over. The person spoke up, are you okay? We are employees from the Seoul headquarters, if there's anything, please calm down. 2 tall, muscular men walked over. The guy with the short hair asked him, what kind of power does that demon have, where is your team? The rookie said tremblingly, that demon was quite strong, it destroyed my entire team. Bald head resting his chin and thought, what's wrong with the whole team, and it seems like your captain has a level 7 ability, why did you lose to him? There's nothing special about having a 5th order ghost, said the short-haired guy, who came closer. Mirror, on the demon's head there is a small piece of mirror. Maru said, it seemed like there was something sparkling in front of it. I just saw the demon's body suddenly mutate. Countless knives sprouted from its body. This is a mirror demon, this demon can imitate the abilities of special agents. Maru was stunned. Countless knives were thrown at him. Pinned on Maru's body, causing him to vomit blood. Blood flowed down Maru's face. So it uses the same demonic power as me, did it copy my skills? Maru Tham silently assessed. The demon stood up and the mirror on his face reflected Maru's image. He suppressed the pain and grabbed the knife tightly, pulling it out of his face. Is a mirror demon, Maru confirmed. It has the ability to imitate opponents, each knife on his body is removed. Maru raised his hand to make a heart-shot sign. The demon also imitated. It makes Maru shiver, it's so scary to look at. He turned to his mother who was injured, Mother Yubin asked, Mother Maru, are you okay? He quickly ran over, Mom, are you okay? Her knee was torn apart, he thought to himself, normally people's injuries in this yellow sand would never be able to recover. His mother said worriedly, you're bleeding, be careful. Maru proudly lifted up her shirt to show off her six-pack abs. It's okay mom, I'm not hurt, I just need to protect her, there's no one here to help her. Mr. Determined looked at the demon and thought to himself, no matter what method I have to use, I must defeat that monster. He told his mother, please run away quickly, if anything, leave it to me. What? His mother said. Maru turned around and smiled at her mother, I am a special civil servant who protects the people, mother. I'll come back later, you leave. Sprinted towards the demon. Hug its waist. Both of them screamed. Pulled each other down into the abyss. Maru, your mother cried out in panic. The two people were nowhere to be seen. Below the brink, Maru regains consciousness after the concussion. He looked at the monster lying flat below and thought to himself, I have to lead this monster away from my mother. If it were still here, it would probably harm my mother. We need to wait for the rescue team to arrive. I'm here to help. What is it? They both said in unison. In front of them were countless mirror demons crawling. The demons are exactly the same. The short-haired guy wondered how they could be so similar. Bald Hair calmly said, it looks like they are mirror demons, so they have the ability to split themselves there. The demons growled and wanted to attack the two people. Okay, the main thing now is to know what their essence is so that they can act. Just remove their essence and they will be destroyed immediately. He said, guess what to do, just rush in and destroy them all. He jumped up and rushed into the crowd of demons and punched the ground, causing the demons to fly out. Bald Hair shook his head in frustration. It was true that he acted without thinking at all. He thought to himself, looking at it, there was no one of them in there, so I wonder where that monster is. That monster is at Maru's place, it keeps opening its mouth and inhaling yellow sand to gain more energy. It also grows a knife from its head like Maru. He said to himself, that bastard recovered so quickly. Maru, you're injured, the monster imitated his mother's words. Maru is angry, you bastard, don't repeat my mother's words like that. Along with that, countless knives were thrown at the demon but they all missed. Maru was disappointed, he missed throwing the knife. The monster also did the same. It took a control knife and launched it straight at Maru. The knife stuck in his shoulder. Maru gritted his teeth and shouted, but this time it hit him, he launched himself again. This time the knife stabbed straight into the demon's shoulder. Maru is happy, are you dead yet? The demon also calmly pulled out the knife. Yellow sand quickly filled the wound. Maru thought to himself, but it's a demon race so recovery is too fast, it's difficult. At that time, Ms. Kang Cha-na spoke, he remembered Kang Cha-na's words. Didn't you hear what I said? Kang Cha-na propped her hands up and looked at Maru who was lying paralyzed on the ground. He said, ruffling his hair, it seems like I'm not in good physical condition, fighting monsters is too difficult. Kang Cha-na reached out his hand. Maru grabbed it, she told him, because he was afraid that's why he gave the monsters a chance. In yellow sand, we recover faster from injuries. Maru countered, saying that, it hurts wherever it is injured, if I don't let them recover then I have to eat them, but thinking about that. The words angered Na's father. Maru realized he quickly said, I'm sorry, I'll try not to complain anymore. He asked, but is there any other way to defeat those demons? Kang Cha-na stroked her lips, she told him that she needed to cut its throat so it wouldn't create any more golden sand. But to be honest, he only has the ability to support people and doesn't have enough damage to confront the demons, making Maru extremely disappointed. In return, your recovery ability is quite good, she praised you. So when fighting demons, don't be too afraid, the encouragement makes Maru more confident. He thought to himself, that's right, I have a pretty good recovery ability, so there's no need to be afraid of it. Thanks to the ability to copy skills, I now have damage. But because I'm new to knife throwing skills, my accuracy is not very high. I need to pay more attention, he gritted his teeth. The demon continued to repeat his mother's words, what's wrong, Maru? Now this is the only way. Maru held the knife tightly in his hand. He threw the knife down at the demon. But it can be avoided. At the same time, Maru held a knife and flew straight down to the demon. If you can't throw a knife accurately, just jump and stab it directly. At the same time, Maru held a knife and flew straight down to the demon. Maru swung straight down at the monster. In his heart he silently triumphed, he won. However, his blade was blocked by the monster with its teeth. Maru was stunned. Ha, it blocked my fatal blow. The demon reached out and squeezed Maru's neck. Both he and it were hanging on the cliff. The demon continued to parody, Cough Maru at why, Maru. He clenched his fist to pull straight. Pulled his whole body and it flew up. Then slammed Maru straight to the ground. Maru couldn't breathe and had to use his devouring ability. There was no time left, let's act quickly. The glass on the demon's face reflected Maru's silhouette. It bit his neck. Maru screamed in pain. He reached behind his back and grabbed the knife. Pulled out forcefully and slashed the demon's neck, forcing it to release. Having escaped, Maru gasped. But the demon still didn't do anything. And Maru felt dizzy. What is that? He saw the image blur, the blood kept flowing, it could not be recovered. Maru collapsed to the ground. Could it be that this monster can also copy my devouring ability? Vision gradually blurred, Maru looked at the blood flowing nonstop. He thought, how long could he last after losing this much blood? There's no time left. If I fall, what will happen? Wake up, someone calls Maru. It was Kang Cha-na. Back when he went up the mountain to fight with her, Kang Cha-na asked him, "This is the first time you fainted?" Maru awkwardly tried to sit up. He explained, "No, it was because I had an anxiety disorder and couldn't control it. I felt tight in my chest and had difficulty breathing, as if I was about to die." Kang Cha-na shouted loudly, "So he had to get over it even more. If you don't get over it, that feeling of dying will come true. Think of me as the last line of defense and fight." Maru thought to himself that if I collapsed, Mother would be in danger. Above, his mother kept calling Maru, "Maru, Maru, my child." Below the cliff, Maru tried to seal the wound. He grabbed the knife tightly. The piece of glass on the demon's face reflected a flash of light. It seemed like Kang Cha-na was telling him, even if he died, he had to destroy that mirror demon. Maru stood up and bit his lip. Roared and rushed straight towards the mirror demon. It also rushed towards him. Its hand holds a knife. Stabbed straight into Maru's side. Causing him immense pain. Maru threw his knife into the sky. The demon looked up and asked him, "Why, Maru?" Without paying attention, he hugged its body tightly with both hands. Maru roared. The knife just now bounced back at his will. Countless blades rushed straight towards the two people. Piercing through the demon's body. Causing it to scream in pain. The blade also pierced Maru's body. He tried his best to endure. Blue veins appeared on his face, one of the demon's arms was torn off. Another blade flew and cut off the demon's head. Its head rolled on the ground. Maru gasped, letting go of the demon's body. He fell to the ground. He won. Maru lay exhausted on the ground. On this side, the demon corpses are also gradually disappearing. The demons are disappearing. Have we already destroyed its essence? The bald guy replied no, the body had been destroyed elsewhere. Who killed its main body, he wondered. Maru thought to himself that this demon was dead, so his wound was healing. Luckily, he mumbled, but this time I really almost died. Now let's go home with Mom. Mom must be very worried. Suddenly a memory appeared that made Maru stunned. Behind him, a shadow as dark as a ghost. "Eat," that person pointed at him and said. Maru wondered why the forgotten memories came back. "Dad, why did you keep forcing me to eat that thing, after all?" He looked at the demon's body, thinking to himself, but that mirror demon is really strong, its ability is very strange. Then he made up his mind, devour it, I can absorb its power. Maru remembered what the captain had said, within a year, the demons would pour down like rain, that was the prophecy of a civil servant with the power of foresight. When that day comes, to protect his mother, he must be stronger, he told himself. He sat down next to the demon's body. Well then, Maru held up its arm. He started eating. After finishing eating, Maru's eyes flashed with a scary yellow light. He determined that from now on, he would definitely eat any strong demon he encountered. At Seoul Forestry University Hospital. Maru's mother shouted, "They said she fainted on the mountain." "I don't remember anything," she told her son. Maru asked with a sigh of relief, "Mom really doesn't remember anything." He thought to himself how lucky. Recalling the scene where the demon attacked his mother, he felt relieved. Mom doesn't remember what happened on the mountain. Maru opened his phone and showed his mother the news page. Here it is. "Mom, I told you not to go up the mountain from now on." His mother said sadly, "But she said she saw someone who looked like your father on the mountain, so she went up there." Maru thought to himself, thinking about it, his father also disappeared in the mountains. Could it be because of Rakshasa? Remember when I was a child on the mountain, little Maru was looking at something. A drop of blood dripped down his face. More blood dripped down, a man vomited blood. A huge demon was munching on a man's body. That memory made Maru pale in fear. He thought to himself, what was that just now, that strange memory? Maru, his mother's call woke him up. His mother asked him why he looked so pale. Lately, you're so tired, aren't you? It's been so hard at work. Maru restored his state and told his mother, it's okay, don't worry, I think I've adapted to the job. At headquarters, G1 shouted angrily, Specialist Han Maru. Maru was startled, how did he know my name? He stammered saying good morning. G1 was annoyed, good morning, where did you go yesterday without saying a word? Sunwoo scoffed, obviously too scared to run away. Maru bowed his head in apology. Suddenly Kang Cha-na stood up and said, oh, I forgot to mention that I didn't feel well, so I told him to go home. Maru was startled and looked at his father. The two looked at each other. G1 scratched his head and asked, what are you joking about? Is there anything else you don't remember? Cha-na said, I'm sorry. G1 was extremely upset, I'm sorry and that's the end of the matter, it's not working, I've supported you with all my heart. Kang Cha-na countered that I've never been supported by anyone. Suddenly the alarm sounded. Kang Cha-na took her shirt, level 2 is coming back this trip, and continued, she stood up. I'm going too. Maru slammed the table and stood up, making the whole office extremely surprised. On the mountain, Cha-na, Maru and male civil servants climbed the mountain together. He told her, hey, I'm sorry just now, you were unfairly scolded because of me. Dad didn't pay attention to what he said, because I was harsh so he left. But why did you come back? Maru told her, because I was ready to fight. Making Kang Cha-na a bit surprised. In the yellow sand a giant figure walked forward. All three of them were tense. A pot-bellied demon. It twisted its body to talk and fight. Kang Cha-na tells everyone, don't think level 2 is easy to deal with. The whole Inwang team was full of experienced people and yet they were destroyed by a level 5 raccoon. Are you surprised, Maru? It's the raccoon that I defeated yesterday, he thought to himself. The male civil servant continued, but luckily the Soul team arrived in time to deal with it. I heard that it was a group of monsters full of people with abilities level 7 or higher, it was terrible. Maru was extremely dissatisfied. He thought to himself, I worked really hard to destroy it. Because I left voluntarily, I didn't dare say a word, I wanted to be recognized by everyone. Kang Cha-na's voice interrupted his thoughts, what is that Rakshasa doing? Why does he keep rubbing his armpit like that? Maru stepped forward and held out his hand to stop the two. The two of them moved away a bit so I could handle it, making the male civil servant and the father extremely surprised. He asked, you are level 1, how can you defeat level 2 Rakshasa? Maru pointed to himself and said confidently, it's me. He came in front of the fat lizard. He stroked his hair to reveal a mirror shard that resembled the demon's ability to reflect and activate. Maru thought to himself that it was finally time to show off. After defeating the Rakshasa on Mount Inwang I had become a lot stronger and was no longer a useless person in the team. Maru also raised his hand and started rubbing his armpit, a rotten smell began to come out. The raccoon smelled excitedly and shouted loudly, it was me. It swung its arms so hard that the stench emitted made Maru want to vomit, it was terrible. Can't lose to Maru's determination. Move and attack, Maru shouted loudly and punched the lizard repeatedly in the stomach. The foul smell caused the male civil servant to cover his nose. He commented that this rat's ability is armpit odor and is truly a biological weapon. Looking at Kang Cha-na, his whole body wobbled and was about to fall. The male civil servant quickly caught him, he shook him, called him, calm down, someone like you who was about to reach level 7 fainted when he smelled the bad smell. Looking at his two teammates who were about to get sick, Maru silently resolved. If not, the whole team will be destroyed and have to be stronger. Tears filled his eyes and he shouted loudly, don't underestimate me, I'm much faster than you. He waved his hands continuously, tears and nose running out. Two people are competing to see who smells worse. Maru thought to himself, putting all his strength into attacking. A wave of foul-smelling gas flew up and hit the demon straight in the face. He inhaled and fell to the ground. Maru turned back to look at his two teammates and said, we won. But it seemed like the two of them were not at all happy about his victory. On the bank of the stream, the three were trying to wash away the bad smell. Kang Cha-na looked at Maru. She asked, Do you mean you can absorb Rakshasa's powers by eating them? Maru explained, yes, the last Rakshasa I fought had the ability to reflect, so I could use the same ability as this armpit rat. The male civil servant who started reenacting the scene just now was me. He laughed loudly, it was so funny, he spoke so eloquently, but he attacked with armpit odor, and what strange ability he had. Is it weird that Maru is so shy? Kang Cha-na comforted him, no, you did very well, you have improved a lot. Making Maru blush. But she said, it's just that eating raccoon meat is a bit scary. Maru stood still, horrified. She turned around and waved at him, you've been working hard, so go rest, I'll go check my computer and PM you, then come back here. Maru sat down tiredly on the ground. He muttered, not only was he humiliated when he encountered a strange raccoon. This is my chance to erase my dark past and be recognized by everyone. A voice rang out, you are Han Maru specialist, right? A tall man walked over. Maru asked who it was. That person said, you are the one who destroyed the 5th level Rakshasa on Inwang Mountain, right? He bent down to examine Maru. Only with level 1 ability. Maru nodded, but before he could say anything, he smiled. Reach out your hand, I want to invite you to join the Soul team. Maru asked suspiciously, is it multi-level? The man continued, do you know everyone at the Soul headquarters? Maru was startled, is it where the best people live? Is it me, he asked, pointing at himself. The man smiled and said, yes, I saw the potential in you. Maru doubted my potential. The man returned to work, Director, you walked in, Director. Why did you delay the contract period and then go somewhere? The director turned around and said, there's someone that interests me. Director, you asked if it was a boy. So are you talking about Sunwoo? He denied it, after the divorce, I rarely saw my son. Now I care about others. She asked if that was a rookie. He smiled and replied, that's how I feel, now it seems like I'll need to take care of that new recruit. The gate leading to the underworld opened again. In a house, yellow sand began to roll. A skinny demon opened the refrigerator. At headquarters, Maru is sitting in a daze. He thinks it's true that working in Seoul is more comfortable, looking forward to going there. But he realized that there he would have to confront stronger demons. Okay, I need to pay attention to safety first. But it's good to be recognized. Opposite him, Sunwoo looked at him with unpleasant eyes. He calls this level 1. Why do you keep smiling like that? Your ability to work here must be very interesting, it's really obnoxious. But you are the weakest person here, do you understand? Maru quickly objected, why do you say I have no ability? Sunwoo got angry and said this loudly, but now he dares to argue back. He's weak and has many bad habits, he smells bad, those words stuck straight in Maru's heart. He asked embarrassedly, why did you say that? Maru looked at the male civil servant and thought that it must have been him who said it. The male civil servant quickly denied it without saying anything. Oh my God, the whole room laughed loudly. Captain Go turned to look at Maru. He pointed straight at his face and laughed so loudly. Maru looked at him and thought to himself, why does that uncle like to tease me so much? He really has bad luck working in an office. Suddenly G1 stood up and said loudly, okay, everyone stop talking. He did a great job. Maru was deeply touched and thanked her. G1 clapped his hands and said, that's it, it's good that you survived, even if you have to hide and hide, it's okay, really. The words made Maru gloomy again. He thought to himself, damn it, so embarrassing. Glancing at Kang Cha-na, he thought to himself, but what can I do, I'm considered useless here. If so, try calling there to see what happens. That's right, going to Seoul headquarters will be a new beginning for me. Suddenly the alarm sounded, Kang Cha-na jumped up and a level 2 demon appeared. But a hand held her back. Sunwoo said, let me go there this time. I'm so bored sitting here. He asks Maru, are you going, useless rookie? In the end, the two still go together. Sunwoo was full of enthusiasm and climbed up the mountain. Maru walked behind thinking that he really didn't want to act with him at all. I quickly called the director and transferred it to Seoul, but suddenly he stopped and said it was troublesome. Maru looked up. He pointed to the house in front of him, do you see anything? Maru was startled by the yellow sand at the people's house. Let's go quickly. Seoul steps forward, who is dissatisfied Maru to order me like that. Two people open the iron gate to evaluate. The sandstorm has covered the entire house, is it a level 4 demon? Inside the house was deserted and there was no one in sight. Sandstorms covered everywhere. Maru looked around and said, luckily there was no one in this house. First be careful. Hey, I told you not to wander around. Ignoring Maru, Sunwoo walked to a door. He said, in this room. He went up and turned the door handle. It was locked. Maru quickly stopped. Wait a moment, don't rush in there, be careful. Sol angrily waved his hand. Get out of the way so I can see. If I can't avoid it, I will use strong measures. Maru quickly closed his mouth to cover him. Oh God, but Sunwoo had no intention of hitting him. Maru breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily there was nothing. Suddenly Sol shouted, Ha! Maru asked what did he see in there. Sol pressed his eyes to the keyhole. Inside a blurry figure appeared. A demon sitting on his knees. Maru comes close so I can see why it's so hard to see. But that demon feeling isn't strong, Maru commented. Sunwoo denied, hey be careful, the high-level demon might just have its aura hidden, be careful you understand. Maru was startled, how could there be a high-level demon here? Sunwoo stretched to warm up his muscles, this is the first time I've seen a high-level demon here. This is a fighting chance, he said cheerfully. Maru, on the contrary, run away, tell Sunwoo to be careful, I'll report back to headquarters. Maru turned the door handle, couldn't it open? He was shocked to think that the door to the house was also closed. Or was it done by the devil in there? Sunwoo was also continuously kicking the door. He shouted, open it. The devil in there, come out here quickly. Maru thought helplessly, why do I have to go with such a crazy guy? The demon inside still made no move. Maru worriedly thought that having such a high-level demon here was too dangerous. It's true that this trip is so unlucky. The demon suddenly moved his mouth. It says, outside there is. Its head gradually split into two. What is this? Sunwoo looked at the 10 crooked fingers and broke all 10 fingers, but the door still couldn't open. What is this door made of? Maru held the chair and slammed it straight into the glass door. He shouted loudly, please open it. Maru looked around in shock and thought that the doors, the house, and the glass windows were all as hard as steel. Is it possible that locking us in the house is the power of the closed-minded Rakshasa? Maru leaned against the wall. You're on your knees, you've been locked up for an hour, I'm about to have a panic attack, everyone in the office must be worried. 2 hours later, Maru gritted his teeth angrily, thinking that he had been forgotten by these people. At the office, Captain Go shouted, oh damn, I'm dead. G1 was busy turning around. She said angrily, why did I forget that today is the training day in Busan? So are you ready to prepare the documents? Where is the male civil servant's file? Someone shouted, I'm working on it, check this for me, it's almost done, it's done and sent. Kang Cha Na press enter button. She stood up and threw the USB stick straight to Captain Go, here are the documents. Captain Go grabbed it and said, thank you. I waved to everyone and thanked everyone, so see you tomorrow. G1 breathed in and sat down on the chair, skipping his morning work to drink coffee. A group of people sipping a cup of coffee, finally quiet. Suddenly the four realized something. The male civil servant spoke first, how are the other two doing? It's been 3 hours, G1 pressed his forehead helplessly and said that he shouldn't have sent those two rookies there. She told Nam Yo Sok to come with me, Kim I Park and Kang Cha Na to stay on duty. Kang Cha Na did not agree, she took her shirt and said I should go too, I had a bad feeling. G1 looked at her and asked if he was okay, was the crime scene nearby? Kang Cha Na said don't worry about me, let's go. At the house, the group of people arrived and walked inside. The male civil servant looked around and asked where the other two people were. 2 figures ran quickly from the house, what is this? The 2 of you shouted loudly, don't close the door. But it was too late, the door slammed shut. Maru held his head and shouted loudly, why are you guys here? The 2 young men knelt on the ground sullenly. G1 approached and asked what was wrong with them, what happened? The group approached the door. G1 asked if that raccoon refused to leave the room, yes. Everyone moved away, the Kang civil servant stepped forward. Her hand turned into a demon sword. She swung her sword and slashed at the door. But it still doesn't move. The male civil servant said so. G1 rolled up her arms and let me try. There was a large black dot on her hand. It's a spider. She brought the spider closer to the door. This spider friction ability will open. Come on my son, that's right, very good. But a moment later the spider returned to her hand. She said, "No, the hole was too small. Coming here with your mother is tiring, right?" Maru looked at this scene and opened his mouth in surprise. Heaven and earth summoned a pet and was still cuddling like his own child. Sunwoo crossed his arms and looked at the male civil servant and asked, "Male civil servant, stop standing around and show off your abilities." Male civil servant, calm down, I don't have the ability to attack. Maru comes to scoff. In other words, it's useless in this case. The male civil servant angrily retorted, "But Han Maru, you have absorbed the ability to reflect from Rakshasa, so why don't you try it out?" Maru is also helpless. "I can't see my opponent, moreover, it's too far away so I can't activate my ability." The male civil servant before the time scoffed at something so useless. Ignoring the two people behind them arguing, Sunwoo calmly asked the two girls if there was anyone else in the office, if anyone was coming to save us. Ji-won said the captain had gone to training and would not return tomorrow. Suddenly the male civil servant remembered that he was also a specialist in Kimai Park. "I didn't expect him to appear here. When did he come in?" The park specialist explained that everyone was late, so I came to see what happened. The whole group met without an appointment with the same thought that no one noticed his presence. The park official peered into the keyhole. Ji-won asked the needle specialist if he could handle it. He didn't say anything and fell to the floor to sleep. Maru asked softly what he was doing. "Sleeping." Ji-won shrugged and shook his head and said, "I also don't know that the needle specialist mainly works in the office, so I've never seen him use his abilities before." Maru and Sunwoo are both helpless. Why are they like this? I thought someone was coming to save me, but they were all useless people. Ji-won, okay, high five, then gather up, let's think of another way to get out. Sunwoo argued that there was no other way. Ji-won asked, or should he just stay in here? The male civil servant remained quite calm. He said, until the captain returns, it won't attack us anyway. Maru is scared. You mean we have to stay with this Rakshasa until tomorrow? The whole group fell into deep thought. Maru looked at Kang Cha-na. Why don't you think expert Kang Cha-na said anything? Does anyone else find it strange that Rakshasa isn't moving at all? How is it planning to kill us? As soon as the male civil servant finished speaking, the house began to move. The first thing Kang Cha-na walked away was the noise from the bedroom. She opened the door. The room is moving. The walls are shrinking. What's going on? The house is getting smaller. Sunwoo shouted loudly, now I understand the purpose of killing closed people. Its purpose is. The Rakshasa moved its fingers. Its head kept splitting into 3 and 4. Makes this house disappear, leaving only the space it is in. In the end, only it exists in this house. Maru thought to himself, damn it, if we don't destroy that Rakshasa, won't we all be forced to death by that wall? What should I do now? Maru's sweat is pouring out like a stream. 4 years ago, the house was a very peaceful place. The 2 grandchildren were sitting in the vegetable garden in front of the house. Grandma, Kang Yoon, Kang Cha-na had short hair when she was young. When his younger brother saw her, he quickly ran over. She Cha-na. The kind old lady said, you're here, Dad, let's go inside. At night, the 3 of us slept together in the same room under the carpet. The boy who couldn't sleep told his sister that he wished every day the 3 of us could sleep together like this. When I'm out of college, I have to come here to play with you and Grandma. Dad patted my head and smiled and said, I know. She looked up at the wall. What is this picture? Drawing like that makes you think you'll be scolded by your grandmother. Her younger brother quickly argued, that's not true. My grandmother praised me for drawing beautifully. Is a picture of our happy family. Returning to the present, the painting is only a shadow on the wall. Watching the room gradually disappear. Kang Cha-na trembled and said, no, that's not possible. No, she bit her hand and blood flowed out. The sword begins to form. She slammed it into the wall. Do your best to prevent the wall from moving. However, the sword began to crack. Kang Cha-na bit her hand and had to let this knife drink more blood. She put all her strength into it, the black veins on her neck gradually spreading to her face. Ji-won impatiently yelled at Specialist Kang Cha-na to stop, it was dangerous. Suddenly Maru rushed forward. He hugged her body and pulled her away. The sword broke in half. Kang Cha-na looked at the broken sword. The family picture seemed to be reflected in her eyes, tears welled up. 2 people fell to the ground. Stop, all 3 said together. Maru rubbed his head and sat up. Kang Cha-na was unconscious. Ji-won came to help her. Specialist Kang, are you okay? Ji-won asked, the male narrator explained. It seemed like she was exhausted from using her powers too much, but why? Ji-won silently explained that this was actually Kang Cha-na's grandmother's house. Maru was surprised. Huh? She lost her grandmother and younger brother in this house to a Rakshasa, and it was here that she awakened her powers. Ji-won recounted, so that's it, Maru said. He looked at Kang Cha-na unconscious on the ground. The male expert came to examine the wall. Luckily, I thought the whole house would disappear. Ji-won also considered, yes, let's get out before the wall moves again. She peeled off a piece of paper from the wall and asked everyone, do you know how to fish for water to erode rocks? Each sound of chiseling rang out in the house. Sun-woo held a knife and continuously carved into the wall. He complained that he would never be able to cut through a wall that way. All three of them were exhausted. Sun-woo threw Maru the knife. Hey, shift change, Maru was startled so quickly. He complained that his hands were tired, his throat was dry, and his stomach was hungry. Was about to pick up the knife. Then Kang Cha-na grabbed it for me to do it for me. Maru is surprised, you're awake, please rest more. Kang Cha-na is quiet, I'm fine. She silently carved into the wall. Maru broke his neck and said shyly, I heard that this is my aunt's house. The house was empty but it was so clean, I kept wondering why she still cleaned it regularly. Specialist Kang was silent and she replied because I was always waiting. Maru didn't understand why I was waiting. Waiting for the Rakshasa that killed my family, it will definitely come back. Maru asked her how she knew it would come back. Because of that Rakshasa, the memories of that night came rushing back. At that time, Kang Cha-na trembled and hid in a corner to look at the snake in front of him. She said it was different from other Rakshasas. The image of a tall lizard with a full body and terrifying yellow eyes was deeply imprinted in my father's eyes. It was a man with a tall, muscular body. It has its own purpose and intelligence, it does not simply want to kill people like other Rakshasas. Within a year, when the Rakshasas flood the human world, it will definitely return here. Maru asked her why she stayed in the Manhwa team, even though she was a level 7 person. Father Na asked him, are you disappointed because I only care about the Rakshasa that killed my family? Maru shook his head. No, I don't have any noble ideals when doing this job, I just have to do it reluctantly, the salary here is also high. Cha-na told Maru, then you will go to Seoul headquarters, right? I heard the salary there is even higher. Maru was startled, how did she know? Cha-na explained, I saw it, I went back there for a while that day, I saw you talking. Maru quickly denied it. No, I mean I haven't decided yet, Chana encouraged you to do well. Before the sentence ended, the house began to move again. The male civil servant trembled, why did he move again? It started, everyone quickly ran into the hallway, the group of people ran quickly into the hallway. In Maru's head, her father's bad words still echoed, what about you, what about me, what else are you going to say, I haven't heard clearly yet, I really want to know. Overnight until the next morning. Everyone is tired, have you stopped already? Sun-woo asked. The male civil servant said that now he can only rely on the captain, but where is he? I said I would show up at work time, this guy must have lost his way in Busan again. Maru looked at civil servant Kim who was still lying on the ground. He wondered, but specialist Kim I Park slept like the dead, we were trying to find a way to escape. The house moved again, oh again. Maru rushed over and had to wake up specialist Kim I Park. Suddenly he woke up, making Maru startled, wondering what's wrong with your face. Specialist Park smiled, he said, it's time. At this moment the door opened. The demon ran out. Everyone suddenly rushed to ask him what he did, what ability he used. It turns out that monster is also afraid. Park expert calmly said, please explain. I shot the spores through the door, this ability takes time to activate so I rarely use it. This ability is the ability to friction mushroom spores, also known as the silent killer. The whole group came up and applauded. Very well, very good, why didn't you say it earlier, I'm sorry. Only Sun-woo and Cha-na started to be wary, that's for later, look at that. The Rakshasa cried for dad, it was naughty. Inside the room, many lizards came out. They turned their heads to look at a few people, talking continuously, alone. Maru was surprised, what's going on? It's not like killing a closed person who lives alone, but killing a family with many children. One by one, the Rakshasas rushed up to attack a few people. The group of people shouted at the level 7 Rakshasas, how could they fight back? Here they come, the group quickly dispersed, each Rakshasa rushed in to attack. Kang Cha-na shouted loudly, I'm handling this, everyone calm down. A shield is raised, I'm using friction ability. That is the ability of male civil servants, the invisible Rakshasa. Kang Cha Na advanced, she swung her sword and cut a lizard in half. The blade is stuck in the wall, damn, the hallway is so tight, the blade is stuck. At this moment, a Rakshasa stepped on the sword and rushed to attack Kang Cha Na. It opened its mouth, but before it could touch a strand of her hair, Maru flew past and bit the lizard's neck. The male civil servant was so scared that the raccoon was about to destroy the ceiling. Maru says there is no other choice. Reflection rakish ability activates, the ceiling is up. He raised his hands up into a rather funny stance. The male civil servant gave a thumbs up, wow, although it was a bit embarrassing, but he did a good job. But the situation is critical, but right now I can't move, Maru said. Before that raccoon could touch his body, its head had already separated from his neck. That was Sunwoo. He said this level 1 is very dangerous, hide inside the barrier. Maru shouted worriedly, hey, wait, worry about yourself first. It turns out there was a sneak attack and bit Sunwoo's shoulder. Damn it, he shouted, countless lizards rushed to cling to his body. However, they were all pierced by giant spider silk threads. G1 used his true power, the mini spider from before evolved into a giant spider. The male civil servant told Sunwoo to help Kang Cha Na quickly, we have to protect Han Maru. Kang Cha Na pulled out the sword. She is constantly killing Rakshasas. Watching two teammates fight fiercely. Maru and the male civil servant looked at each other. Maru laughed and said, ahaha, she's really good at fighting. The male civil servant responded, yes, it's not like we're hiding here in fear, this is defense. Through the spider's eyes, G1 saw the situation in the room. It was strange how the lizards kept crawling out of that room. Maru noticed something unusual, so he quickly ran away. The male civil servant said in panic, what is he planning to do? Maru ran towards Sunwoo and Cha Na. He shouted loudly for me to enter that room right now. Receiving the signal, the two people continued to kill and open a bloody path. Maru rushed straight into the room. The scene inside surprised him. What is this? In the room, heads were buzzing. In the middle of the Rakshasa master, he was constantly creating clones. Maru cursed, you bastard, you just dare to stay in the room and order the clones to fight, coward. The Rakshasa did not pay attention and continued to multiply 2 times 3. Maru was angry, then, he used his ability, raised his hands to control the ceiling. The ceiling began to move. Don't even try to get out of here again, Maru shouted loudly, he slammed his hand down. The ceiling started to collapse. Maru sprinted out of the room. Outside, 2 teammates were waiting for him. They shouted loudly, Han Maru, jump away. Sunwoo reached out and caught Han Maru's hand. Yanked his body out. Just as the ceiling collapsed. They all jumped up and cheered when they finished. G1 complimented your reflection ability really well, Han Maru, different from when you fought with the lizard on the mountain before. Maru scratched his head, ha ha ha, right, don't praise me too much. Specialist Kang looked back at the hallway. The golden sand is gradually receding. She remembered the happy days with her grandmother and younger brother. Maru looked at her, he thought, that Kang Cha Na Khan Racha specialist is dead, you don't need to worry anymore. He put his hand on his forehead, then. Maru made a decision, he looked at the lizard's corpse on the ground. The man covered his mouth in horror, what are you doing? Maru bent down and devoured the lizard's body. He thought to himself, luckily there's still smoke in the house, I can use it. He raised his hand, the wall gradually receded. Everyone was surprised. Maru tried to push, he thought, although he could move a little, just a little more, just a little. Specialist Kang held his hand, thanking him, she said. Looking at the ruined room and the faded family picture on the wall, I don't know what Kang Cha Na is thinking. At the office. I'm home, the team leader carrying gifts happily walked into the office. Busan specialty cakes, but no one responded to him. I had to work so hard to buy it, why is everyone gone? He opens the door to each room, is there anyone here? Suddenly his phone rang, the caller was Director Du. He picked up the phone, I haven't seen the director for a long time, what's going on? On the other end of the line, Director Du said, I asked Han Maru to transfer to headquarters but he refused, I called to ask you why. Captain Go replied, the thing is. Looking at 2 girls embracing each other while sleeping. The men also slept like dogs from exhaustion, he replied to the director, Perhaps he was already familiar with the Ganghwa team. A ray of light flashed by. Han Maru's body caused it to break into many pieces. Someone cried out, Han Maru. Back to 7 hours ago, Han Maru yawned. He lamented that when he was a student, he didn't know if he was unemployed, but going to work was really tiring. Haven't regained my energy after the battle with the closed Raksha. Suddenly the sound of a car horn attracted his attention. A supercar came flying by. The driver is Sunwoo. Remember the moment Sunwoo reached out to him, Maru suddenly thought he was talking. Han Maru quickly get in the car. Maru walked over and knocked on the door. Good morning, come along and give me a ride. But before he could finish his sentence, Sunwoo annoyedly said go away and drove away. Maru angrily stomped his feet. This guy is really heartless. The male civil servant standing in the back said he was so jealous. It's a nice luxury car, but isn't it a bit strange for a new civil servant to drive a luxury car like this? He continued to say that the rookie's attitude is really bad. Isn't Maru responding? His personality is also strange, right? What a criticism of a male civil servant. No matter how handsome, rich, or well-educated he is, if he has a bad personality, he's probably ruined, so he probably has no friends. Then the two of them laughed loudly, but in his heart, Maru thought that I also had no friends. What was this feeling of failure? And the male civil servant also thought that he was so jealous of Sunwoo. At the office, Maru and the male civil servant said hello to everyone in a gloomy mood. Captain Go warmly welcomed him. Oh, here you come, our level 7 ability expert Han Maru. Maru stopped the hug. You wonder, level 7 ability. G1 explained that he had absorbed the ability of level 7 Rakshasa by swallowing. Congratulations. Captain Go hit Maru on the head. I thought he was weak but he could do such a great job. Maru thought to himself, it's nice to be recognized by everyone on the team. The male civil servant said that your devouring ability is really great, it's the UIest ability that keeps getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly Sunwoo slammed his hand on the table. Annoyed and said let's get to work, everyone don't forget about it anymore. He looked at Maru with unpleasant eyes, making Maru uncomfortable. He thought, why are you looking at me? I'm not talking. Before, you looked down on me as a level 1, now that I'm a senior, it doesn't make any difference, or do you really hate me? Kang Cha-na approached and tapped his shoulder. Can we talk for a moment? Outside the office, Kang Cha-na buys water from a vending machine. The two sat on the bench. Maru cautiously asked what was going on. Specialist Kang explained, I want to thank you for what happened at my grandmother's house. Maru quickly said, it's okay, we're teammates, it's the right thing to do. Specialist Kang continued, that's why after this I'm even more sure of what I think about you, Han Maru. This action made Maru unable to help but think nonsense. He secretly thought about what he was thinking about me. Could it be? Specialist Kang continued, I don't think you're just someone with level 1 abilities. Maru is disappointed. What do you mean? Kang Cha-na pointed at Maru and said that his amazing healing ability and other Rakshasa devouring ability are probably not level 1. Maru bit his nails. He said, she meant that the raccoon that day was not the devouring raccoon. Kang Cha-na affirmed that's right. Think about it, before becoming a civil servant have you ever met any Rakshasas? Maru thinks how did I know, how could I forget such an important thing? Suddenly there was black smoke coming out from the corner of the wall. Maru started to get nervous. A huge foot, what is that? A beast with sharp yellow eyes and countless mouths on its body. Maru started to get nervous, he saw hallucinations again, his anxiety disorder relapsed, it was too dangerous. He dropped the can of water on the ground. Kang Cha-na panicked and asked Maru, are you okay, what's wrong? Maru held his head and trembled. He explained that sometimes I remember scary things. She grabbed his hand to reassure him, it's safe here, I'm here with you. Making Maru blush. She thought to herself that his past was indeed troubled. What are you two doing? On an office date, team leader Go came over and accidentally made things awkward between you two. What are you two doing, on an office date? Maru was startled. He quickly explained what was that and that. No, expert Kang calmly explained that within a year the raccoons would come down and they would all die, so there was no point in dating anymore. I don't care, those words seemed to stab straight into Maru's heart. He thought to himself, the person who doesn't care is me, what does it have to do with dating? She turned and walked away, leaving Maru lying there with a bleeding heart. Captain Go giggled at his hip, not caring about being kicked. Maru thought to himself, he said no. The clock shows 5 o'clock. G1 put on a jacket, she said okay, but why am I so hurt? On the mountain, Maru and Kang Cha-na went to check the dust meter together. Maru followed behind, thinking to himself that there was only 1 hour left before work ended, except for the night watchman. Everyone else had to go check the PM dust warning device. At the place where the equipment is located, Kang Cha-na is busy recording data. Maru thought to himself, what is that, aren't we dating? Captain Go makes the atmosphere so awkward. That's right, like expert Kang said, we're about to die, so what's the point of thinking about anything else? Instead, we should think about how to survive against the Rakshasas, but we know there's little information about the Rakshasas. It would be great if we could talk to the Rakshasas. Suddenly the phone rang. Who is calling? Kang Cha-na hurriedly picked up the phone, asking for emergency assistance. It was me, Kang Cha-na. On the other end was a male civil servant calling. Area number 3 Nam 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 Yo Sok here. Flashes of lightning appeared. Captain Go was also attacked. I'm on my way there, so be careful. The phone lost connection. Specialist Kang enthusiastically said hello, Specialist Nam Yo Sok. No way, she was shocked that Captain Go, who had a level 10 ability, was still attacked. What's Maru surprised about? That messy guy is someone with a level 10 ability. Looking at the yellow sand under his feet, the Kang expert said yes, it is moving this way, be careful. This Rakshasa is so strong that it can defeat people with level 10 abilities. In the yellow sand, a lizard with a body like the lid of a Coca-Cola bottle walked over. Two people are extremely vigilant. This lizard has a strange shape. In the middle of its head there is a big hole that looks like a Dyson locomotive. Hello everyone. It talked, surprising Maru and Kang Cha-na. It could talk, the two thought to themselves. The Rakshasa continued, nice to meet you humans, can we talk for a moment? Rakshasa talking, nice to meet you humans, can we talk for a moment? Maru turned to tell Kang Cha-na that Racha can talk. Rakshasa gone language, Kang Cha-na explains. The Rakshasa continued to say, don't be hostile, I don't want to fight, I just want to talk. Maru asked what he was talking about. Remember the male specialist's words, be careful what you say. Kang Cha-na stopped the Han Maru specialist from talking to him. Maru says, but now is the chance to learn about Rakshasas. They came here to kill us and yet we don't know anything about them. Maru took a step forward. He asked where you guys came from. The Rakshasa replied that we came from Naraka. Where is that? Maru wondered. Hell's Abyss, the Rakshasa answered his questions. It continued, the place where those who committed serious crimes while alive were imprisoned in eternal darkness, constantly fighting with each other. When he was alive, Maru was surprised, so could that mean? The Rakshasa was also a human. The Rakshasa spoke for him. This information surprised both Maru and Cha-na. Thinking back that he had devoured other Rakshasas, Maru thought in panic, could it be impossible that Rakshasas were once human? Then the things I ate were so disgusting. He vomited green bile and yellow bile. The Rakshasa pointed his finger, so it's my turn to ask. Suddenly Kang Cha-na held his hand and told him not to talk to him anymore. Although it looks friendly on the outside. But it was he who attacked Captain Go and Nam. Kang Cha-na took the demon sword and stepped forward. The Rakshasa quickly raised his hand to stop. I hate violence. Not paying attention to its words, Kang Cha-na rushed forward. Swung his sword to stab the Rakshasa. Suddenly he said that we can't avenge your brothers. He used his hand to push the tip of the sword out, because she was the one who killed her younger brother. His words shocked Kang Cha-na. The past started to come back, she screamed. When he witnessed his younger brother being stabbed through the chest by the dark demon. The boy turned around and told his sister to run away. That image haunts Kang Cha-na's mind. Her mouth has been bleeding ever since. The Rakshasa continued to say that it died while protecting her older sister, and that she should have protected it. Seeing Kang Cha-na collapse, Maru panicked, expert Kang. He ran up to support her body. What's going on? My heart has been stabbed. Maru thought to himself, how did I stab him? I couldn't see anything. The rascal was still smiling cunningly. Maru guessed maybe its ability was words, verbal attacks. Now let's continue the conversation, ignoring the poor girl who mourns all day long for her dead family. The Rakshasa's words angered Maru. Don't shut up. You're angry, don't underestimate the pain of specialist Kang Cha-na. He swung his fist and punched the raccoon straight in the face, causing it to fall to the ground. Maru jumped up to throw another punch. Suddenly the Rakshasa said that the poor thing was kicked by a woman, that's why he's like this. Maru's fist stopped, my body couldn't move. Something just shot out. Maru's heart was pierced. Just now something pierced my heart like the pain of being dumped. Maru vomited blood. He reassured himself, now is not the time to be mentally hurt. He looked at Kang Cha-na and thought to himself that I have never had romantic feelings for her, I only see Specialist Kang as a strong and admirable senior. Sorry, Kang Cha-na said softly. This causes Maru's emotions to be affected. He painfully clutched his chest, thinking about the aftershocks of the mental attack. Maru spits out blood. The demon picked up a stone, it continued to mock, emotions make people so weak. After all, I have never experienced that feeling as a human. Maru thought to himself that it's dangerous and I can't move. The demon put his mouth close to his ear, why didn't he answer? Maru secretly thought that as long as we have emotions, we won't be able to withstand mental attacks, no wonder Captain Go, who has level 10 abilities, will also be defeated. The demon held up the stone, he said that it was over, he would be bored to death if he couldn't talk anymore. Unless there is some cold-blooded person immune to mental attacks to save us, Maru thought. The moment the stone was about to strike. Suddenly the demon's neck was broken. A pair of black gloves appeared. Sunwoo walked over and lay there, what are you doing, grade 1? Sunwoo looked at him as our eccentric savior. Looking at Maru's appearance, Sunwoo was so angry that he treated her like this, you idiot. It's so itchy, the demon said. Sunwoo indifferently turned his face to what's not dead yet. The demon shook his head and laughed, my vocal cords are very strong and don't break easily, you little shrimps should try harder. The words angered the two boys, what nonsense. The two of them roared at this foul-mouthed bastard. Maru and Sunwoo confront the demon together. Maru explains, that demon can read memories and attacks our painful memories, be careful. Sunwoo didn't pay attention, he said I don't need a warning from an incompetent person like you, stay away and let me do my work. Looking at his attitude, Maru was annoyed and thought that petty bastard has the same attitude as that demon, it's really annoying, even so, I need to try harder. Sunwoo has broken bones. He stepped forward and began to break each finger. The demon's legs immediately buckled. Is it still proudly mocking and that's all? It seems like being recognized by others is too far away for you. Sunwoo seemed unaffected by its words. You continued to break the demon's limbs, it still laughed, so it turns out you are also an emotionless person like me, that's really funny, as expected, the child of a woman whose husband abandoned her went crazy and committed suicide, it also turned out like this, it's truly an unforgettable pain. Sunwoo remembered seeing his mother hang herself when she was young. Maru was secretly surprised when he heard that, but it turns out he also had such a painful story when he was young. I thought he was just a kid who grew up in a rich family, so it turns out I was wrong. But even though he's an emotionless psychopath, with a mental attack like that even Sunwoo is at his limit, so I should fight for him. Sunwoo smiled, so what should I do, it's painful. He said, then immediately jumped up and strangled the demon and said, it's not my fault, it's just my parents' weakness. In the end, only the strong will survive. The demon trembled from being strangled, he still tried to speak but you can't survive to the end, right? Because you are weaker than Han Maru. This statement seems to have touched Sunwoo's weakness. Something sharp shot out again, aiming for his chest. It's okay, Maru said. The thing that pierced his heart went straight into his wrist. This attack is so simple, Maru smiled and said to the demon after making the human lose consciousness with the magic spear attack. I will use the blade to stab him in the heart and finish him off. The demon explained. At that moment Kang Cha-na rushed forward and cut off the demon's tongue. It screamed in pain. Are you two okay? She turned around and asked. This image makes Maru tremble so coolly. He quickly shook his head, he couldn't stop thinking like that, wake up immediately. Maru holds Sunwoo up, Sunwoo calm down, are you okay? Sunwoo lost his composure saying I'm weaker than Han Maru, what are you thinking when you look at this scene, this brat is seriously damaged from the inside, huh? He secretly admired this kid, but he didn't expect to be so jealous of him, ha ha ha. Maru kicked Sunwoo to the ground, you scream so loud, wake up, ignore what that devil said, what did he like when he said it? Even though I'm excellent, you're also excellent, just saying that makes me think. As soon as he said those words, Sunwoo regained consciousness, he said of course, how can you be as good as me, looking at my teammate Maru, helpless, this simple boy. Looking at the demon that was constantly moving his tongue in front, Kang Cha-na said to deal with that guy and rest, if it's dark then we will be at a disadvantage in this forest. Maru wondered what to do because that tongue couldn't come close to attack it. Kang Cha Na gave me an idea and I will fight. Now is the chance because that demon can't speak anymore. I won't be inhibited anymore. Sunwoo stopped her, he said in such a state that he hit it. Maru looks at Kang Cha Na's wound that hasn't healed yet. Are you surprised why it turned out like this? The wound hasn't healed yet, please be careful. Looking at the weak Kang Cha Na, Maru thought to himself, damn, before killing that demon the mental effect took effect, so it was impossible to recover. I have to do something, its tongue is so fast and mobile. Maru ran away. You waved this way and that, you idiot. The demon rushed straight towards him. Coming this way, my chance has come, Maru shouted loudly. Sunwoo's servant Kang, thanks you, I will use my new demonic power on this demon. Sunwoo was suspicious, he told him, this ability must be used in a closed space to be effective. Specialist Kang tried to say, please help Han Maru quickly, he will have a hard time dealing with it. Maru and the demon chased each other through the forest. He looked around and thought to himself that he couldn't see any houses, nor could he go to a house like this with him. Suddenly, a white car drove up below. Sunwoo opened the door and called Han Maru to come here. Maru crossed the iron fence, he silently admired that brat for not spending money on that expensive car. Why is it so expensive? As expected, the rich man was so jealous. Maru landed on the ground. The car door opened, he rushed inside and called the demon to come in here quickly. The demon also got into the car. Closing the door, Sunwoo shouted loudly. At that moment, Maru slipped out. But the demon's tongue passed by. Cut across Han Maru's body. It was determined to rush out. But a pair of hands held it back. Another Han Maru inside the car. Are countless Han Maru. Countless hands rushed out and pulled the demon into the car, constantly biting and tearing its body. The demon screamed in pain before being bitten by countless Han Maru. Sunwoo knocks on Han Maru's door. How long are you going to stay there? Why can't that brat escape? Kang Cha Na walked over and asked her why. Why is it like that? Inside the car the demon was still laughing. Don't do that, let's talk, can't you be such a violent person like your father? His words made Maru pause. He remembered when he was little, his father grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Maru kept crying. How did you feel after your father disappeared? The silhouettes of your father and the demon continuously overlapped each other. Maru patted his head to wake himself up. His ears started bleeding. Maru coldly said, don't play with other people's pain. The demon opened its mouth to say something. Maru raised his hand, he said, as long as I don't listen to you, you're almost completely useless. He covered the demon's mouth with his hand. The car exploded. Stop, Kang Cha Na shouted loudly. Sunwoo quickly stopped her from backing away. The car made a loud explosion sound. Then countless amounts of blood gushed out. The yellow sand dust has disappeared, Kang Cha Na said. The two looked at the ruined car in front of them. Hurriedly ran to pull him out quickly. Kang Cha Na searched for Maru in the rubble. Sunwoo put his hand on her shoulder and said it was too late and he must have died. Kang Cha Na did not believe her and affirmed that there was no way he could recover more than that person. If we get him out before the sand dust disappears, we still have a chance. Kang Cha Na digs through the debris with his bare hands. Seeing this, Sunwoo also came to help. He grumbled that it was true that he was dead and still bothering others. Maru is drowning in endless darkness. He curled up like a child. His body no longer felt anything. He thought to himself that he couldn't think about anything at the moment. Was he dead? Do you remember what that devil said he was going to say in the end? Look at his mouth as if he's about to say, this is your mission. What mission is this? Maru slowly opened his eyes. The demon shouted, wake up. Maru opened his eyes in shock. There was something in his body that was about to break his shirt. An arm full of claws. Next, a giant monster with countless mouths emerged from his body. Where is this place? Maru thought with fear. The monster approached Maru. He said he remembered me, right? Maru was extremely scared. Childhood memories return. It's a monster with many heads, many teeth, many mouths and a thirst for blood. He hid behind his father in fear and said he was a monster. But his father grabbed him by the collar and pulled him up. And told you to fight it and not run. Why? Maru doesn't understand. His father coldly explained, because you have special abilities, you must be like that to have strength. Dad, let me go, Maru struggled. His father didn't notice and threw him forward. Sun Woo on this side thought to himself that there was still some gold dust left, maybe it could be used to save him. He waved his hand and made a gesture. The car gradually separated, revealing the kneeling Maru inside with her bloody body. Two people looked at him. Sun Woo's fingers were crooked. He said no, the gold dust was gone. He turned away. Kang Cha-na sat down in despair, held Maru's hand and said, Han Maru, can you hear what I said? No way, the two were stunned. Gold dust was constantly pouring out of Maru's nose and mouth. He was emitting gold dust himself like a demon. Han Maru came back to life, the holes in his body continuously emitting gold dust. The two looked at Maru's body in surprise and thought, his body has completely recovered. After a while, Maru collapsed on the ground and slept soundly. Looking at his teammates, the other two were also speechless. Sun Woo angrily kicked Maru and shouted, "What did you do?" Maru woke up in pain. He turned around and angrily asked, "What's wrong?" Sun Woo grabbed Maru's collar. He questioned, "You emitted yellow sand dust like those demons, is that your ability?" Maru doubted. He silently remembered, it was true that he had unforgettable memories. "I've had the ability to eat ghosts since I was a child. My father forced me to remember painful memories." Maru wants to meet his father and question him, why did he do that? Maru doubled over in pain, collapsing to the ground. Sun Woo panicked and asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you, tell me." Kang Cha-na went to stop him. "Let him rest a bit, he's tired." She warned, "This is a secret only we know." Sun Woo said angrily, "How can we just leave him like this and go back to headquarters?" Kang Cha-na explains, "We still don't know the reason he emitted the gold dust." Sun Woo asked seriously, "So what if he could be as dangerous as a devil?" Father Na affirmed, "I believe he will not be dangerous." Looking at Maru unconscious on the ground, Sun Woo stroked his hair. He compromised, "Okay, do what you want." Kang Cha-na looked at Sun Woo. She thought to herself, it's true that she trusts him, but she needs to be careful. On the subway, Maru is listless. He silently thought with tears in his eyes, will I turn into a monster? Looking out the window, the monster appeared again, causing Maru to scream in fear. The male civil servant standing behind wondered, what's wrong, don't make noise on the train. Maru realized, is it the male civil servant Yoon Sok? Maru stroked his chest and explained, it's just me. Do you have time for me and you to talk? Maru asked, but the male civil servant immediately refused, okay, I won't meet my colleagues after work. Maru was depressed. He thought to himself, so I'm the most comfortable person in the team. The male civil servant's phone rang. He picked up the phone and said, Kim Woo-yo, why are you calling? At the bar, a drunk male Russian civil servant pointed at the person opposite him and said, so please leave the team at Gyeong Mountain. It was a guy with a plump body and looking a bit shy. He asked cautiously, but who is the person next to him? The male civil servant also didn't know when Maru was following him. Why did Han Maru come here? After drinking a glass of beer, Maru said, I also want to relieve some fatigue. But the first time I met a civil servant in that other team, why are you planning to quit? Maru asked. The fat guy sadly explained that there was discord among the members. The male civil servant denied that he was bullied. Maru was surprised, so there was bullying in the team. The male civil servant said, he was too gentle, that's why he was like that. Maru asked curiously, so he was in the Gyeong Mountain team, so it was in that team that he was bullied. Maru angrily asked, why did they do that? The male civil servant was silent. He said, that team was a collection of evil bastards. What bastards? Maru thought to himself. Male civil servants are starting to expose hidden corners of the profession. There is no shortage of bad people among civil servants, they are even more evil than ghosts. Remember Sun Woo's words, what if he becomes a devil? Maru thought silently, will I also become like them? Together, the two of them took the fat man home. Maru carried him. He asked tiredly, hey, hasn't arrived yet? Come on, it's his parents' store. The male civil servant pointed to the noodle shop in front of him and said, open the door. The male civil servant told Maru, let your parents out and go home. Suddenly his face turned pale, what's going on? Inside there are two men and one woman sitting. Male civil servants seem afraid of them. Another guy walked up and touched the male civil servant's shoulder, look who it was. Came here to see Kim Woo-yo, that guy said. As he finished speaking, he kicked the male civil servant straight in the stomach. He sneered, if you want to escape the exam, you have to hide properly, right? He kicked the male civil servant a few more times and shouted, "If you just run away, see what happens." Looking at his colleague being beaten, he held the thug's hand and shouted loudly to question, "You're a civil servant, why would you do that?" That guy showed a fierce face and asked, "Who are you?" He said, "I am a colleague in the Manhwa team with civil servant Nam Yusak." The other guy scoffed, "That trash team. How dare you interfere here?" He kicked Maru straight in the face. You and the fat guy were thrown back. That guy cursed, "Stupid." Died, then punched the male civil servant in the face again, causing him to vomit blood. He kicked his brother repeatedly, mouthing harsh words, "Even if he's weak, he still wants to interfere with us. How can he be so weak and still be a civil servant?" Maru bowed his head and wiped the blood. He lost control of his anger and activated his demonic energy. Golden sand began to flow from his mouth. From the outside, the restaurant still looks quiet, but inside, there are rolling waves. Maru was angry, his eyes were red like a demon and his mouth kept pouring out golden sand. The red-haired guy pressed on the male civil servant, continuously pounding on him and cursing, "Because you were talking to the boss and I was disciplined, you bastard, you're dead to me now." The other thugs standing there watching the fight responded and said, "I've been looking for you for a long time and didn't think you'd be in this Ganghwa team." Without even noticing the angry Maru behind him. At this moment the door suddenly opened. The redhead stopped. Suddenly a kick flew straight into his face. "Kick him away." The guy angrily shouted, "Who was this bastard?" It was Sunwoo. He said he was a member of the Ganghwa team. Sunwoo warns this Maru. "Don't spit that out here." Maru was startled, he quickly covered his nose in panic and said, "Why did you come here?" Sunwoo explained that I followed because I was afraid something would happen to you. Remember when Maru and the male civil servant talked on the train? Sunwoo stood in the crowd. He discovered Kang Cha Na. She also discovered him. The two of them followed Maru together. He thought to himself, why did she say she didn't care about Han Maru? It was really confusing. Kang Cha Na came later and looked at the scene in front of her. She was surprised what was going on. Kang Cha Na went to the male civil servant and asked, "Are you okay, Nam Yusak?" The male civil servant covered his face and nodded to show he was okay. Looking at her injured teammate, she warned with a serious face, "I don't know why you guys beat our teammates, but you guys should be careful. I'll take him home and deal with you guys later." The woman in the team immediately stopped her from speaking. "It's not that simple, you guys beat our team members like that, how can you just walk away?" She held the hand of the red-haired guy who had just been kicked up as if to prove that Sunwoo had attacked him. The big guy wearing glasses walked up to Father Na. He said, "We still have something to deal with him, he can't leave even if he dies." Kang Cha Na angrily asked, "You guys if you want to go to war with the special civil servants." The woman in the team crossed her arms in a noble attitude. "You guys are the ones who should be scared, it's too loud." The red-haired guy got up, "And you're dead, you bastard." The man rushed straight towards Sunwoo and kicked. Sunwoo also can't bear to lose, he said he's already been disciplined, so let's fight him. The two men rushed to fight. Maru wanted to run up and stop Sunwoo. Then Kang Cha Na stopped him and Han Maru stood still. She shouted loudly, "Be careful," Kang Cha Na warned, making Maru extremely confused. At this moment, she aimed the broom in the corner of the house. On this side, Sunwoo was controlled by the guy wearing glasses. The red-haired guy held a chair and was about to smash it down. "You're dead to me." Then a broomstick flew and hit the thug straight in the side. Kang Cha Na dances with a broom like a spear. The uppercut continued to hit the guy wearing glasses, causing him to fall to the ground, holding his leg in pain. "Damn it," he screamed. Kang Cha Na pointed the broken broom handle straight at the red-haired man's face and threatened to stop immediately if he didn't want to be beaten. At this moment, a guy wearing a scruffy suit came in and asked what he was doing. Why were he fighting here? Kang Cha Na was also surprised who he was. The name clicked to introduce me as the leader of the Gold Dust Treatment Team of the Ministry of Environment of Gyeongsan. Father Na breathed a sigh of relief. She explained that we were a bit conflicted about joining his team. "Your people attacked our team members first, I hope you can handle it." However, without saying a word, he punched Kang Cha Na straight in the face, causing her to fall to the earth. "How dare you attack my people?" He discovered male civil servants. "Ha! Long time no see, Nam Yusak." He came over to say hello. Maru watched Kang Cha Na fall to the floor. "Your mouth will begin to emit golden dust." This time no one stopped it, and even more gold dust emitted. Sunwoo saw this and quickly stopped it. "Han Maru, don't stop." But before he could do anything, he rushed forward to attack the captain. "Who is this guy?" he said. Before he could react, he was punched straight in the face. Fell backwards bleeding profusely. Maru is still pouring sand continuously. Sunwoo helplessly pressed his forehead. The male civil servant also noticed. He asked, "Why is there gold dust here?" Han Maru went to help Kang Cha-na. He worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Kang Cha-na wiped her nose. She told him not to let out yellow sand dust here. Maru explains, "I saw her being beaten, so." The captain who was beaten still laughed, "Ha ha." Breathing in the gold dust, he excitedly said it wasn't a ghost that was emitting gold dust. "Do you want to join my team? We are a gathering of people like you." Remembering the words of male civil servants, "They are more evil than demons." Maru angrily said, "How could I be trash like you guys? That guy isn't angry either, so that's it. But you can't leave here." The infamous guy said, "We need to talk. The war between the two teams can't end peacefully yet." He said, "We're tired of fighting monsters, so let's fight like civil servants." Maru, Sunwoo and Kang Cha-na were all stunned, looking at the bloodthirsty people in front of them. The three of them thought to themselves, "What's wrong with those bastards? They're all crazy." The outside of the noodle shop looks normal at first glance. The captain took a piece of conifer and put it in his mouth. "Instruct your subordinates, everyone line up neatly." "Wait a minute, my father stopped me. I need to repeat the rules," she requested. The captain explained that if we divide 3, we get 3, whoever wins will take Nam Yusak away. If you win, then what he did to us will never happen. Nam Yusak is very nervous now, sweat is pouring down his face. He added about the guy who could spit out gold dust. Maru was startled. Did he say me? Maru thought. The captain continued, "If higher up in headquarters knew that you had such ability, of course they would never forgive you, understand, so. If you win, we will leave him alone, make a silent gesture." Kang Cha-na secretly wondered what kind of captain this bastard was. Sunwoo said to the two of you, "Can we take him down and end everything?" Kang Cha-na is not sure, she said, "It's not that simple. How can we defeat him when things here are quite chaotic at that time?" The team leader pointed at his 3 enthusiastic juniors. He said, "Okay, so this is a competition between 2 teams of special civil servants. The team that surrenders first will lose. Of course, fight to the point of not killing anyone, understand?" Looking at the captain raising his voice to order them, all 3 of them were very angry and thought to themselves, "It's true." Sunwoo took off his hat. "You can step forward. I want to fight too because fighting demons is boring." You put on black gloves. "Why are Maru so quick to stop you? You think that side isn't crazy enough, why come to us now?" But Kang Cha-na also responded. He said he meant it. "Now that we want it, of course we can't leave it alone. Maru is helpless, oh my god." Kang Cha-na told the 2 of them, "But if they fight, try to prolong it a bit, okay?" "Why is that?" the 2 boys wondered. Kang Cha-na didn't explain. She said, "Just do what I want for a reason. Now who goes first?" Sunwoo stretched his muscles as he walked over and said, "Okay, leave me alone, I've been waiting." The captain looked at the 3 subordinates and asked who was coming from our side. The guy wearing glasses took off his glasses. One of his eyes turned black. "Inside there is a strange demon shadow." He said, "From the looks of it, his ability is quite strong. He specializes in attacks that break the opponent's arms and legs. The red-haired guy just now has mutated into a tall, muscular tree man. I'll come up." He stepped forward because I also wanted to fight that bastard for a long time, he said while swinging his fist. Immediately, countless tree roots rushed towards Sunwoo, wanting to attack him. Sunwoo didn't pay attention, he coldly broke a finger. Those tree roots were immediately cut down. "That's all," Sunwoo scoffed, stroking his hair. The red-haired guy laughed and had no more fun. "I could control my body as I wanted." Countless tree roots grew out and wrapped around Sunwoo's body. "Your whole body was wrapped like a corpse," he laughed. "Now your whole body is tied up, your arms and legs can't move. Let's see how you can use your special ability. You'll probably just surrender like a coward, right?" Sunwoo warned him, "Do you think I would surrender so cowardly? You're the only one that's stupid enough to crow, you stupid bastard," he cursed. Silently broke a tooth. Immediately all the tree roots wrapped around him were torn apart. Sunwoo strangled the redhead. "You look at him like you're looking at a corpse. You probably know my ability and now you can break bones and joints." He broke a finger, the other guy's knee bones immediately broke. His knees buckled. But Sunwoo lifted his body up, Just a little, don't faint from the pain, stand up straight, the red-haired man groaned in pain. Sunwoo smiled handsomely, now let's see what happens to his neck vertebrae. He moved his fingers, and the red-haired man immediately felt a tightening around his neck. Right now a hand grabbed his arm. Can Kang Cha-na stop it or he will die? We won the first match. The red-haired man collapsed on the floor, thinking that it hurt so much. Looking at his junior, the captain signaled to step back. What he said is good, let's see how our side can fight back. Kang Cha-na criticized Sunwoo's effectiveness in dealing with him. It's been a long time since I've seen him fight seriously, but it was so fast that it didn't last any time. Sunwoo waved his hand and said I've been trying for a while but he could take it. Kang Cha-na tied her hair and walked up to ask who is my opponent. The guy wearing glasses continued to use his evil eye to judge Kang Cha-na's abilities. That woman had the skill to create weapons from her own blood. Go fight her, he signaled to his teammates. The only girl in the team came out, she put her hand inside her shirt. Pull out 2 bones. Take a battle-ready stance. Kang Cha-na coldly said, why would you use such a weapon to endanger the lives of both sides? From her back grew countless bones like porcupine spines. The bones immediately evolved to lengthen into light leg joints that supported her entire body. She threw herself forward and started attacking Kang Cha-na. Damn it, Kang Cha-na said. She used her teeth to bite her hand and blood flowed out. Immediately transformed into a sword to block all attacks. Looks like Kang Cha-na is having trouble. A bone that sneaks up on Kang Cha-na. Stabs straight into her side. No way, Kang Cha-na thought to himself. She swung her sword to knock her opponent away. Then launch multiple consecutive blows to the opponent's body. She seems to fight quite agilely enough to be an assassin, Kang Cha-na silently assessed. However, the woman was immediately beaten by Kang Cha-na and fell to the ground bleeding profusely. Are you okay, Park Soo-ji? 2 teammates quickly stepped forward to help her up. Kang Cha-na looked surprised. She said sorry, I was a bit too excited to fight, so I couldn't control my strength. Maru stood behind admiringly saying that she had already defeated her opponent in just 10 seconds, while Sunwoo mocked her for taking too long. Kang Cha-na shyly said that I originally wanted to kill her, but I was too gentle. Look at the 3 people on the opposite side. The guy wearing glasses thought to himself that he didn't understand how this could happen. It's not like the Ganghwa team is full of trash and was brought here. Why did the captain brush it off? Oh, so there's only Han Maru left over there. Kang Cha-na said, but we won 2-0, so why do we need to fight anymore? But the captain was telling the truth just for fun. I didn't pay attention, I only paid attention to Han Maru's strange ability. Because this is the last match, so let's just say whoever wins wins. Why is Kang Cha-na dissatisfied? Suddenly, Maru stepped up and said okay, just like the department head said. But on the condition that I will fight with that department head, he pointed at him. Cha-na, Sunwoo and Nam were all shocked. They cursed in their heads, so stupid. All 3 of them silently chanted for Han Maru. The department head laughed. Behind him, the guy wearing glasses used his evil eyes to look at Han Maru. He felt scared. He was bleeding. Are you okay? My teammate caught him. He said I couldn't imagine that guy's ability, he was a demon. Who is he to have such strong ability, he thought to himself. The captain waved his hand. The fat man was pulled forward. He wondered, what is everyone's captain doing here? My parents, he said fearfully. The department head rubbed his shoulder and reassured the fat man, it's already over, you don't have to worry about anything. The guy pushed the fat guy forward and said, let's fight Kim Woo-yo, the strongest person on my team. The male civil servant was worried. He begged, Captain, please stop. He shouted angrily, shut up, I'll talk to you later. He encouraged, come on Woo-yo, you do well this time, I will consider promoting you. Maru looked at the fat employee. He thought numbly, why? This is the demon that I have, can it see in this situation? Maru uncontrollably activated the demonic power of the Gon language Raksha. He saw that inside the civil servant Woo-yo were malicious words, you pig, pathetic bastard, die pathetic, why are you so useless, die, you can't do anything, living is useless. Maru thought to herself, is it the memory of civil servant Kim Woo-yo? Maru suddenly opened his mouth. He realized something was wrong. He quickly covered his mouth. Am I about to blurt out those damn words? It's not right, I have to stop immediately, forcibly stopping the ability that made Maru vomit blood. But a long tongue slipped through Maru's fingers and said, happy, when Nam Yusak was bullied, you were happy too. Don't you also feel miserable being such a weak and useless person? Maru thought, stop it, you can't control your words and actions. The tongue stabbed straight into the heart of civil servant Kim Woo-yo. Maru quickly ran over, he supported him and wondered why this demonic force suddenly broke out like that. Sorry, civil servant Kim said weakly. Maru didn't understand what he was apologizing for. Suddenly his body shot out strange blue liquid. It stuck to Maru's body, causing Maru to corrode. Kang Cha-na shouted worriedly, "Ahan Maru, are you okay?" The captain immediately stopped him. Stand still, what are you doing in the middle of the match? He approached Maru and asked, is the boy in a lot of pain, can he still stand it? The poison melted all the internal organs, understand, Maru is in pain. The poison corroded his skin but he still stubbornly said, I will not surrender. Provocateur, okay, so if you have any talent, show it quickly. He pointed at Kim Woo-yo who was in pain on the ground and said, if you want to win then attack him quickly, to end this match then do so. Maru said, I don't care about the rules to win. He stood up and shouted, defeating him was the end of the game. But the captain was still very calm, he said, thinking so simply. If you play, you must understand the rules, right? He tightened his tie and said, 8 times. Immediately an invisible suction force pulled Maru's entire body down. Both Cha-na and Sunwoo were also affected. As well as some of his juniors. Seo-woo struggled to speak, this strength pressing down on his body made it hard to breathe. The male civil servant explained, that is the ability of the Gyeongsan captain, just take a short breath and you will be able to endure it. He thought to himself, that's someone who possesses the 9th level demonic power of gravity control. Looking at the group of people kneeling on the ground, he said triumphantly, it's really fun to see you guys lying down like that. I'm so excited. Looks like you're still able to endure it, I don't think your recovery ability is strong. Let me and you know if gravity increases, how will you cope? He smiled, tightening his tie. Maru's spine broke in half. He was in pain and vomiting blood. Looking at the concentration of sand in the air, he said, it seems like the more pain you have, the more yellow sand dust you spit out, right? Is this your demon power? It's quite special. Maru thought to himself, quite puzzled. With this captain's ability, I can see his demonic power, but his demonic power seems quite strong. Before we can do anything to change this situation, we need to make some changes first. He tried to tremblingly push his body up, thinking to himself, if I want to stop him from using demonic gravity, I need to distract him, I need to find his weakness. But Maru failed, so with his ability to see demonic power, why can't I see more clearly? He was shocked to realize that he seemed to have no mental weakness for him to take advantage of. Or is he inherently a psychopath with demonic powers and no weaknesses? The captain took out a knife. Pointed at Maru and said, don't make me ask too many questions, if I get angry, you will die, that gold dust, how can you do that? If you don't talk, I'll cut your throat out, he threatened, pressing the knife close to Maru's neck. He's crazy, Maru thought. But the knife cut into his flesh and broke in half. Sunwoo realized, he said, it was at this moment. Kang Cha-na tried her best to resist the oppression of gravity. Bite your hand to create a knife. She used all her strength to jump straight towards the captain. At this moment, he tightened his tie, increasing his gravity 20 times. Both Father Na, Sunwoo and Nam were all in pain under this mountain-like pressure. The captain said, when gravity increases, breathing becomes difficult and oxygen is not provided enough, you will lose consciousness. So that was his intention, Kang Cha-na, Maru worriedly called her name. He took the knife from his father's hand. Looked at Maru and said, now there's no one stopping us anymore. Let's continue what we did before. Maru was gradually exhausted, he thought damn gravity would make him faint, what should he do now? Suddenly there was a knock on the door, the captain turned around and said it was late and who was still there. Closed the door and then he called out. Outside the door there was a tall man's shadow. A black liquid gradually poured into the room through the door, spreading throughout the room. What is this black thing? Maru thought. Kang Cha-na said, finally coming but it's too late. It turned out that people were fighting. Kang Cha-na had already planned, if she doesn't keep this up, it will be a big problem, she thought to herself. While helping the male civil servant, she took out her phone and texted the captain. Something happened, Captain, come here quickly and take care of it. Outside the door is the team leader in a familiar wolf flower summer shirt. From his eyes a stream of black liquid flowed out, which was dark demon energy, This liquid covered the entire space of the room. Maru thought to himself, what is this? The captain was also gradually submerged in the black liquid. He thought, what is this? Is it dark? Something is very strange. Maru was in darkness. He thought he couldn't hear or smell anything. It felt like he no longer existed. He covered his face in fear. What is going on? A hand from behind grabbed the captain's neck and squeezed. His eyes widened. Then fell down. Maru trembled. He bit his hand, thinking he couldn't feel anything. Captain Go walked up behind Maru, grabbed his arm and neck and told him to stop. Maru also fainted. From his chest pocket, the captain took out 2 eyes. Insert it back into the eye socket. The black liquid slowly receded. Looking at the room full of people lying on the ground. He said, the golden sand has stopped now, right? Kang Cha-na and Sun-woo were able to stand up from the pressure of gravity. Is that what you asked? Captain Go was extremely angry. He asked, Civil Servant Kang Cha-na, Sun-woo Ji Dion, why don't you tell what happened to Han Maru? Do you want to quit your job as a civil servant? He was extremely angry. Kang Cha-na bowed my head and apologized. If the captain talks to the captain of the Gyeongsan team to handle the situation, that's not the end of the sentence. Captain Go flatly refused and absolutely could not ignore this matter. At Seoul headquarters, Maru sat in the interrogation room with her hands chained. He silently thought what to do now. Inside the meeting room. Director, you said, now we will take care of Han Maru. Captain Go immediately refused, that was not possible. Director Yu was angry, she said, he can create gold sand like a devil, you know he is a dangerous character and still say that. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted loudly, look at the clash with the Gyeongsan team this time, if he uses that ability in front of humans in the future, what will he do? Captain Go denied that there would be no such thing, this incident originated from the Gyeongsan team that attacked first. He looked at Director Do and said in annoyance, don't you know that the captain there only accepts bad guys, Director Young Il-do? Captain Go questioned, isn't letting a psychopath like that join the director's responsibility? Wait, how dare you say that in front of the director? Mrs. Yu got angry and scolded her. Director Do didn't pay attention and waved her hand to calm down. It's okay. I think for civil servants, personality is not important. It doesn't matter if Captain Gyeongsan is a psychopath or whatever, he is a talent that is needed in the fight with demons. That's better than Captain Go running away to Ganghwa, Captain Go remaining calm. He said Han Maru is the same, he is needed in the fight with demons and even in life there is no problem. Moreover, these two people will be able to handle it. The relationship between the three of them is very close. Captain Go looked at Kang Cha-na and Sun-woo, his affirmation surprised the two of them. Director Do asked him, so what if Han Maru causes trouble, will Captain Go take responsibility? Captain Go stood up and insisted that no matter what, I can go now, right? The three people pulled together outside the door. Suddenly Director Do called Sun-woo Yi Dion to stay a bit. Kang Cha-na was a bit surprised. Outside, Maru quickly followed the footsteps of Kang Cha-na and Captain Go. Maru worriedly asked how everything was going, would he be okay, but what was wrong with the captain's tie? Looking at the captain's floral tie he wondered. The captain pulled his tie and said in annoyance that after 3 months of discipline, all three of you will have your salaries deducted. This news made Maru petrified. Captain Go comforted him, that's very lucky. This time, thanks to the Ganghwa team being responsible, we were able to escape, but if we cause trouble again, we don't know what will happen. Don't forget that Director Do is a very scary person. In the office, Do sat on the chair, he asked his son, if Han Maru lost control again and rioted. Can you get rid of him? Sun-woo was surprised. He laughed mockingly, ha really? I don't want to just talk about these things after 20 years, I'll see you again. Director Do prevented him from sitting down, this was not a request from a father but an order from a director. He continued, Han Maru was no longer considered a legitimate user of demonic powers. A person who spreads golden sand on his own is no different from a devil. Maybe he will become our enemy. Outside the headquarters, Maru and Captain Go were still having fun without realizing it. At the Go captain's private home. Looking at the messy house, Maru thought to himself, is this the Ganghwa team's management style? The table and sofa were full of dirty clothes, and the kitchen dishes were piled up in the sink. Maru silently criticized that even when I was studying for the civil service exam, I hadn't gotten to this level yet. I'm here. Captain Go came out wearing floral shorts, he said, from now on you will stay with me. Maru looked at him silently, he was touching somewhere, He stammered and asked if he had to do that. Captain Go replied yes, this is the best way to monitor him to avoid causing trouble. Putting her hand on Maru's shoulder, she excitedly said that when they come home from work, they must be together, and after work they must also be with me 24/7, always together. Crazy, Maru thought. At work, G1 was burning with anger as he stared at Maru. He opened his mouth and stammered, I wanted to say. G1 pointed at Maru and warned that if you dare to spray gold dust in the office, you're dead to me. The male civil servant said to help Maru, come on, stop scolding him, what if he gets too angry and sprays gold dust? I don't know if it's a word of comfort or a taunt, Maru angrily thought to himself, you can still say it's because of you that I'm like this. Maru let out a sigh. Civil servant Kim I Park standing behind him immediately asked the sigh just now. Captain Go immediately rushed to squeeze his mouth and sighed, let me see. You don't mean to sigh and spit out golden sand. He squeezes his mouth and pokes Maru's mouth, don't be like that. Maru said he walked out of the office thinking damn it and I can't breathe anymore, I can't stand being treated like a monster like this anymore. In the men's bathroom, he went in and met Sunwoo. Remembering what Director Du told him, Han Maru cannot be considered a normal person anymore, a person who can spit out golden sand himself is no different from a Rakshasa monster. Who knows, maybe he will become our enemy. Maru looked at Sunwoo's unsympathetic eyes. You got angry and said, no matter what you look at, you're going to complain to me, right? Sunwoo gave him an annoyed look and said it has nothing to do with me, I don't care about you. Maru felt strange and asked himself, why is today so strange? Normally, he just wants to tear me apart. Are you okay? I heard the sound of someone asking after Maru, I thought someone was going to make fun of me, I got angry and thought, stop it, guys. But turned around and saw Kang Cha Na and Specialist Kim Woo Yo. Maru suddenly shouted loudly, Specialist Kang Cha Na, Mr. Kim Woo Yo. Specialist Kang waved to him, Specialist Kim Woo Yu, since you are new to Ganghwa team, feel free to ask anything. Yes, Specialist Kang. He bowed his head and said, thank you. Suddenly Dad turned around and spoke to Maru, showing me his eyes for a bit, making Maru blush a bit. He leaned down and said, what color are my eyes? Don't worry, I'm not spraying gold dust here. Dad comforted him, don't take it to heart that people treat you like that. They're afraid that if something happens, they won't be able to protect you. Maru said sadly, that's true, but. He sat numbly in the office and thought to himself, it's too much to keep forcing me to work in the office, it's boring. He printed out the documents and thought, the captain's idea was that he would take responsibility, but in reality he didn't let him go out to the scene for fear of something happening. Suddenly 2 tall, muscular men entered the office. Maru doesn't know them, he asked, sorry to ask who it is. Without saying a word, the red vest guy rushed straight to attack Maru. Gave him a blow to the face. He excitedly picked up Maru's collar and said, come on, let's spray out the PM dust. Maru angrily remembered what Kang's officials said, they were afraid that if anything happened, the Ganghwa team wouldn't be able to protect him. Mary immediately reminded herself, don't cause trouble. This guy continued to provoke, he raised his fist and said, quickly transform or your face will be ruined. But the guy in the black vest gave him a kick. Flew out of Maru's body. The guy in the black suit politely helped Maru up and apologized, sorry, this guy was a bit rude. He introduced, we come from the Seoul headquarters, we can't go out or come in. Maru asked with a bloody nose, headquarters, are you here to check on me? The guy in black replied, yes, but this guy came here because he wanted to meet you, he's a fan of your special ability. The red shirt guy immediately changed his attitude, he smiled and said, I've wanted to meet you for a long time, King Maru. Maru thought to himself, who are these weird twins? Maru embarrassedly asked, wait, who is King Maru? The guy in the red shirt immediately complimented him, could spit gold dust, he was even better than Director Jong Il-do. He put his thumb in Maru's face and affirmed, yes, you are the best person among those who have the ability of a Rakshasa demon, it's amazing. Maru thought to himself, am I the best? Civil servant Kim Woo Yo stood nervously to one side and then approached and asked, what's going on? The two of them went up the mountain together to check the machine. Damn, why isn't this working? Maru cursed. Civil servant Kim stood behind him sullenly, bowing his head and admitting his mistake, apologizing, it seemed like I had broken the meter during the day, I was afraid of being scolded by everyone so I didn't dare say anything. Maru comforted him, the Ganghwa team doesn't punish him for mistakes, everyone is kind. Isn't that right? Hearing that, civil servant Kim breathed a sigh of relief, he said, Thank you, I didn't even have time to thank you for what happened the other day. Maru sheepishly scratched his head. It's nothing, he continued, so if you have anything, feel free to spray yellow sand in front of me, okay? Maru sprayed glue and asked, what kind of dust are you spraying? He looked at the gold dust on the ground and said, I thought it was you who did this, so what is this gold dust? Maru turned around warily. A Rakshasa demon appeared. Civil servant Kim hid behind him and worriedly said, I'm dead because of me, but the headquarters didn't receive notice of the Rakshasa monster's appearance. Maru reassured him, with this amount of yellow sand dust, it's probably just a level 1 raccoon, let us take care of it. Remembering the red shirt guy's praise earlier, Maru thought to himself, because I am King Maru. He rushed towards the lizard. Using swallowing to bite off the monster's artery, he thought to himself, even though it was only a level 1 monster, the only way to kill it quickly was this way. The monster fell to the ground. Civil servant Kim applauded, why you handled the monster in one fell swoop. Wait, what is this? Maru looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. The lizard's body split into two. What's going on? I thought I had killed him, but who knows? The molting monster comes back to life. In a new, stronger body. It evolved into a level 2 Rakshasa, Maru thought in surprise. Maru gasped for breath. Why do you think that's the case? It's slowly getting stronger, watching the lizard in front of it evolve from a baby into an adult body. Civil servant Kim Woo-yo was scared and asked what to do now. It looked like it had already evolved to level 6. He quickly ran away and told Maru, I will go call the others. But his actions attracted the demon. Maru shouted to be careful. The Rakshasa rushed straight towards the Kim civil servant. So fast, Maru thought to himself, he was swinging his fist to attack civil servant Kim. He unconsciously unleashed his demonic powers. The snake's skin was eaten away by poison, exposing its bones. Maru tensed up, wondering if he had changed again. The more wounds that demon receives, the stronger it becomes. The body initially split in two. A new body appears. Once it has a new body, it evolves even more horribly. Maru looked at the demon. The civil servant Kim hid behind him in fear and said that he was now level 6, how much longer would he be strong? Could it be that Maru realized something sixfold? He looked at the dots on its chest and thought to himself, looking at the dots on its chest, every time it evolves, it will lose a star dot. So at least this one can advance to the 10th level. It's too dangerous and I need to tell Kim Woo-yo to run away. Maru told this Officer Kim during the time I needed here, go call other members to help, Officer Kim. I can't last long, hurry up. Maru encouraged him not to worry too much, since I was here, I would be able to calculate my strength. He jumped up and rushed straight towards the raccoon. Civil servant Kim worriedly called out Han Maru. Maru had his own calculations. He secretly thought that he had absorbed some demons that were quite strong, and he had also absorbed this one. Therefore, maybe when I receive a fatal wound, I will be stronger than before. Maru swung his fist to attack the lizard's head. But it dodged. He thought to himself that it was so much faster and stronger than before that it couldn't have happened. The lizard punched Maru straight in the stomach, causing him immense pain. The pain is too much to bear. If I want to defeat this demon, I need to find its weakness and also need to evolve like it. Maru silently calculated that the lizard would grab Maru's arm. It pulled him up. His mouth was spitting blood and he thought his bones were broken. Why aren't there any changes in my body? Looking at the dots on his chest, Maru silently speculated that maybe his recovery ability was a bit fast, so he couldn't activate his leveling ability yet. If that's the case, then look at the raccoon preparing to punch him straight down. Maru shouted loudly, please beat me to death. It was dangerous. Civil servant Kim saw this scene and rushed up. Maru quickly stopped him from coming here. But it was too late for him to use the poison. The demon was consumed by the poison. However, its body did not have any damage. He swung his hand and punched the civil servant in the head once. The hand repeatedly hit his head. Maru quickly ran to hug the demon. He bit hard on its neck. Coming to Kim Woo-yo Maru's side, she quickly asked the civil servant Kim if he was okay. Why did you come back to save me? Civil servant Kim weakly explained that everything was my fault. How could I run away? It was because I was a coward that I involved you. Han Maru and try to run away from this place. Look, he passed out in my arms. Maru thought to himself that it's not good. If I leave him here he will die. Now I can't wait for other members to help me, I need to solve it. Maru took off his vest and tie, ready to attack and fight the demon. Looking at the Rakshasa Maru, he thought to himself that it still had 3 more evolutions. Thus, it cannot be allowed to advance to the 10th level. Maru attacked and punched the lizard repeatedly in the chest area. He calculated that he needed to destroy its heart before it evolved. The Rakshasa's chest burst. Inside is its heart. He thought to himself, luckily it hasn't evolved yet. I need to quickly absorb it. Maru pokes his head inside and intends to use it to devour and crush my heart. However, the raccoon used its hand to pierce his chest. Maru vomited blood and fell to the ground. The baby's chest slowly healed. Maru feels like he's doomed. He's already evolved and there's nothing he can do in this situation. The lizard grabbed his head. Lifted Maru's body up. Spin him like a pinwheel. Then swung his hand and threw Maru into the distance. Look at it moving towards civil servant Kim, who is lying unconscious. Maru worriedly shouted, "No." Maru couldn't shout loudly. He fell down the cliff. Maru's body gradually turned gray like a statue. Then a new Maru revived. Remember the scene of the raccoon moving towards civil servant Kim. Maru quickly ran away, silently praying to Kim Woo-yo to please be safe. That demon's evolution speed is so fast that I might be late. Returning to the original place, there was no sign of civil servant Kim anywhere. Civil servant Kim, Maru shouted loudly. He looked around confused. Has the golden sand devil disappeared? Where did he go? While searching, his phone suddenly rang. The location app shows that the demon has appeared elsewhere in area 12, 8 stars. Has it moved to the next area? The phone rang and the captain went to ask for the call. He asked Maru, "Have you seen a 7th stage ghost?" Maru replied, "Yes, I wanted to inform everyone." Team leader Go quickly reassured him, "But for now, he's fine, don't worry, if there's anything, we'll be there to help right away." Maru looked at the phone and turned it off, annoyed, and said he had already hung up. I was about to say more. He thought to himself, I already informed the other members that they would come, now I need to find Kim Woo-yo and take him to a safe place. The warning sound rang out. What was that warning sound? Pass through a bush. Maru sees civil servant Kim Woo-yo lying unconscious on the floor. Maru quickly ran to you. Are you okay? Are you hurt? However, touching Kim Woo-yo, Maru saw that his hands were covered in blood. The civil servant's blood spread throughout the entire area. Maru was stunned. It couldn't be like that. He silently thought to call civil servant Kim. Maru quickly thought that now he needs to spit out golden sand to have the ability to heal him. Yellow sand continuously sprayed from Maru's mouth. He desperately called Kim Woo-yo, "Hey, open your eyes, don't close them, please." But his hand fell down. Maru hugged civil servant Kim's body tightly. He put his body down and took off his shirt to cover Kim's body. Maru turned and walked away to find the demon. Kang Cha-na has gone up the mountain. She reports to the team leader that I have gone up the mountain, and has the team leader arrived yet? The group leader is also quickly stepping on the accelerator. I'm coming here. The phone alerted. How could a level 9 demon be here? Captain Go shouted in fear. He told her not to act alone. Kang Cha-na to wait until I get there and cooperate to fight. Yellow sand covered the entire mountain. People were rushing out into the streets to see what was going on like an earthquake. Kang Cha-na also felt the power and secretly thought that it was golden sand after all. Captain Go shouted in surprise, "What level 10 ghost is in Ganghwa? If we don't stop it, everyone will be in danger." The male civil servant held his head in panic. Civil servant Kim I-park put his hand on his mouth to signal, "Shut up." Over here, Sun-woo is also impatiently urging the driver to hurry up. Ji-won was also on his way but got stuck. Damn the red light. Kang Cha-na hurriedly rushed up the mountain. She thought she didn't have time to wait for the other members. I need to quickly find that demon to prevent it from moving to a populated area. In the desolate landscape, I suddenly saw a shadow of a person. I found it, Kang Cha-na thought. But she was surprised. Haha Maru. Han Maru quickly shouted, "Don't come here, go back." Kang Cha-na was stunned. What did you say? What are you planning to do? Maru stopped her. Come back quickly. I will defeat that demon quickly, Maru shouted. Kang Cha-na put her hand on Maru's shoulder and reassured him, "Calm down and say something. I won't go if you don't say it clearly. Hurry up and say something. What's going on here?" Maru explains it is a demon that can evolve to a higher level every time it is hit by critical damage. Kang Cha-na was surprised that demons could evolve. In the yellow sand the demon's appearance gradually appeared. It has evolved into a muscular giant. Kang Cha-na asked when it evolves to the 7th stage, will you be the one to deal with it here? Maru picked up a branch and said, let me handle this. I have to kill that demon. Maru held a tree branch and was about to stab it straight into his chest. Kang Cha-na quickly stopped him. What are you planning to do? Maru said, Narugo the soul said I also absorbed an evolved demon like it, and now if it gets a fatal wound it can evolve stronger. Kang Cha-na was stunned. He seemed uneasy. What happened here? Kang Cha-na hastily stopped this. Wait, everyone from the team is about to arrive. Maru said, I don't need anyone's help. Kang Cha-na shouted angrily, so why don't you just run into that demon alone? Why do you want to die faster, right? Maru determined that even if I die, I must defeat that demon. He stabbed the branch straight into his chest. Blood splashed on Kang Cha-na's face. His body collapsed in disbelief. Kang Cha-na looked at the pile of shells in front of her in amazement, wondering how many times he had been hit with fatal damage. She didn't notice when the demon ran up behind her. Did it suddenly attack me? Kang Cha-na raised his hand to defend. Luckily, Maru was able to block its fist. He held its hand tightly. Swinging, one of the demon's arms hit the ground. Maru's face was cold. The demon immediately grabbed his neck. It punched him straight to the ground. The surrounding sandy soil crumbled. Captain Go had reached the mountain. He cursed, damn, why did something like this happen? A loud noise rang out. What noise was that? The scene in front of her made Kang Cha-na stunned. She thought in surprise, that's what it seems. Completely different from what I know about Han Maru. Han Maru had escaped from the demon's grip. He punched it straight in the face. Maru rushed up. Looking at Maru's expressionless face, Kang Cha-na thought it was the first time I saw his expressionless face like that. Why did he suddenly change like that? Maru continued to swing his fist. The demon's arm is recovering at a rapid rate. Before long, its arm was restored intact. The demon punched Maru straight in the chest. He jumped away, hitting straight into the cliff. Seeing this scene, Kang Cha-na rushed up and shouted loudly, Han Maru. But the Go captain held her hand. He shouted at the public servant Kang Cha-na to stay still. That's a level 10 demon, you can't joke with him. The captain went to ask how the damage was. Civil servant Kang Cha-na. Why is Han Maru here? He's at home. The captain is so angry that his veins are burning. At Seoul headquarters. Director, you received the news very unexpectedly. What a 7-level ghost in Ganghwa. That's right, I received information from Go Tokma captain. Incheon headquarters has already sent staff to assist. A small old woman with silver hair spoke up. It was the director of Incheon headquarters, Mrs. Ji Jiam-wook. She said, I will report this to Director Du in case Incheon's side cannot solve this demon. Director Yu asked, did you hear that? Director Du is leisurely resting his feet on his tablet. He's right, it's been 2 years since the 10th level demon appeared in Seoul Yak Mountain. Thinking back on that, Mrs. Yu was a little hesitant. At that time, all the staff who went there to do their duty sacrificed and the damage to the people was too great. Chief Du reassured him not to worry, many Ganghwa teams will be fine, there's a Go captain there. Plus there was that kid there, the kid he mentioned was Han Maru. He got up from the rubble, he walked towards the demon rushing straight towards it. Captain Go noticed something unusual. Is that crazy guy? Stop, Han Maru, he shouted to stop, but Han Maru didn't pay attention. He rushed straight towards the demon. He threw a punch straight at it. It also immediately threw a punch at Maru. 2 punches collide. Han Maru's arm immediately shattered. The demon squeezed his neck. Captain Go said it wasn't good and then continued to let him continue fighting like that. He raised his hands and was about to gouge out his eyes and use his demonic powers. But Maru suddenly used his legs to tightly wrap around the demon's waist. He used his broken arm to stab it straight into its mouth. My recovery speed must have increased, Maru thought to himself. His arm recovered with surprising speed. Soon the whole hand pierced the demon's skull. Captain Go thought with horror that he could pierce that monster's head with his bare hands. To be more certain, Maru bit straight into its neck, severing the carotid artery. Kang Cha-na looked at this scene and said it seemed like it could never recover. Maru pinned the demon's body to the ground. He senselessly punched it in the face repeatedly. Han Maru, stop. The captain goes forward to stop. Kang Cha-na stepped forward and used her sword to chop off the demon's head. Maru looked at his bloodstained hand and trembled. Kang Cha-na walked over and hugged him, reassuring him that everything was over. Sunwoo and Ji-won just arrived now and she asked if everything was over here. Looks like it wasn't the captain and Kang's civil servants who handled the monster, right? Captain Go said it was because of Han Maru that he defeated that monster. Sunwoo was stunned that he could handle that 10th level demon alone. Maru is currently like a lost soul being hugged tightly by Kang Cha-na. At the funeral home, civil servant Kim Woo-yo's funeral is being held. His relatives were all very depressed. All the teammates came to pay their respects. Especially the male civil servant, he seemed sad. Outside, civil servant Kang asked Captain Go, who was slumped on the ground, if he was okay. Kang Cha-na asked Captain Go, he replied, I still can't forget. Cha-na asked him, how was Kim Woo-yo's case resolved? Captain Go replied that the headquarters had already sent someone to deal with everything, luckily his body was intact and had not been eaten. It can be said that this place is no longer safe. Kang Cha-na reported to the captain and Han Maru still hasn't contacted him. He left his resignation letter and left immediately. This is quite important and needs to be reported to his superiors. Please give me some time to convince him. Captain Go said, he won't come back, I've experienced this feeling so I understand this very well. When I was in Seoul, a 10th order demon appeared, and during the fight, many members died because of it. In the team, I'm the only one left alive. He walked away and said that witnessing the death of my comrades like that made me feel very hopeless. Maru collapsed in his small room. On the ground were countless empty beer cans. Suddenly a crack in the wall appeared and a bloody arm appeared. A bloody arm tore through the space and walked out. Maru suddenly woke up. Director Du, covered in blood, entered his room. He explained this sudden appearance, I wanted to talk to you, that's why I came here, don't be so scared. Maru jumped up, he shouted in panic, how did you get in here? Yellow Sand followed the Du director's feet into the room. He rolled up his sleeves and explained, after completing a few tasks at the scene, I came here immediately. Very naturally, he took Maru's scarf. While wiping his face, he heard that after the incident with civil servant Kim Woo-yo, he locked himself in his room and did not come out. Maru sat on his knees and sadly asked, so you came to hold me responsible for what I did, right? Director Du still maintained a gentle attitude. He answered him, no, since he was a special civil servant, sacrificing himself was normal, because Kim Woo-yo was too weak, it was not strange that he lost his life. Maru was stunned, what did he say? Director Du put the towel on the table and continued, I'm just worried about you, if you do this, how will you be able to do these jobs in the future, and what's more dangerous is that you will become like your father. He sat down next to Maru and said, I absolutely do not want you to follow in your father's previous footsteps. Maru was a bit surprised, he asked, so you know about my father? Director Du admitted that it is true that your father and I worked together, or simply said we were captains in the same platoon. Is that so? He gradually sank into a stream of memories, recalling the times when they worked together to kill the demons with such excitement. Memories go back to 1999, every gunshot rang out in the quiet space of the mountains and forests. What's wrong? Asked Joan Il-du, who was 30 years old at the time. A Rakshasa dressed in a strange outfit. Its armor blocks all fire. 30-year-old Han Su-wen shouted loudly, everyone shot him quickly. But Il-du then hesitated. Su-wen immediately grabbed his collar and warned him, wake up, Captain Joan Il-du, quickly get into a fighting position. The demon killed another of their teammates. Su-wen pulled out the grenade pin. He ordered, throwing the grenade quickly. Countless grenades were thrown towards the demon. Hide, he held his head and shouted loudly. A huge explosion occurred, fire flared up fiercely. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The soldiers looked. One of them said, check to see how he's doing. Su-wen moves forward. A shadow hidden in the dust. The demon was blown away by a grenade explosion. Golden sand poured out of its mouth. Il-du wondered, what is this golden sand? The monster's body was recovering, watching half of its body grow at an incredible speed. Shoot him quickly, the soldiers shouted loudly. Countless bullets were fired towards the demon, but the bullets didn't seem to hurt it. It swung its arms and slashed away the corpses of the leading soldiers. No way, Su-wen was stunned. Chief Du said, in that battle with the demon, our platoon was almost killed. Il-du woke up from the impact and saw his comrades' corpses lying in front of him. Il-du struggled to stand up and went to ask his UIS teammate alive, are you okay, Han Su-wen? Su-wen said lifelessly, everyone is dead, What is the meaning of this? That was golden sand. Looking at the golden dust spreading on the ground, Su Wen panicked and said. There are still demons here, things are not over yet. So scared, he ran away. Han Su Wan, Il Du shouted loudly. Come back here quickly, Il Du chases after you. Found Su Wan, I've been looking for you everywhere, where are you running to? Il Du reached out to call his teammates. But the scene before his eyes made Il Du terrified. A thousand-eyed demon lurked in the dust, his eyes flickering like lanterns in the dark. Il Du shouted worriedly, Han Su Wan, please step back quickly. Su Wan turned back to look at his teammates. He is very strange, he said, there is no way, I have to stop this demon. Il Du shouted, what the hell are you talking about? Il Du was about to rush up to stop him. But a space-time tear suddenly appeared. From the crack a hand reached out. Straight through Il Du's chest. Returning to reality, Director Du explained to Maru with his chin in his hands, at that time the demon attacked me, and I had demon blood integrated into my body. So I got my strength and I gathered people like me to fight them, which is this special organization. What about my father? Maru asked. Director Du said, I tried to convince him to join the organization but it didn't work. Il Du came to find Su Wan, he sat lifeless in a corner of the wall. Director Du remembered Su Wan's state at that time, he said, after gaining demonic powers, your father was completely different, he was always unstable. The old man said, it could be said that at that time, his father's most important goal was only one. It was to the underworld. Maru was stunned. He remembered his childhood memories. Maru struggled to resist, so he had to go to the underworld. Father, let me go. Director Du continued to say, his father chose to turn himself into a demon to gain more power, so he could defeat the demons. Maru lost his temper and shouted, what do you mean, turning yourself into a demon? Director Du frowned and explained, we already have demon blood. Thus we can enter the underworld without any bondage at all. Director Du left, Maru sat in the room. He looked at the photo taken with his father and thought to himself, so did my father choose to go to the underworld to become a demon. Remember Chief Du's words, in this war if you give up and feel too weak then I will consider you a loser. Please be stronger and don't lose your mind like your father. Maru fell into deep thought. At work. Captain Go stared at Maru's seat. Today he still doesn't go to work. He stood up and said, then I will go to headquarters in Incheon to process Han Maru's resignation letter. Father stood up. She said, and I will go to his house too. At this moment a voice rang out, I'm sorry. Now I'm too late. Maru walks in. The whole office suddenly looked at him. Maru thought to himself, I need to continue this work and find my father as well as the truth about the demon race. I can't believe that my father went to the underworld and turned into a demon. Director Du stood in the elevator. He walked out to a secret room, looked at the chained figure in front of him. He said, preparations are complete. It's time to enter the underworld. At work. A gloomy atmosphere pervades the entire office. Can't stand this scene anymore. Ji-won stood up and called, it's already 12 o'clock, everyone let's go have lunch. But Maru wasn't very interested, he refused, oh I'm not in the mood for lunch, everyone just go. In the end, only the four of us went to eat. Ji-won lamented when only his father, Nam, and Kim I-park agreed to go to lunch together. Ji-won said sadly, since Kim Woo-yeo's incident, I see Han Maru always sad, I'm really worried. Father Na looked at the civil servant lounging behind and thought, it's not just Han Maru, the whole team is sad, the atmosphere is really bad. Evening at Captain Go's house. After showering, he saw Maru curled up in a corner and called out, Han Maru, while I'm cooking noodles, take out the trash and take it out. Maru walked out the door with a pile of trash bags in his hand when he encountered civil servant Kang. He suddenly asked, does Kang's civil servant also live here? Kang's civil servant replied, yes, it's close to the office so it's convenient for departure. She added, it's not just me, there are civil servants Yoon Ji-won and Kim I-park downstairs too. Look at the pile of bags in his hand. Father Na walked up to her and said, let me help you. Maru quickly refused, no need. But she added, you don't need to blame yourself forever about Kim Woo-yeo, this is the Ganghwa team's responsibility. Maru denies, no this is really my fault, no need to comfort me. Cha Na walked first, she told him, I'm not comforting you, I'm saying you have to get over it, everyone lives like that. Just the Ganghwa team alone has lost important people to be here. Maru didn't understand a bit, he thought to himself, why does everyone lose important people? Maru called out to Dad, Hey, give it to me, it's very heavy. At the office, the alarm bell rang. Captain Go's face didn't look very good. He commanded, "This is a level 6 Rakshasa, Yunji 1, Namyo Sok." Han Maru set off immediately. He held his stomach and groaned, "Oh, my stomach hurts, it must be from yesterday's pork belly." Maru seemed reluctant to put on his shirt. Looking at his attitude, Sunwoo stood up and said, "I will go instead of civil servant Han Maru." What if something happens if Han Maru leaves? Those words hurt Maru so much. Ji-won reprimanded Sunwoo, "What did you just do to my people?" Sunwoo looked at Maru and thought that guy's attitude is so gloomy and annoying. 3 people approached the alarm area. Ji-won warned, "Civil servant Sunwoo, be careful what you say, can't you see Han Maru's expression?" Sunwoo angrily retorted, "Why should I pay attention to that weakling? Instead of worrying about him, we need to find the demon quickly." Suddenly something shot straight at Sunwoo's head. He fell down and fainted. Sunwoo woke up, holding his head in pain. What's going on? He wondered. Suddenly Sunwoo discovered a raccoon with a bright red body is attacking a male civil servant. Damn, it appeared, he shouted loudly and broke a finger. The lizard's head was torn off. Sunwoo didn't expect it to be destroyed so quickly. Ji-won and Nam also woke up. She asked confusedly, "What's going on? Has the Rakshasa been destroyed?" "It seems like that," Sunwoo replied. Suddenly the male civil servant discovered something. "Ha! Jang!" he shouted loudly. A fat cat with a fierce face suddenly appeared. The male civil servant picked it up and Ji-won approached and asked, "What's wrong, your cat?" The male civil servant looked at the cat fascinated. He replied, "It looks exactly like my cat, but how could it be here?" "Hold the cat and coax the male civil servant to take care of it. Let's go back to the office and I'll feed you, but why is it so heavy?" Sunwoo quickly stopped. "Wait, are you planning on bringing a cat into the office?" Ji-won waved his hand. "Let it go." Civil servant Nam Yo-sok looked happy. At the office, the male civil servant happily showed off to everyone, calling to see what I could pick up from this mountain. But everyone has a very different attitude. "Put it down now," civil servant Nam Yo-sok, Cha-na shouted loudly. The male civil servant disagreed. "Why isn't it cute? That's too much." But in fact, in his hand instead of the fat cat from before, there was a fat red raccoon. It was a reenacted Rakshasa. It jumped out of the man's hand. "Shoot something in the forehead of Maru, Cha-na and civil servant Kim." The Rakshasa landed on the ground. Then ran out. The male civil servant quickly chased after him and still didn't realize that it wasn't his cat. "Jang, don't go." The cat ran into a corner. "Men chase." The scene before him made him panic. The yellow sand was blinding and a giant door appeared. Captain Go held his forehead and woke up. He had such a headache. "What the heck was that?" "You dragged a Rakshasa back from the mountain?" Captain Go asked angrily. The whole office turned to look at the male civil servant. He argued, "No, I swear I saw it looked like my Jang, but the 2 people who were with me also saw it as a cat. Why am I the only one to blame? And civil servant Yun Ji-won too." But Ji-won interrupted him. "Stop talking about right and wrong later. Look at the gold dust in the building. The demon is definitely inside. Start from behind that door first." Ji-won pushed the door open. She said it seemed like it was creating an illusion. "Everyone be careful." The group walked inside. The scene inside surprised everyone. "Oh my god, is this all an illusion? It's so scary. Look at that, it's too close," my father shouted loudly. The whole group looked towards the silhouette of the Rakshasa. It's bright red and moves with spider-like legs, chasing spiders. Remember Ji-won holding a boy tightly in his arms. She said in fear, "Don't tell me." Happy memories with my son. And the scene of her holding her child lying in a pool of blood are interwoven. Mina and Ji-won shouted loudly and wanted to run forward. Cha-na quickly stopped her. "Civil servant Yun is dangerous." Ji-won cried and said, "I have to go, this is where I first met the Rakshasa, my son is there." Dad shouted loudly, "Wake up, it's not real, it's just an illusion." She remembered what the raccoon did to everyone. Father said, "The Rakshasa just used something to touch our foreheads, right? It must have injected our brain and read our memories." Maru pointed at the spider and asked, "So that guy is also an illusion?" Sunwoo denied, "No, that name must be real, it was recreated from the Raksha information in our blood." Maru silently recited the Rakshasa's name. The Rakshasa reappeared. Remembering what Director Du once told me, in the bodies of people with the ability of Rakshasa, their bodies all bleed the blood of Rakshasa. meaning we are carriers of the seeds of Rakshasa. He realized in panic, so could it be that the Rakshasa that gave us the ability would now be recreated here? Cha Na slowly pulled out the demon sword. She was right, even the captain's level 10 Aksha, even Han Maru's voracious Rakish can appear. Looking at the Rakshasa in front of the whole team, I thought to myself, if we don't destroy this reappearing Rakshasa, we will be lost. Maru collapsed and sat down, holding his head helplessly, thinking that if he couldn't kill that demon, he would starve again. If that situation arises, what should the other members do? Suddenly someone called, Han Maru. Hearing that, he raised his head and Captain Go reached out and spoke in a reassuring voice, "Don't worry, no one will die, as long as we all protect each other, that's all." After saying that, Kang Cha Na and Sun Wu immediately rushed to attack. With Sun Wu's support, she immediately grabbed her sword and jumped high. A beautiful somersault that chopped off the spider demon's head. Blood poured out like a stream. Kang Cha Na gently landed. Sun Wu and Kang Cha Na dealt with the demon in one fell swoop. The illusion gradually receded and returned to the office as it was, but the golden sand appeared and transformed into a door. Seeing that, Sun Wu became angry and gritted his teeth and said there was a door again. Where was that demon hiding? Kang Cha Na approached and asked Ji-won, who was absent-mindedly sitting on the ground, if she was okay. She sniffled and replied okay. Watching the two help each other leave, Maru thought to himself that civil servant Yoon had lost his son to the demons. In his heart, he was indignant, that bastard. On this side, Sun Wu touched the door and urged everyone to quickly find the demon if they wanted to escape from here. He opened the door and saw bodies lying on the ground. Observing the scene in front of her, Maru thought to herself that this was in the memories of civil servant Kim I-park. At this moment, his mood became sad. "Wife," he called softly. The image of his beloved wife holding his hand suddenly came back. Both sweet memories mixed with the painful scene when his wife was dying in his arms when attacked by a spore demon. Suddenly, civil servant Nam spoke up to interrupt the reminiscence. The demon was on Earth. Where there is a demon clinging to the ceiling. It is skinny, its head and back are covered with green fur. It shook its body and fine powder fell down. Everyone didn't have time to react, accidentally letting it get into their mouth. Maru quickly coughed it out. He thought to himself, oh no, the spore, it got into his stomach. From his mouth, spores poured out, making Maru cough. It keeps coming out, it penetrates into the lungs so quickly. I wonder how the other members are doing now, Maru thought to himself. He turned to look, it was too late, other people were lying on the ground, everyone's mouth was covered with spores, the condition was not much better than his. Maru's tears continued to fall. Am I the only one who can recover quickly here? Realizing that he was the best person here, Maru raised his hand to try to pry that thing out of his mouth. Then I need to deal with it right away, he silently calculated. Then, he jumped up and grabbed the demon, biting hard on its shoulder. Maru quickly tore its skin. Both he and the demon fell to the floor. Dust kicked up in the air. The demon's body gradually disappeared. Maru chewed and chewed. He thought to himself that it was impossible to absorb demon energy, really tired. Seeing everyone gradually awakening, Maru turned around and asked if everyone was okay. Civil servant Nam immediately strangled and wanted to vomit all those things out. I thought I was dead. Kang Cha Na looked up and said, Han Maru. Both were stunned to see Kim Woo-yo's gloomy and depressed appearance. She stepped forward to explain clearly that civil servant Kim's wife had died at the hands of that demon. Tears fell from his eyes as he watched the illusion gradually disappear. Maru clenched his hands, remembering what she said. All members of the Manhwa team had lost important relatives, and she wasn't the only one suffering here. He frowned thoughtfully, thinking that he didn't need to continue torturing himself like that, no longer complaining. Seeing that he was confused, Sun Wu nudged his shoulder to remind him. Watching him turn on his heel and leave, Maru angrily glared, gritted his teeth, clenched his fists. Thinking bitterly that he woke up at an important moment, he coldly said, "Don't get in my way." Sun Wu placed his hand on the door, intending to push it open. Then Maru stepped forward to stop him from opening the door, not knowing if there was a demon in there. He angrily argued that he wouldn't kill it anyway, so if he saw one, he would just kill it. The door opened, this side appeared the figure of a guy, light poured in. Maru raised his hand to cover his eyes, trying to see clearly who was standing over there in front. Suddenly he realized it was Sun Wu when he was young. He pointed and turned to ask if that was his memory. He stood still. Sun Wu frowned and cursed, "Step back." Right at this moment a hand reached out from the yellow sand. Its body is tall with countless hands covering its body, that is a demon. Young Sunwoo immediately urgently said, "Please give me demon powers. I want to be stronger than my father," Sunwoo shouted loudly. Looking at this scene, Maru scratched his head and couldn't believe why he wanted to have ghost powers, he was crazy. He frowned. Sunwoo suddenly said, "I had to do that so I could confront him." Suddenly its hand reached out. Sunwoo's knee was broken, he cried out in pain. The demon smiled sinisterly and threw a punch. Seeing this, Sunwoo sighed and said, "Okay, this nonsense is over." He snapped his fingers. The demon's wrist was twisted back. Sunwoo waved his hand one more time and scolded it to death, but it didn't hurt him at all. It regenerates its arm. Countless hands grew out of its arms. Fallen demons continuously attacked Sunwoo from afar. The bones in Sunwoo's body broke piece by piece. Seeing Sunwoo lying face down on the ground, everyone panicked. Maru hurriedly rushed forward. Kang Cha-na used demonic energy to pull out the demon sword. Maru, along with Captain Go, Cha-na and Ji-won, rushed into the fight. Countless hands appeared on the entire body of the fallen ghost. Seeing that, Maru was frightened and his face turned pale. It was too dangerous. It stretched out its arm. Each finger on it was broken in proportion to the number of joints in everyone's body that were broken. Everyone's screams rang out, and he firmly thought he had to take it down immediately. "But you also understand clearly, demons are too strong for us." Maru was controlled by it, his whole body convulsed and he lay struggling on the ground. "Really strong, that guy with the ability to kill people," Maru thought to himself. Maru turned around and saw Storm Yu lying on the ground. He thought to himself, "But Sunwoo Il Dion, what is he doing?" Yu shouted, "You also have the same rat-slaying ability, so why are you lying there not fighting seriously?" Sunwoo looked up at Maru with an irritated face and thought, "Damn, who does that guy think he is? I really want to become someone who possesses stronger Raza chasing abilities than my father. But I lost to that guy." He looked at Maru standing in front of him and thought, "If I don't do something, then becoming someone with the ability to kill will have no meaning at all." Sunwoo clenched his fists. Demonic fall raised both arms. It came again. Maru took a ready stance. He started wriggling his fingers, causing Maru to feel pain and difficulty breathing and unable to move. Maru seemed to have his mouth squeezed tightly by an invisible thing, gasping for breath. His evolutionary ability cannot be promoted, and his recovery ability is hindered. When he was lying on the ground, Maru raised his head and shouted to the captain to go, the captain to think of a way to handle it. Captain Go replied, "I wanted to gouge my eyes out but I couldn't lift my hands, the recovery was too slow." Maru's face turned pale and he thought, "This uncle is so useless." He turned around and shouted, "Hey Sunwoo, what are you? You're the one with the ability to kill." Sunwoo tried to get up. At this time, the demon had approached the three men, Park and Ji-won, who they were afraid of. Looking at the odd red demon standing in front of them, it spread its arms, preparing to attack the three people. In Han Maru's scream, Sunwoo bit a tooth and cursed, "Shut up, I know." Immediately one arm fell off. "I'm just waiting for this moment to put strength into my legs and stand up." Father's sword was placed on the demon's neck. But it stopped her, her whole body trembled. She thought to herself that all the bones in her body were broken, so she couldn't exert any strength. Suddenly an invisible force strangled Father's neck. Pulled her straight up. "Wait, what's the situation?" Dad was surprised by this scene. Maru also suddenly looked up at the sky and looked at the civil servant's father. She was floating in the air. What was going on? She wasn't floating in the air. Sunwoo felt it was blood. The blood of the demon is controlling Father Na. Countless hands made from its blood. Those hands rushed to Chan Na, clinging tightly to her limbs and neck, and started squeezing and twisting, making her scream in pain. Seeing this, Maru shouted to stop. He ran towards the fallen ghost and he controlled another arm to fly to grab his neck. Then lifted him up high like it did with his father. "What is this?" Maru weakly said he didn't see anything. What invisible hand was that? Sunwoo recognized its demonic energy. "If Rakshasa has given me that ability, then," he thought as he used his mouth to pull the glove off. "Then I can do it too." Sunwoo bit his hand so hard it bled. Blood flowed from his hand. Immediately turned into countless invisible hands and attacked the fallen ghost controlling it. "Right now," Sunwoo shouted loudly signaling his teammates. A ray of spider silk flew and pierced the demon's neck. It was seriously injured and collapsed. Behind it was the giant spider created by G1's ability. "We won," G1 said. But the whole group was now exhausted and lying on the ground, but they were so tired. Sunwoo thought to himself, but, thanks to Yehyun's Rasha, I've discovered my own new ability. Sunwoo sat leaning against the wall thinking. A call rang out. Sunwoo glanced over. It turned out that Maru was standing next to him, twisting his knuckles and saying, "Take a closer look. Just do that next time." He glared and pointed at him. Sunwoo looked at Maru with contempt. "Shut up, worry about yourself. What can a guy who only knows how to bite and tear eat do anything?" Maru was so angry he cursed bitterly. This bastard, even though he gave good advice but was cursed at. Sunwoo walked away still cursing Maru. Damn, what a bastard. Everyone gathered in front of the room. The ferocious roar of a demon echoed out to everyone's worried faces. Looking at the door, there was a heavy atmosphere. The male civil servant asked in fear, "What was that noise just coming from inside the door?" Na's father also replied with a pale face, "It seems like Han Maru's voracious Raza." Finally it was my turn, so Maru walked to the door. He used both hands to push the door open. Suddenly there was a voice, an immature child's voice calling, "Dad." Inside are Maru's father and Maru as a child. Male civil servants and everyone looking at this scene were scared to death. That is the voracious Rakshasa. Sunwoo and Cha-na thought to themselves, but that voracious raccoon has eyes. Maru's father began to pull him towards the demon, ignoring his pleas. "Let go and let him go, Dad." He said coldly, "Only then can you step into the abyss. If you want to protect the people important to you, you must gain the power of the voracious Raza. Protect everyone." Maru listened to what Dad said. He secretly suspected that the director's words were completely different. Why did Chief Young-il-do lie about his father? On this side, Director Do just tapped his finger on the table and spoke, lower than expected. Incheon headquarters director wondered, "What's so low?" This year, the number of people possessing Raksha abilities has skyrocketed due to the higher frequency of Raksha appearing. "Quantity is not important, quality is the problem," he just commented. Just through the file on the table, there are very few people with level 7 abilities or higher, especially in the Incheon branch compared to other places. The director glanced at him and asked, "So what do you want me to do? Force me to create stronger people?" Director Do clasped his hands and smiled mysteriously, saying if necessary, he could. The governor angrily slapped the table and questioned, "Do you mean you deliberately delayed the deployment just because you wanted someone among the injured civilians to develop the ability to kill?" "Director Young-il, do you know how dangerous this is?" The director spat in the director's face. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, interrupting their argument. The secretary showed her face in the report. "Boss, it seems the document you requested will be late because the Ganghwa team cannot be contacted." The director looked angry and pointed at her and said, "It was the Ganghwa team again. Find the reason why you didn't answer. Don't say it's okay and leave work early." On this side, their team's situation was not much better. The tyrannical demon bared its sharp-toothed jaws and screamed loudly. The whole group stood stunned facing the tyrant as if he was preparing to attack. They really wanted to get off work on time, the whole group thought. "I really want to get off work on time," the whole group thought together. The whole group is probably feeling very apprehensive about having to continue to confront the monster of starvation that is so energetic in front of them. Suddenly, the male civil servant shouted, "Look," he was shouting and pointing at the hunger demon. The voracious lizard was collapsing, its body began to melt and drip to the ground. It disappeared and left behind a red circle, surprising the group. Why did the voracious Raza suddenly disappear without fighting? G1. Captain Go was also silent, realizing something about its shape that was different from normal Rakshasas. "Haha, that's good, I don't want to have to fight with that scary type." "Hey sister, I'm startled." After the call, G1 looked at the door and said, "It seems this time it's civil servant Kang's turn to be in charge." Father Na stared at the door. She said, "Everyone just wait here. I will go alone," while saying that you use your blood power to create a sword. G1 stands behind you to stop you, Kang Cha-na. Maru was surprised by his father's decision. Going alone is very dangerous, so he stopped him. But she said, "I want to handle it myself as practice for the next encounter." Father turned around and said with a serious expression, "I'm leaving," she said, then pushed the door. The whole group anxiously watched their father. Maru walked over and opened it a crack. He thought to himself, fighting alone, that sounds so unreasonable. Even Sunwoo Yi Dian was pushed back by his Rasha and couldn't win. The door opened slightly, inside the father and the demon began to fight. Fire flashed from the clash of swords between the two people. Maru suddenly realized that in addition to the raccoon fighting with his father, there was another shadow hidden behind him, and there was another Rakshasa. What's that name? It's a Rakshasa with a head as black as night. Sunwoo also came to look. He seemed shaken by the scene inside. Like the voracious Rakshasa, this one is also collapsing. Father's sword was cut in half. The lizard prepared to swing its sword to finish her off. Expert Kang and Maru were worried and were about to rush in. But you stopped me, I said I would fight myself. Maru explains, it's not like that, let's do it. That guy's iron armor. Kang experts can do the same thing too. The door slowly closes. Maru asked angrily, why did you close it? I can't know what the situation is. Sunwoo said, okay, so now we can win. A loud noise rang out. The door opens. A bloody hand covered in solid iron armor. Maru looked tense. Kang Cha-na was covered in blood and tried to walk out. She said she really won. Then collapsed in Maru's arms. He called out in panic, civil servant Kang. It was extraordinary. Looking at his unconscious father, Sunwoo silently praised. La Sat Pagoda, we have to work together to win, while Kang Cha-na is in charge of defeating T at La Sat alone. Ji-won said, so now there are only two left, Captain Go Deok Man and Nam Yo Sok are not done yet. The male civil servant said, yes, but why didn't the door appear? Sunwoo said nonchalantly, that reminds me of the raccoon I first met on the mountain. It is very similar to the ability of a very ordinary male civil servant. The male civil servant faltered, oh, so that's the new Jang. He recounted, 1 year ago I lost the Jang that I raised, so I went to the mountains to look for it and encountered a monster. Ji-won looked at Captain Go and asked, so what about the shadow of Captain Go Deok Man? Captain Go, still maintaining a flirtatious appearance, replied, who knows, maybe it was because the Rakshasa recreated something I had forgotten. The whole group didn't believe what he said. How could they forget? It was so calm, this time he couldn't do anything. Civil servant Nam smiled and said, okay, it's great that we don't have to encounter the scariest level 10, ha ha. Captain Go said, yes, the most important thing is that everyone on the team is safe. Maru thought to himself, yes, the captain was right, everyone is safe and best of luck, everyone goes through difficult things, we have to treat them better in the future. The other day I asked civil servant Nam if he had found the cat, and he replied, yes, it's lying around at home. The hallway is gradually becoming clearer, the mist is dissipating, and I am about to reappear but I can't see it anymore. Could it be that the Nam civil servant who killed me would show it inside and out? Captain Go asked. He had to laugh and say whatever he wanted. Now take specialist Kang to the hospital first, everyone has worked hard, let's eat pork belly today. Suddenly, an empty fist slammed straight into the captain's face. That's Han Maru. Everyone was stunned. Maru calmed him down and shouted, you brat, are you a Rakshasa? Ji-won called to stop, Officer Han, what are you doing to Captain? Maru shouted loudly, this is not the captain had a stomachache yesterday, so how can he eat again? They were all stunned. Captain Go pretended to say, my stomach hurts. Immediately the whole group rushed in to beat and kick him, that's right, die, oh don't move that brat. Suddenly he cried out, wait, stop. When people are not on guard. It ran away, it was running away. Immediately the whole group chased after them, standing there. Then the real Captain Go drove his car and crashed straight into him. Sunwoo was stunned, it was impossible to get hit by a car. Captain Go was also surprised, what was that, what happened? He watched his body gradually transform back into a Rakshasa. Captain Go sat in the office questioning the members, while I was going to the hospital for a stomach ache, did you bring in a raccoon? He said with a gloomy face, if the headquarters knew about this, we would have our salaries cut for the whole year, understand? Therefore, this case must be kept absolutely secret. Kang Cha-na walked out of the office, she thought to herself, finally able to breathe. Suddenly someone called her, Specialist Kang Cha-na. What's going on? Cha-na turned around, it was Sunwoo, he said, I have something to tell you. Rakshasa in the memory of expert Kang Cha-na. I have encountered it in the past. Why, where did we meet? Cha-na quickly asked. Ian Woo looked down, his face as sad as the sunset, he said, that raccoon is probably Director Du. 20 years ago, at Director Du's private home. Young Sunwoo opened the bedroom door and called out, Dad, do you still have to work in the basement today? His mother was lying on the bed, not paying attention to him, and said, "Yes, your father doesn't care about us, so don't pay attention to him." Sunwoo did not give up and ran to find his father. He peered into the basement window. "Wipe off the dust on it." The scene inside stunned Sunwoo. A lizard with a black lower body and head. It is constantly exhaling golden sand. Returning to reality, Cha-na asked suspiciously, "Director Jung Il-do. Are you saying he's a demon in my memories?" Sunwoo explained, "In the basement where my father works there is only a demon. At that time I was too young, so I couldn't confirm. However, through the memories of civil servant Kang today, I can confirm that it was him." Cha-na was extremely shocked. She asked, "If Director Jung Il-do was that demon, why did he just stand by and watch our family being massacred?" Sunwoo gently rotated his wrist. "I'm also very curious." He replied, "I became a special civil servant to find out the secret behind Director Do. If I become a person with strong demonic powers, I can work at the Seoul headquarters." Cha-na walked towards him. She said, "Just going through memories is not enough, do you have evidence?" Sunwoo told her, "I will clarify my thoughts are right. But I need something." Cha-na was skeptical and needed something. At Seoul headquarters, Kang, Cha-na and Han Maru sit in the meeting room. Maru suddenly asked, "Why did we come here?" Cha-na calmly replied, "I already said that on the way here." Maru pointed at Sunwoo angrily and questioned, "So why do I have to participate in the plan just because of that guy's nonsense thoughts?" Suddenly the door opened. Director Do walked in. "Sorry to keep everyone waiting, the meeting took longer than expected. Is there something you want to say?" He sat down in the chair and asked. Maru scratched his head and explained, "Ha ha ha, the story was," but before he could finish his sentence, Sunwoo suddenly interrupted him. "When civil servant Kang Cha-na received demonic powers, the director was also at the scene, right?" Maru had a heart attack. It wouldn't hurt to ask. Director Do tapped his hand on the table and asked, "What do you mean? I'm wondering what this sentence means." Father Na calmly said, "At that time there was another demon in the room. I heard it was the director." Director Do let out a mocking laugh. "Ha, everyone believes in Mr. Sunwoo's bullshit fantasies, right? Because of his mother's death, he thought his father was a devil." "Dad," Maru was surprised by the relationship between the two of them. Sunwoo angrily put his hand on the table. Shouted, "It has nothing to do with my mother, I just want to know your true identity." He told Maru. Han Maru sprayed yellow sand so that he could clearly see the director's identity. Maru was angry, "That guy dragged me to this place for this purpose." Director Do gently threatened, "Mr. Han Maru, if you spray yellow sand not during the mission, the Ganghwa team will no longer be able to manage you." Maru was sweating profusely due to stress. Suddenly Cha-na put her hand on Sunwoo's shoulder. "Let's stop here. Although I want to know the truth behind my family's death, don't let it involve Han Maru." Maru looked at her and remembered the scene of the ruined bedroom. He asked, "Do you want to know the truth? The truth about that day?" Maru and Cha-na looked at each other. He suddenly slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Sunwoo Le Dion, from now on I will be responsible." Of course, Sunwoo agreed. For the first time the two of them had such a compatible mind. Director Do stood up and rubbed Ha's head, which really hurt. "What are you planning on playing with, Dad?" he said. "Sunwoo is cold, I never considered him a father. Since the day he abandoned me and my mother, Sunwoo angrily used demonic power." The glass window behind him shattered. He rushed straight to Director Do. He fell from the top floor of the building. Kang Cha-na was stunned. "Are you planning to kill the director? There is no golden sand outside." But Sunwoo shouted, "Wait and see." Director Do fell down. He seemed very calm. "Ha! Annoyed," he said. Sunwoo rolled his eyes. "Here he is," he shouted loudly. Above the three people's heads, a space rift opened. Director Do escaped from there. His mouth exhaled golden sand. Maru and Kang Cha-na were stunned. He spit out golden sand just like Sunwoo said. "What is going on here, Director? You opened the door and walked in. What is this golden sand?" She was stunned. "Director, what is this?" Director Do landed firmly on the ground. Kang Cha-na explained, "We are talking to the director. The director is involved in my family's death." He suddenly asked, "Are there only 3 people who are suspicious or the whole Ganghwa team?" All 3 people were quiet. Director Do stroked his hair. No one answered. "So that's right, these 2 young people are really cool." He slammed his hand on the ground. Countless space cracks opened and moved space and time. The group of people was taken to the rooftop of the building. Why? Maru was stunned. People have moved to a building under construction. Why are you suddenly moving now? What is this director planning to do? Director Du touched his neck and said. Since you have doubts, there is no other way. Your liver and blood must not defile my office, Director Du said coldly. He raised 2 fingers and waved a line of space that cut straight through the bodies of the people standing there. The city chief waved his hand. Mrs. Yu quickly warned everyone to tear the space apart, to quickly get out of the way. The whole group bowed down. Fortunately, the whole group was able to avoid the director's killer move. Ms. Yu questioned the director, who was still awake. What were you doing? The city chief is still very calm, just eliminating the corruption. There are people who have seen things that should not be seen. He looked at Yu's post and said, I'm just sorry that you Young and the minister were needlessly dragged into this matter. Contributed a lot to fighting demons. He looked at Maru and sighed, but it's good to get rid of Han Maru here. If he gets captured by a demon, he will have a headache. Maru pointed at himself and wondered, why was I captured by a demon? The capital director moved his hand and a space crack appeared. He said, maybe it's because humans are weak, just. His hand appeared from the crack behind Seowu and Kang Cha-na's back. By the time she realized it, it was too late. Seowu and Kang Cha-na's heads were severed. Maru was shocked to see his comrade's blood on his face. Looking at this scene, Mrs. Yu stabbed her hand straight into her chest. 3, 2, 1 and squeeze my heart. 0 forever stopped, space seemed to stand still. Mrs. Yu said, use 5 years of my life to return 5 seconds ago, that is the time fund. Everything seemed to reverse when the city chief tried to kill Kang Cha-na and Seowu. He has to change, stop it, no need to waste your time. Just now, Sub-Minister Yu Young used demonic powers. Reduce your lifespan and turn back time, right? She quickly held Kang Cha-na and Seowu down. Minister, Maru was stunned. How is it possible that 2 people who clearly died could come back to life? Mrs. Yu looked at Maru and thought, Director Young Il-do can understand, but why can Han Maru recognize my skills? Can't feel it. However, the 2 twins could not wait any longer and immediately rushed forward, no matter what. We can't bear it anymore. 2 people rushed up to attack the capital's chief. However, he easily avoided the attack group of 2 people. The city chief walked toward Seowu, he was trembling. I died just now. Dad is still a human. Seowu angrily broke his fingers. The city director's fingers also began to twitch. Suddenly the city chief said, hey! I'm not your father. He used the Seowu attack again. Maru shouted loudly. Kang Cha-na rushed up and quickly pushed Sunwoo down. All 3 fell to the ground. Wake up, do you want to die again? Maru shouted. Director Yu said calmly, capturing Director Young Il-do alive. I have a lot of things I want to ask. The 2 twins clasped their hands together, not knowing if they could do it. From their hands countless blood threads were created. They said, but we will try. I went first, the red shirt guy rushed forward. He said, 2x attack power, 2x speed, bloodline power. The city chief was calm, he waved his hand. Slash the red hair's neck. Maru, Kang Cha-na and Seowu were all stunned. But the redhead's body was still active, he was swinging a fist at the city chief's face. The severed head laughed loudly, okay. The black-haired man explained, none of us will die unless our bloodline is broken. The city chief frowned. He waved his hand to cut the bloodline. However, it reconnected immediately, causing him to frown. The black shirt calmly explained that above all, the bloodline is something that cannot be broken, that is the truth. The redhead said, the redhead's head cried out, thanking the director for all this time. Now goodbye, his body quickly rushed forward, continuing to fight with the city chief. Maru looked at this scene and silently praised, great brother. Seowu hastily warned, no, he can use dark space to avoid. Kang Cha-na said, the purpose was not to attack him. Look, countless red strings have wrapped around the director's body. Right now. The 2 shouted loudly and simultaneously pulled the city chief's body. At this Maru shouted. Attack on the hands of Director Young Il-do. Kang Cha-na allowed, so she used the sword to cut off one of his arms. Seowu used his skill to break the other side. Okay, can't use both hands. The capital's director frantically exhaled yellow sand. Mrs. Yu ordered, civil servant Han quickly bit so that the director could not regenerate his body. Han Maru rushed up, he shouted, "Damn, this is the first time I bit that person's flesh." However, the chief's eyes suddenly lit up. He transformed back to his original state. Indeed, Kang Cha-na and Seowu were stunned as they looked at the scene in front of them. A dark shadow covered Maru's whole body. He was stunned, his whole body was swallowed into that darkness. Everyone looking at this scene was extremely frightened. Han Maru had disappeared into the dark space. The space demon laughed. Mrs. Yu still did not realize that this was not the city chief. She asked Director Young Il-do how it all ended up. The demon said, "Sorry Minister Yu, I plan to appear in front until the end." Seowu and Kang Cha-na thought to themselves, indeed that appearance is the real thing. "Not Dad, what happened?" Seowu thought worriedly. The demon said, stroking his forehead, "It was a pity to have to personally eliminate the warriors he created." Kang Cha-na was stunned. She asked, "Creating, perhaps?" The demon replied, "Yes, I summoned the demon to your house. As someone who excels in sports, I saw that you could become a powerful demonic energy user." He suddenly attacked Kang Cha-na, half of her body was broken. The minister's arm was also broken. She immediately used her powers to revive Kang Cha-na and reconnect her arm. "Don't attack too quickly, you'll all die," she quickly held him back. Kang Cha-na shouted angrily, "What should I do?" "I don't know." After turning into that form he became much stronger. "Our strength is not enough," she said, "just getting close to the director was difficult." Kang Cha-na told her, "No, maybe Maru will find a way, how to bring him back." She shook her head, it was impossible. If she was locked in the director's dark space, she would absolutely not be able to get out. Maru is now locked in the director's dark space. He ran and ran and ran until he was exhausted and fell down. "Even though I've been running for a while, I don't see the end yet." Suddenly there was a flash of light from afar. "Oh light," Maru thought. "Run towards the light source." A man with a thin body, droopy hair, chained. He asked softly, "Director Young Il-do?" The man raised his eyes. He asked, "How could humans enter this place?" Maru explained, "I was brought here when I fought with someone who looked exactly like the director." "Who is he anyway?" "He is a demon who escaped from the underworld," the city chief said. Maru asked in shock, "Ghost, but he has eyes and can talk." The city chief actually explained that the 8 groups of them are 8 species of divine beasts in Buddhist mythology, first ferocious, but later tamed by Buddha into divine creatures that uphold the Buddha's dharma. He is a member of the 8 groups, with a higher status than ordinary ghosts. One of the 8 demons given power by the great Rakshasa king. That's why he's different from demons who only have the instinct to kill. That is the dark space demon. Outside, everyone is fighting it with all their might. Kang Cha-na shouted loudly, "If the minister died, everything would be over, please protect her." The demon just stood in one place, waving his arms, and the members' bodies were all severed. Mrs. Yu repeatedly stabbed her hand into her chest. Rewind time to 5 seconds ago, reviving everyone countless times. 5 seconds happen countless times. Comrades fall. In the dark space, the city chief is still explaining to Maru that because they have the demonic power of the great Rakshasa king, they have very overwhelming power. If you encounter the 8 groups, do not act arbitrarily. People with demonic powers from ordinary ghosts cannot win against the 8 groups. Mrs. Yu is now visibly old. The demon asked, "Minister, how many times have you gone back in time? Why don't you just give up and die?" Mrs. Yu seemed to be dying. She thought, "What have I done until now, instructing special civil servants to fight demons according to the orders of a monster?" The space demon laughed, persistently, "If so, let's try something more interesting." He raised his hands to the sky. Countless gates of hell opened. The group was stunned. Demons poured out from there like a stream. "Damn, the devil appeared," Seowu cursed. All prepared. Inside the dark space, Maru was still talking to the city chief. "What is the purpose of space demons? If they are 8 groups, why do they have to fight with demons?" The chief of the city said that since he escaped from the underworld, he was the enemy of the great Rakshasa king. He wanted to drag humans into the battle with the underworld. Maru thought in amazement, "Does that mean special civil servants are just an army of space demons?" He asked, "So if we kill the space demons, the war with the underworld will end?" The city chief denied, "No, it's too late, we were already in the war with the underworld. Even so, if you kill the space demon, the director can get his body back. right? Hey, come out with us, he took his hand. The city chief told Maru, my mind is tied to this place, I can't get out. Maru told him about the situation outside, don't give up, this boy is still waiting outside. Hearing his son's name, the city chief seemed to regain some vitality. He asked, my son. He smiled softly and asked, a 5-year-old child in kindergarten coming to this place. Maru didn't expect that he didn't know how much time had passed. The city chief seemed exhausted, it had been a while since we talked, I was a bit tired and had to go to my wife and son, he said. Maru grabbed his shoulder and shouted loudly, we must go out, there must be a way, we will get out. The chief of the city gave up, no way, I can't leave here. Outside, the 4 gates of hell opened, dragging a series of demons down to fight with the civil servants. The space demon stood there laughing, come on, at this point even the demon will end it all. The demon stood there, it opened 2 large space cracks. The space begins to surround the group, the space is shrinking. Everyone thought desperately, is it over? At this moment, a human hand reached out from the gate. Maru ran straight out of the underworld gate. Everyone was stunned. He shouted loudly, successfully escaping. Maru descended from the sky, making the space demon not surprised. Swung his fist straight towards it. Just a few minutes ago, Maru was still talking to Director Du in the dark space, he said, no, it's impossible to escape from this place. Maru quickly denied, we will definitely escape from here. Suddenly a hand was placed on Maru's shoulder. It opened its mouth to attack him. Maru quickly punched and broke the demon's head. He thought to himself, is there a ghost here? But when I think about it, I remember the conversation I had with the male civil servant the other day. Maru panicked and asked, will the gate be closed in 3 days? The male civil servant replied, that's right, there have been quite a few strange things happening in Busan recently. Fortunately, the director used the dark space to close the door. It's true, Director Jung Il-do is so good, he admires it. Damn it, Maru thought to himself, you run away. Run straight to the underworld gate. Maru hesitated, I found it, the other side must be the exit. But to escape from the darkness of space, there is only one way. Maru passes through the gate. However, his destination is not the outside world but a dark land filled with smoke, fire and yellow sand. What place is this? Maru silently asked, the yellow dust here is so dense, it's hard to breathe. Can return, suddenly a voice rang out. A woman's body had her hands chopped off, countless blood threads sprouting from her body. She has dark blue eyes, looking evil. Maru was startled, why was the ground shaking like this? Countless demons rushed forward to attack. Maru panicked and ran away, just run fast. But I don't know where to go to this place. Suddenly he saw another dark gate. There, go over there. Maru jumped on tiptoe towards the gate. He rushed down the gate thinking he was alive. Successfully escaped from there, Maru got outside. He rushed straight towards the space demon intending to attack it. But it escaped. Maru looked at the group and shouted loudly, is everyone okay? Maru smiled. From now on, leave this place to me. Seiwu shouted, don't talk nonsense, how can you do anything to him alone? Maru thought to himself, no way. Now I can win. The demon asked him, Maru, how could you escape the darkness of space? Suddenly, from inside the door, a stream of blue power shot out. Shoot attacked straight towards the demon. Its mind and the mind of the city chief actually seemed to intersect. The demon thought in confusion, he had to quickly close the door. Looking at the scene in front of her, Mrs. Yu shouted loudly, the demons are escaping, this is not good, we must close the gate immediately. The space demon put all his strength into it. The gate slowly closed. Finally, no more demons came out. The demon looked at his hand and thought to himself, part of the demonic energy of the Rakshasa king has been dissipated. He clenched his fists angrily. It's all because of everyone. Get away quickly, Seiwu shouted loudly. Maru's head is split in half, damn it. Mrs. Yu was about to continue using the skill when Kang Cha-na stopped her, look at him. Maru's body turned into a stone statue. It cracked. A new Maru jumped out from the corpse. The demon continued to cut off Maru's torso. Mrs. Yu asked in shock, why is he okay? That's the demon power of the demon that evolved last time. The Maru revives once, the demon slashes once again. The two twins looked at this scene and silently asked if he was still human. Seiwu smiled. Countless Maru shells are formed. He rushed straight towards the demon screaming, this was the final finishing attack. He was close to the demon. It also raised its hand to attack Maru, but he dodged it. Die, Maru said. He jumped up and bit straight into its shoulder. Maru hugged the dark space demon's body tightly and bit its shoulder. Kang Cha-na thought to himself, he is bitten. There's something quite strange, Maru's snake mark usually doesn't seem to cause any damage to it. Maru thought to himself that even though he used his demonic power to force himself to eat, there's still something a little different from normal. But where is this? Why am I back in the dark space? The space demon appeared behind him. It told him, you will regret what you did. Moments later, the demon teleported closer to him. If you use violence on people, you are wrong. You can have demonic power with the function of absorbing all the demonic energy of this world. Rakshasa must have brought you to this human world to capture me. Now you have revealed your true face. How long are you planning to deceive me? Do you want me to go back to that giant underworld prison, where darkness covers everything, where only death and suffering are known? Maru turned around and shouted, you quickly go back to the underworld. Why did you come here? The demon grabbed his neck. It says, it's not you I'm talking about, it's the demonic power raging inside you. Now, but that power has not yet been able to invade you. But I can confirm that you belong to their power. The violent demon inside Maru seems to be slowly emerging. I want to rip off my claws and escape. He thought to himself, is the food poisoning ghost about to appear here? The space demon laughed and said, don't try to struggle. If you gain demonic power from the 8 groups of demons, it is possible that soon your will be eaten away by them and you will become crazy, so if you want to live, join hands with me to fight against evil. Gluttony demon, release your power. Please break that prison. Show the world your strength. Every word he said incited Maru. He recalled the memories of fighting demons. Maru's mouth gradually changed, the violent demon seemed about to invade his mind. Suddenly Maru woke up, no. Don't laugh at me, Maru shouted loudly, I will never let the forces of the demon world invade my soul. Don't try to use me to get what you want, Maru shouted at him. I will use my power to stop you. I will absorb you and return you to the underworld. Maru opened his mouth. He bit the demon's neck once more. Its blood poured out. He said the last words, stupid, I will never. But before he could finish his sentence, both Maru and the demon fell down. Kang Cha-na quickly caught him. Sunwoo watched the demon gradually disappear, leaving only his father in a skinny body. He took off his vest and gently placed it on his body. So it's over, everything has been resolved, the twins said. Maru looked at the city chief and thought to himself, the war has finally come to an end. But the demon world's forces are still full of dark plots. How will special civil servants have to deal with this in the future? Night falls. The group sat in the captain's messy room. He said, unbelievable. I thought there were many strange things here, but I didn't expect him to be a demon. The black shirt told everyone that the situation is okay now, but in the future it will be difficult to say. The division minister called the captain to go no. Senior, I should have summoned all the captains in the regions to discuss how to deal with the demon race in the future, but I think we need to discuss with the senior first. This is important, that's why I came here. In your opinion, if you can't accept anything in the future, how will you make things right? Captain Go touched his nose and said, if it was revealed that the director was a member of the demon world, it would be impossible to control the situation. The government will also investigate this soon. Mrs. Yu said quietly, of course then our special organization would have to face a lot of trouble. Captain Go said, until we have a reasonable solution, we should not do anything for the time being, just keep everything quiet, as if we don't know anything about it, the black hair added, then it will be a little more peaceful for time to calculate. The red hair responded, that's right, the fact that he is a demon and holds the highest position in our organization, no one is afraid, we know this, we can't let it get out. Mrs. Yu put on her shoes and was about to leave. She turned around and said, for now, that's it, everyone has worked hard, let's go home and rest. I don't want to face the truth at all. The captain called her back. She has worked hard, look at the old half of her face. From now on, you don't need to call me senior anymore. I honestly didn't think she would have aged so much after this battle, so it's hard for me to say, hope she will be okay. At night, Maru and Sunwoo sleep together in the living room. Maru asked, why don't you go home instead of staying at my place like this? Sunwoo replied back, I'm tired and don't have the strength to go anywhere. Go into your room and go to sleep, having someone sleep with me like this makes me uncomfortable. Sunwoo replied angrily, my room is too messy, I usually sleep in the living room, of course I don't want to sleep with men either. Maru sat up, he asked, but you haven't slept yet. Sunwoo replied, don't say anything, lie still. Maru says I met your father. Sunwoo jumped up, what? Maru recounted that, after being swallowed by the space demon and taken to that place, he was immersed in darkness forever. I wanted to get him out of there but I couldn't do it. I'm sorry, Maru said, clutching the blanket. Sunwoo was stunned. He was silent. Then lie down, it's not your fault, stop resting. Maru added that his father also said he missed him and his mother very much. Remembering his gentle expression when talking about his son, Maru told Sunwoo, so don't hate him anymore in the future. A tear stood at the corner of Sunwoo's eyelashes. Maru also lay down. He thought to himself, in the future I have to try to live on, to ignore all this trouble, but the last sentence he said made me think again. Soon the 8 groups of demons will come from the underworld to invade this earthly space, now you will have to fight them without me. Your humanity will soon come to an end. Maru secretly thought in panic, could humans defeat the 8 groups of demons? Those people have immeasurable power. In the endless darkness, a voice rang out, come here who has received my demonic power, the great Rakshasa king is calling someone. It's time for me to come to the human world, a human demon wearing armor, lifeless eyes. At the Seoul headquarters, a meeting is taking place. Ms. Yu sat in the director's chair, as I explained earlier. This is because the 8 classes of demons have a higher rank than regular demons. It was an emergency meeting of the National Special Civil Servants section. One person spoke up, Minister Bae Myung-sik, this is not the time to keep bothering. We must choose a new director to deal with the 8 groups of demons, that's Gangwon-do Minister Hwang Ra-hee, a girl with a hot body. The girl stood up angrily and said, what does the government know? The 8 devils have already arrived. The sound of arguing rang out incessantly in the meeting room. Mrs. Yu thought with a headache, if they knew Director Jung Il-doo's secret, it would be even more chaotic, also about Maru, who exactly is he? Damn, Maru was sitting in his office, angrily shouting. Even so, the report still needs to be completed, this is the life of a civil servant. Ha, it's done, how could it be faster than catching a demon? Maru let out a breath after finishing the report. Hello everyone, it's been hard, Maru asked silently, going home. Night fell, the male civil servant and Sunwoo brought their suitcases to stay with him. Maru happily said, so can I use the attic? Sunwoo asked annoyed, why do you hate sharing a room with me? Maru clapped his hands, then Sunwoo you share a room with the captain. Crazy, Sunwoo protested, Captain Go is helpless, he said, so the 3 of you go rock, paper, scissors, the male civil servant pointed at himself, ha, me too. Maru is determined, whoever doesn't play will lose. Hammer and paper scissors. All 3 people made moves, Maru and Sunwoo are the winners. The male civil servant was stunned and lay on the ground. Maru looked at Sunwoo and thought, living in the same room with that brat is really awkward. Even a few words of comfort. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. He looked out, who is it? Outside the door are Ji-won, civil servant Kim and Kang Cha-na, housewarming party. Maru said, there is no need for things like housewarming. Ji-won spoke softly, not paying attention at all. Civil servant Sunwoo was sad so he needed to make him happier. Maru understood, ah so. The group of people began to make arrangements. Someone accidentally knocked over a glass of beer. My hands are so slippery, let me clean them. Sunwoo quickly reached out to help. Captain Go pick up a piece of meat. Civil servant Sunwoo let's try it. Sunwoo was upset, no, let me clean up first. Officer Kim seemed drunk, the toilet seemed clogged. Damn, Sunwoo cursed and rushed to unclog the toilet. Ji-won looked at this scene and happily said, it seems like Sunwoo is full of life. Maru thought to himself, where is the vitality of the civil servant Kang Cha-na? On the balcony, Kang Cha-na was standing alone enjoying the wind. He walked over and asked, civil servant Kang, what are you doing here? Kang's civil servant replied, just standing there enjoying the wind. Killed the space demon, the one who killed my family, and took revenge, but my family can't go back anymore. Looking at the night scene, Kang Cha-na said sadly. Maru walked to her side. Kang Cha-na stroked her hair and asked, Maru, are you okay? Suddenly I knew I possessed the skills of the 8 demons. Maru laughed. Those who possess the demonic powers of the 8 groups of demons would eventually be possessed by them. Sunwoo walked over. He said, I will punch you hard so your mind won't be taken over. There's actually one thing to worry about. Headquarters basement. Remember a few days ago? All 3 of them set foot in the basement for the first time. Captain Go asked, why did he have to hide who he was? Mrs. Yu replied, I don't know either. But the moment snatched this demon from the underworld. Humanity perishes, those were the devil's words. The captain calls you too, don't stand there anymore, come in quickly. Maru has him standing by his side. He thought to himself, stop worrying now. The scene seemed unusually peaceful, but people didn't know it was the calm before the storm. The whole group was so drunk that the wine spilled on their heads without knowing anything. A foot steps forward. That was the demon from before. It coldly said, the time for massacre has come. The demon rushed straight towards the headquarters. It broke the ceiling. An official saw it and was startled. What was that? Why did the demon appear here? The demon walked along the golden sand. All warning functions are turned on. There are demons appearing at headquarters. The demon quickly moved to the 51st floor. Where is Minister Yu Young now? At the National Intelligence Service. Secretary Yu is discussing with the leaders of the Ministry of National Defense. One of them asked, Director Young Il-du died. He was the 8 ghosts. How to deal with this? Asked a gray-haired man, who was the Minister of Defense. Mrs. Yu said, depending on the ghost power of the 8 ghost groups, the way of fighting will probably change in the future. Capable of causing great damage to civilians, requiring national countermeasures. The Minister of National Defense objected, no, there is no need for other measures, just handle it quietly and silently as we have done so far. Another spoke up, keeping secrets is important, we are not a nation at war, that is the Army Chief of Staff. Ms. Yu asked, what is the situation in other countries? It's not just Korea that has ghosts. Yu headquarters director doesn't need to know, the head of the intelligence department responded. She thought to herself, damn, if I didn't give the staff any information, why would my phone ring? Excuse me, I have an emergency phone call. On this side, an employee rushed up and cut the demon's body in half. The rest of the people looking at this scene were surprised, what was so easy? But suddenly the civil servant who had just attacked the demon screamed in pain. His flesh and blood were sucked clean. The demon's body regenerated at a speed that could be perceived by the naked eye. Another civil servant shouted, he must be stopped at all costs, with his bow and arrow shooting 3 fiery arrows. The arrow rushed straight towards the demon. However, if any part of its body is injured, the body of the civil servant who attacks it will also have all its flesh and blood sucked out to regenerate. It says, cause and effect retribution, this is the immortal ghost. Other civil servants assessed the situation and could not kill him, he could still speak. Suddenly the demon spoke, the 8 demons hidden by the space demon were nowhere. The civil servant immediately turned into countless chains. She shouted loudly, not understanding what he was saying, but she had to stop him and attack at the same time. The 2 of them climbed up together to attack the demon. But it's still cold. It pulled out a sword from within its body. Swinging a slash, the bodies of 2 civil servants were cut off instantly. Then die, cold demon. Followed by the fall of 2 civil servants. Its slash was so powerful that the entire floor collapsed, causing a huge commotion. People outside were confused, did something explode where? The building is collapsing. Inside, countless red lines seem to be reinforcing the building. I will use my demonic powers to hold back, everyone quickly leave. She secretly thought in panic, Headquarters Director Yu Young, come here quickly. Director Yu is driving quickly. What is the current situation? People at headquarters reported, the situation is very difficult. Are 8 types of demons possessing immortal demonic powers. He is going down to find the 8 imprisoned demons. The demon walked like a lifeless corpse. Mrs. Yu thought to herself, aiming for the demon under the stars. She silently calculated that it would take another 20 minutes to get to headquarters. If so, Mrs. Yu opened her phone and called Captain Go. The captain went to pick up the phone. He replied, I know, so be it. Maru asked, what's wrong, Captain, is something wrong? Captain Go's face was serious. 8 demons have attacked Seoul headquarters. Maru was stunned, that's the new 8 demons. Maru, quickly teleport to Seoul headquarters with me. Can I use space skills? Maru said, I'll try. He started spitting out yellow sand. activating his space skill. Countless spaces opened up in his mind. He looked at the huge number of spaces in front of him, thinking in confusion, these are spaces that can be teleported to, it's too complicated. Maru vomited blood. Captain Go quickly asked, Maru doesn't have time, quickly adapt to water energy. Maru thought to himself, just try it. He activated the water energy a second time, the whole room moved. The male civil servant shouted, wait, why did we teleport with everyone to a new room? A student's room. Captain Go quickly stepped forward, apologizing, the male civil servant shouted, teleport back, quickly. Maru continued to use his demonic ability to teleport in space. This time the group of people teleported to the drinking table of a group of thugs. The leader shouted loudly, what, where did these dogs come from? Captain Go shouted loudly, Maru, what the hell are you doing? It's faster to take a taxi, the 8 demons have arrived. The thugs were about to fight, who are you, do you want to die? Maru thought to himself, damn, blood was pouring out of his nose, how is this space demon power used? The whole building was supported by demonic energy so it did not collapse. The floor was littered with corpses. 3 people gathered together. The person using his demonic powers to support the building asked, how many demonic power users are still here now? The girl with the candle on her head said, besides the 3 of us, there is no one participating in the battle. That's the demon on the 25th floor, stair number 8, the remaining 2 ghosts on fire are all here. The demon encountered 2 demonic energy users on the 25th floor, he said, truly bored. Fighting humans was so pointless, the 2 ghosts began to transform. One of them transformed into a crow, demonic powers, black umbrellas. Countless crows attacked him. But the demon gently dodged. It holds the sword and swings it once. Before the demon had time to use his killer move, his body was severed. He's too strong, the 2 thought to themselves. The 2 people's candles went out. Right now there's only 3 of us left at the headquarters. Outside, the street is still very peaceful. Maru spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you okay? Kang Cha Na asked worriedly. If you can't perform teleportation magic, just say so. No, I can, Maru wiped his bloody nose. He said confidently, just rest assured for now. Maru once again entered the teleportation space, he thought to himself, I already have a feeling about how I need to use the teleportation skill. I felt a little bit of space. But I need more time to perfect it a little more. At the Seoul headquarters, the demon has arrived at the last 3 special civil servants. He asked, are you guys the only ones left here? Just answer my question and I will spare your lives. Wherever our demon race is imprisoned, he coldly draws his sword. A civil servant steps forward, Senior, just use the skill to fix the building. Don't let it fall and affect people's lives. That person steps up to create a shield, which is the shield of a demonic person. The cold demon held the sword and rushed forward. The sword collided with the shield. Luckily the shield blocked this attack. It seems quite good, he softly praised. If so, the demon pulled out a bow and arrow from his back. He said, let's try this thing. It raised its bow and shot an arrow straight towards the demon wielding the shield. It said, sparking fire. Countless fire arrows were fired and rushed straight towards the shield. It's a real missile so the arrow doesn't penetrate the shield at all. However, it attacked the fake water energy that was supporting the entire building. The bow and arrow stabbed straight into her chest. Her candle went out. No way, the 2 people shouted anxiously. The building is gradually collapsing. The ghost with the candle above his head thought to himself, this is the only way left. She took the candle above her head. I will give you my life, flame flame. Her look was impossible, the other person hastily urged him to quickly use the skill. The building is collapsing. Damn it, she thought to herself. The demon continued to draw his bow. Countless fire arrows were shot towards the 2 people. It's a rocket again, what? I cannot block them. The demon uses his body to shield his teammates. Everything was fine, but suddenly a voice rang out. Maru used space to step forward to block all attacks. The fire arrow flew into the dark space. The demon asked, are you a person with ghost powers? He laughed, you are a person with the power of ghosts, right, brother? Maru silently said, brother. What is he saying? I'm an only child. From the space, Kang Cha Na and Captain Go stepped out. He pointed at him intending to use space separation. But the captain goes to keep it. No, be careful, Maru. He is a person with immortal demonic powers, you can't kill him that simply. The demon's arm was broken. If any part of his body was damaged. Maru's arm was also immediately drained of blood. He will suck blood again to recover, Maru asked in pain. Why didn't you tell the captain to go ahead and continue? You can't be subjective, pay attention that he will split up to fight. Maru thought to himself, if so, how should we kill him? Looking at the demon sucking blood to recover in front of me. The demon said coldly, Devil, where are the other brothers? Maru thought to himself, are the other brothers talking about the people under him? Maru asked, why? The demon replied, I must lead you two to the place of the great Rakshasa king. Maru sneered, who said I would come along? Cold demon, if so. Had to drag it away, it pulled out two long swords from its body. Rushing forward to attack Maru. However, the sword that touched his body shattered. So Sunwoo saved Maru. He thought to himself, he must quickly think of a way to eliminate him without beheading. His demonic powers are completely different from other demons. Kang Cha-na also rushed to join the fight. She thought to herself, if she attacks his brain, it will definitely stop his ability to regenerate. However, the demon easily captured Kang Cha-na's sword. Ji-won's spider was also easily knocked down by him. Everyone prepares to fight, Ji-won shouts loudly. The group immediately fell into a state of preparedness. The other two people thought to themselves, who are those people? Captain Go asked, hey, what's wrong? One of them asked, which team are you from? Captain Go said, Ganghwa team, assigned by Minister Yu to come here. I will take you away from this place, but this building needs to be restored as a priority so as not to affect the public. Ji-won shouted loudly, no way. Her spider was cut off by an immortal demon. She rushed towards it, Mina civil servant Yoon. Captain Go shouted worriedly, dangerous. Sunwoo shouted loudly, he used his skill to break the demon's finger. Block its attack. Immediately, his hand was also shocked. That's troublesome, said the demon. Galloped straight towards Sunwoo. He was injured and couldn't move. Kang Cha-na immediately rushed out to knock its spear away. Her arm was sore and blood flowed out. She thought to herself, it was just stopping that spear from her hand. Suddenly Sunwoo shouted loudly, Kang's civil servant was in front. The demon had already rushed to attack her. At this moment, Maru used the space to step out. He intended to use devouring to attack the demon. Its eyes flashed gold. One hand strangled Maru. One hand held the sword to Kang Cha-na's neck. It asked, hungry ghost. Why do you fight for humanity? It's okay to cut out the human part inside you, right? It pointed the sword at Maru. But at this moment, a black liquid gushed out from under its feet. Captain Go used his skills. Said the demon, yet another troublemaker. I don't feel anything anymore, this is nothingness. Captain Go stood behind it. He thought to himself, even cutting his throat wouldn't work. I have to get everyone to a safe place first, looking at Kang Cha-na and Sunwoo shaking. Outside the building. The male civil servant lies on the ground. Why are we outside headquarters? Ji-won explains, that's Captain Go's skill, it seems he got us out. Several fire trucks were mobilized to the scene. Said, first of all we have to deal with the scene and quickly evacuate the surrounding people. The headquarters site is being repaired by the Seoul team. Where's the culture team? Hurry up. The male civil servant looked inside. He asked, will everyone inside be okay? Hey Maru, wake up. Captain Go slapped him in the face. Maru wakes up. He asked, where is this? Basement. Why am I here? Captain Go said, if you want to minimize damage to the headquarters, this is the best place. Having returned to the location, now how to capture the immortal devil, cutting his throat is useless. Maru said, well, if I use the space demon's demonic power, will it be okay to let him evaporate into space? Kang Cha-na said, erasing space is very dangerous, it can destroy the entire area around it. Captain Go said, if that's the case, there's only one way left. Maru, from now on. But before he finished speaking, the real demon broke through the ceiling and landed. Here it is, what I'm looking for, the demon said. It looked towards the cage holding another demon. Looking at Maru blocking in front of him, he asked, do you want to continue blocking me? Humans really never give up, so he pulled out two swords. Do you think that with 4 of you, you can defeat me? Maru said, we have more numbers. He used teleportation space. He shouted loudly, "Everyone, space shifted." Somewhere else, the department directors also seemed to feel this. Director Jung Il-du's skills. Everyone was brought here by Maru's demonic power. After all, what is this all about? Countless branch directors were teleported by Maru to the basement of Seoul headquarters. The demon looked at this scene and smiled softly. Up until now it had been boring. But now it's starting to get interesting. "That is our opponent, what an unexpected situation," one of them spoke up. Secretary Wang Hoado spoke up, "But isn't it you who brought us here? Why do you possess the demonic power of Director Jung Il-du?" She looked at Maru and questioned. Captain Go said hello, "Oh Minister Myung-sik," the minister happily greeted, "Oh God, I haven't seen you for a long time." Captain Go quickly reminded him, "Say hello later, quickly get my memories." He immediately poked 2 fingers into the captain's brain. He took the memories from Captain Go's head. It was done. Using demonic power he shouted loudly, "From now on I will give this memory to everyone." Immediately, countless memories flooded into the brains of those present, along with the voices and information you were seeing as the events that had happened up to the present. Captain Go Deokman's plan. Incheon Ministerial Division. Sub-Secretary Gang Wado, Sub-Secretary Kiolado hopes everyone will act according to this plan. After hearing that, Minister Incheon felt a bit uncomfortable. What she said was truly arrogant. "Ganghwa Captain, how dare you say I do this and that?" The demon looked at the people making a commotion in front of him and asked, "What tricks are you guys planning to play again?" This time it pulled a great sword straight from its chest. Without giving anyone time to react, he tiptoed. Rushed straight towards the crowd. Secretary Myun-sik calmly said, "Let's all act according to the plan, only defend, absolutely do not let the Demon King get hurt or he will suck blood to recover." Countless civil servants rushed to act as sandbags for the demon. Just to try to buy some time. Until Minister Incheon can activate her special ability, 1 minute. Ignoring the demon's rampage of killing, all the special civil servants there just tried to maintain a defensive position. Must hold out at all costs. The demon also noticed something unusual. "You guys just worry about defense, right? If so, the demon's body is like a sword shop." Countless swords pulled out from its body. Kang Cha-na panicked. She opened her eyes wide to look at the scene in front of her. A pair of wings grew from the demon's back, but instead of being made of feathers, it was a combination of swords combined to form a giant pair of wings. Captain Go quickly shouted a warning. Everyone paid attention. That was a powerful attack. The demon used its wings. It danced around like Laurel to attack the great judge. The defense barrier of the special civil servant was beaten to pieces. The sword penetrated the defense and rushed straight to attack the Incheon branch. At this moment, a civil servant had his body covered in silver scales. That person used his scales to build a shield as sturdy as the armor of 1,000 dragons. But the rampaging demon's attack is like a thunderbolt. It's not good. The defense is gradually being broken. "How long can we defend?" said the armored ghost. Suddenly, Minister Incheon spoke up. "It's really annoying. It's true that the children nowadays are too impatient." Her demonic power has successfully activated. Countless tentacles sprouted from the ground and rushed straight towards the demon. A giant blue mouth came from the ground and swallowed the demon into its stomach. Maru supports Father Na. He looked nervously. The giant monster of the Incheon branch had swallowed it. That was a mortal ability. "Already locked him," she said. "There's not much time left, everyone prepare as planned." The demon armor immediately covered the mortal food with a layer of iron scales. She called out, "Secretary Kiolado, hurry up, we can only hold out for 30 seconds. The minister stepped forward, still quite calmly saying, "It was really dangerous." His hand was as hot as burning in a furnace. He placed his hand on the fire, which began to spread as if it wanted to melt the demon. That's demonic fire magic. 10 seconds passed. Captain Go and Sub-Minister Myung-sik looked tensely. 20 seconds passed. 29 seconds passed. Everyone silently held their breath and waited for 30 seconds. The special cage that held the demon had burned to ashes, the firebending department said, completely burned down. Everyone held their breath as they watched the black smoke that often appeared when demons died. I thought to myself, is the immortal Demon King really dead? Suddenly someone shouted, "Wait." A civil servant with a dog's head turned up his nose and sniffed. That person said, "There's something quite strange. I still smell the immortal Demon King's scent." From the hole in the ceiling that the Demon King created, countless jets of blood flowed out. They are the flesh and blood of fallen civil servants. They gather together into a fingertip. It seemed that wherever those civil servants slashed his body, they had to compensate him accordingly. From a finger to a hand. The vitality of fallen civil servants is gradually being drained. Maru was stunned as he looked at the scene before him. It was impossible. The demon took the form of a bone and hair. It struck the ground with its pestle. The attack was aimed directly at the cage in the center of the room. At the same time, it also caused the soul headquarters to collapse. It was really boring. The immortal demon carried the demon imprisoned by Director Du on his shoulder. It looks around. Where is that hungry ghost guy? Cha Na and Sunwoo are now dragging Maru to hide behind the rock. They quickly covered his nose and mouth as if to hide his breath. The gate opened, the demon walked towards it. He said, "Sooner or later I will come back to take that guy away, you just wait there." Carrying the silver-haired demon. The door flashed once and then disappeared. Leaving Maru, Cha Na and Sunwoo heavy next to the rubble. Mrs. Yu finally arrived. Looking at the battlefield in front of her in amazement, in just 10 minutes of the Demon King's appearance, the entire headquarters in Seoul was devastated. Furthermore, the demon that was detained at headquarters has also been taken away. Completely lost, Maru said, he asked himself and all special civil servants, what should we do in the future?